Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Broadcast by James Byron Love. Copyright 2026. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this compelling sci-fi story. For decades, Gerald Meisler's attention had been consumed entirely by quantum signals and their interactions with causality. He didn't study particles in the conventional sense, nor was he concerned with ordinary energy transfer or observable phenomena. His focus was entirely on information itself, on patterns, correlations, and the potential states that defined a system at its most fundamental level. He wanted to know what happened when information was pushed to extremes, when it was compressed, manipulated, or constrained beyond anything anyone else had attempted. Could it behave in ways that seemed to defy the normal progression of time? Could signals, under certain conditions, be delayed or distorted to mimic temporal displacement? Questions like this occupied him constantly, shaping not just his work but the rhythm of his life. He worked in isolation, in labs that hummed with the precise control of energy and the faint, constant whine of cooling systems. Early experiments were small, almost imperceptible, measuring tiny deviations in quantum states. Each successful trial emboldened him. Over time, the experiments grew in scale, in ambition, and in risk. He developed increasingly complex apparatuses to pack quantum information into tighter and more controlled regions of spacetime. The mathematics suggested that beyond a certain threshold, information itself could become trapped, forming what Meisler called a signal horizon, a boundary beyond which data no longer propagated outward normally, behaving less like a transmitter and more like a sink. He never attempted to receive messages from the future. That was not his goal. He wanted to understand how extreme compression affected the propagation of quantum signals. Could information exist decoupled from the conventional constraints of space and time? The idea was radical, but his methods were rigorous. He designed equipment with exacting precision, adjusted every variable meticulously, and monitored the results for anomalies that would indicate the system was nearing instability. With every iteration, he inched closer to the boundary where theory and catastrophe met. Have you considered the possibility that the system itself might resist your adjustments? A colleague asked one evening, leaning against the doorway of his lab. Her voice was low, hesitant, carrying both awe and concern. Meisler did not turn immediately. He adjusted a lens on the primary detector, the hum of the cryogenic pumps filling the quiet room. I've considered it. That's the point. If the information refuses to conform, it tells me something fundamental. I'm not here to coax it into obedience. I'm here to understand what it does when it cannot escape. She frowned. But at some point there's a threshold. You can't just keep pushing the compression indefinitely. Eventually, you cross into territory where the system could collapse. And that's exactly what I need to see, Meisler said, finally turning toward her. His eyes were sharp, burning with a mixture of fatigue and obsession. The boundary is where understanding lies. If I stop before reaching it, all we have is theory. I need the data, every unpredictable fluctuation, every resistance the system offers. That's where the truth hides. The colleague hesitated, biting her lip, clearly unsettled. You're talking about a point where things could go horribly wrong. Not just equipment failure, real consequences. You understand what could happen if you miscalculate. I understand more than you think, he said. He moved back to the console, where streams of data scrolled across multiple monitors. Every variable has been calculated, every scenario tested. Yes, I am aware that pushing beyond known limits carries risk, but that's why we do controlled steps. That's why I monitor the feedback continuously. That's why we have redundancies. I know the dangers because I've mapped them as carefully as I mapped the equations themselves. Silence fell, punctuated only by the faint clicks of the equipment and the soft whine of the cooling systems. She shook her head slowly. "You're reckless." "Perhaps," Meisler said, his voice even almost tired. "Or perhaps I'm exactly where I need to be. Science is not always safe. You think the pioneers worried about danger when they reached the edges of the known world. They understood risk. They understood consequences. They also understood that if you never push the limits, nothing new is ever discovered." He returned his attention to the monitors. Tiny deviations in quantum states scrolled by, patterns forming and dissolving faster than the human eye could process. Each one represented information compressed to an extreme degree, held together by protocols he had spent years refining. The goal was simple in concept but devilishly complex in execution. Compress information until it no longer behaved like a conventional signal, and observe what happens. Could it be manipulated safely? Could it exist as something quasi-independent, outside the normal constraints of spacetime? If so, it could change everything about communication, navigation, and even the fundamentals of travel itself. "What if it refuses to cooperate at the next stage?" she asked finally after several minutes, her voice lower this time, edged with genuine fear. "What if the system breaks down entirely?" Meisler smiled faintly, almost without humor. "Then we learn from the failure. That is the point. Every step teaches us something, even the missteps. The only mistake would be not taking the next step at all. I cannot know what will happen until we push forward, and no matter the outcome, the data will teach us more than any theoretical paper ever could." She exhaled slowly, looking at him as though weighing his sanity. "You realize what you're talking about could have consequences far beyond this lab. Not just broken equipment or failed experiments, something worse. You've run simulations. You've seen the scenarios." "I have seen them," he said. "And yes, I know the risks. That is why I have not proceeded lightly. I have calculated every variable to the best of my ability. The laws of physics do not bend lightly, but they do bend. What we observe here is the first glimpse of what information does when it is pushed beyond linear spacetime. It is not reckless if it is done methodically. It is inevitable if we stop too soon." She shook her head again, stepping back toward the door. "I don't know how you do this, Meisler. I can't imagine the level of concentration it must take. Every calculation, every measurement, every tiny adjustment, it must be exhausting." "It is," he admitted. "Exhausting, consuming all of it. But that is the price of discovery. If we settle for less than the edge, we settle for ignorance." For Meisler, the work was all-consuming. Years of his life had been devoted to understanding extreme density information states. He had developed multi-stage compression matrices, entangled streams across previously unimaginable scales, and devised feedback mechanisms to monitor the system in real time. Every adjustment was critical. One error could cascade uncontrollably. Yet he was driven not by ambition, fame, or recognition, but by the belief that information itself held the key to understanding the universe at a level no one else had dared explore. He often spoke to himself aloud during long hours of calibration, muttering equations and theoretical outcomes, as if the words could coax insight from the instruments themselves. "You will not break apart under my watch," he said one night, pacing the lab floor, "because I have measured every fluctuation, every possible decay mode. You may resist, you may distort, but I will observe, I will record, and I will understand." His colleague watched in silence, torn between admiration and apprehension. Meisler's intensity was frightening. There was a calmness in his focus, but beneath it lay a barely contained tension, a knowledge that he was working with forces that could easily spiral beyond control. Yet he was methodical, patient, and relentless. He understood the stakes in ways few others could, but even he could not know the full consequences of pushing information beyond the bounds of classical spacetime. That uncertainty was part of the fascination, part of the thrill, part of the obsession. Even the simplest adjustment could produce unexpected behavior. A small change in the entanglement matrix might produce ripples across the entire system. Data streams could loop back on themselves, creating patterns that defied ordinary causality. Sometimes, instruments would register phenomena that seemed almost alive, reacting to observation in ways that suggested emergent behavior. To the untrained eye, these might appear as glitches or malfunctions. To Meisler, they were proof that the system was approaching a boundary, approaching a point where information was no longer bound by ordinary laws. He sometimes spoke aloud to these patterns, as if the data itself could respond. "You see what I see, don't you?" he would murmur, eyes scanning the constantly shifting streams. "You resist, you rearrange, but you cannot escape the rules I impose. And yet, you behave like a living system. Not like matter, not like energy, but something else entirely." His colleague often left before the end of these sessions. She could not endure the intensity, the endless streams of information, the constant dialogue between man and machine. But Meisler stayed, night after night, until exhaustion finally forced him to rest, always returning to the monitors when he awoke, driven by the unshakable certainty that the edge of understanding was within reach, and that the threshold beyond which information became a horizon was both inevitable and illuminating. Gerald Meisler leaned back in his chair, hands steepled under his chin, staring at the lattice of equations scrolling across the monitor. The patterns were subtle, almost imperceptible to an untrained eye, yet to him they sang a language of possibilities. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, thinking aloud, the words spilling into the quiet lab. "It isn't about moving through space anymore. Not in the way anyone understands. If the system behaves as the models predict, distance becomes irrelevant. The ship, the crew, the instruments, all of it can be here, even if it's light years away. Conceptually, they're adjacent because the information exists outside the constraints of spacetime." His assistant, Dr. Marlene Wexler, shifted uneasily beside him, arms crossed. "You're saying the vessel wouldn't experience the journey, but from our perspective, it would appear instantaneous. That's a lot to wrap my head around. If anything goes wrong, the crew doesn't just get delayed. They could be in serious danger before we even realize it." Meisler didn't flinch. "Exactly. Which is why we have to be methodical. Each stage of compression, each adjustment of the entanglement matrix must be precise. The boundaries of the horizon are unforgiving. Push too far, miscalculate a variable, and the consequences extend beyond the equipment or even the ship itself. The information doesn't merely fail, it destabilizes. Everything it interacts with begins to behave unpredictably, even the surrounding environment." Marlene shook her head. "You always say that, and yet you proceed anyway. How do you reconcile the theoretical elegance with the very real possibility of catastrophe?" Meisler exhaled, leaning forward, elbows on the console. "Because theory is meaningless if we never test it. The elegance tells us what might happen, the experiment tells us what does. Without stepping into the extremes, we remain blind to reality. And the extremes are where the horizon exists. If we stop short, all we have are equations and speculations. If we cross the line, we gain knowledge, knowledge that changes the fundamental understanding of motion, communication, and even causality itself." He swiveled the chair to point at a diagram on the holoscreen, a spiraling network of nodes representing compressed quantum states. Think of it like this: the ship isn't traveling in the conventional sense. Its information is mapped, isolated, and reconstructed. For the crew, everything feels normal. Their clocks tick normally, their surroundings feel contiguous. From our perspective, it appears as if they vanish and reappear instantly. We are not moving mass, we are moving, or rather accessing, their state. That distinction is critical. Marlene frowned. Accessing the state. But that implies you can observe it without collapsing it into a standard measurement. You're working at a threshold where observation itself changes the outcome. One wrong calculation, and the system could behave completely differently than predicted. Yes, he admitted, rubbing his jaw. It is a delicate balance. Observation must be indirect, controlled. Instruments must interface without imposing classical constraints. The system reacts to the parameters we set. Too much interference and the horizon becomes unstable, data loops into itself, and the consequences ripple outward. That is why redundancy and feedback are built into every stage. But even redundancy cannot eliminate all risk. The unpredictability is inherent to the nature of extreme information density. Marlene paused, staring at the display, absorbing the gravity of his words. So what we're doing is rewriting the definition of proximity, communication, even motion itself. If this works, a message could be transmitted light years away, and the receiver would perceive it instantly, because, in effect, there is no distance between sender and receiver. Meisler's eyes glimmered. Exactly. And it doesn't stop with messages. Telemetry, command signals, navigation updates, all instantaneous. We could coordinate fleets across stellar distances, observe distant phenomena in real time, and interact with systems that would otherwise take decades to reach. Distance becomes a parameter of convenience, not limitation. He leaned back, letting the silence stretch as the implications sank in. Marlene broke it finally. And yet it's terrifying. The mathematics lines up beautifully, but the practical reality, we've never dealt with anything like this. Any instability in the horizon could cascade, could tear apart systems we never imagined it could touch. And you're going to proceed anyway. I have no choice, he said simply. Science does not accommodate hesitation at the edge. We map the consequences, we calculate, we build in fail-safes, but we cannot shrink from the horizon itself. Knowledge exists only at the extremes, and the extremes are where danger resides. If we avoid it, the breakthrough will never come. He tapped a node on the display, sending streams of compressed information into a simulation of the horizon. The lattice shifted in real time, feedback looping through multiple layers of virtualized spacetime. Every anomaly is a lesson, he said quietly. Every fluctuation, every resistance, every unexpected behavior tells us something we cannot learn from theory alone. We are observing what happens when information approaches a state of near-total independence from classical spacetime. The horizon behaves almost like a living system. It reacts, reorganizes, resists. And that resistance is where the truth hides. Marlene watched, both impressed and unsettled. You talk about it like it has intent. Like it's alive. It's just data. It is just data, he admitted, voice low, but it behaves as though it has agency. Patterns emerge spontaneously, loops stabilize themselves, and yet the system cannot be fully predicted. It obeys the rules we impose only partially, bending them in ways that challenge intuition. That is the nature of extreme information density. He stood, pacing along the edge of the lab. The practical applications are immense. Ships no longer need to accelerate through space conventionally. Crew members will experience continuity, unaffected by relativistic drift. Commands can be issued from Earth and resolve instantaneously across any distance. Exploration, colonization, defense, they all become limited only by our ability to manage and interpret information, not by distance or time. Marlene frowned again. And yet, for all that promise, it still feels like walking a tightrope over a void. One misstep and everything collapses. You've run models, sure, but models can't account for emergent phenomena. You've seen what happens when feedback loops spiral. He nodded. I know. And that is why we proceed incrementally. The horizon is contained, monitored, and isolated. But I cannot pretend that total certainty exists. It does not. There is only probability, observation, and control. The breakthrough requires stepping into the unknown carefully, with eyes wide open. She exhaled slowly, tension easing slightly. When you explain it like this, I understand why you are compelled. It is the closest thing to touching the edge of reality itself. But it's still frightening. You are not just challenging physics, you are challenging the very framework by which cause and effect operate. And that, Meisler said, is precisely why it must be done. If we succeed, we will have unlocked a principle that changes the way we understand information, time, and space. If we fail, we will learn something equally valuable about the limits of the universe, albeit at greater cost. There is no neutral path. Only progress or collapse, insight or disaster. He returned to the console, tracing streams of entangled qubits with a practiced hand. This is not theoretical hand-waving. Every pulse, every oscillation, every anomaly we observe is a data point. It represents the behavior of a system operating at the threshold of classical constraints. The horizon is real. It exists, and it can be manipulated. That is why we must be precise, why we must respect the mathematics, and why we must accept that the consequences extend beyond mere equipment failure. Marlene swallowed, her unease lingering, but she could not deny the fascination. And the crew of a ship, if one were to exist, would be effectively safe in their own frame, even while the horizon isolates them from conventional spacetime. Yes, he said, eyes still on the monitors. From their perspective, everything continues normally. They experience continuity, even as the system we manipulate appears instantaneous from the outside. We are not moving matter in the classical sense. We are accessing a state that exists beyond normal temporal and spatial limitations. And that is why the principle is both revolutionary and dangerous. For a long while they worked in silence, watching the patterns evolve on the screens, noting every ripple, every anomaly, every unexpected resonance. Each fluctuation reminded them of the immense power and fragility of the horizon, and of the delicate balance Meisler had to maintain between observation and interference. Finally he spoke, his voice quiet but resolute. The horizon is not just a tool. It is a boundary, a measure of what is possible, and a test of our understanding. The consequences of manipulating it ripple outward, but within those ripples lies insight. Every controlled test teaches us how information behaves when unbound from linear spacetime. Every anomaly is a glimpse of the edge of reality itself. Marlene nodded slowly. And if we push too far? Meisler looked at her, expression steady. Then we learn painfully. But even then, the lesson is as valuable as success. That is the nature of discovery. We stand at the boundary. Beyond it lies knowledge or chaos. Either way, we are no longer bound by convention. The laboratory throbbed with energy, a constant vibration that coursed through walls, floor, and ceiling, making every surface hum with tension. Gerald Meisler moved among the consoles, eyes scanning the streams of numbers, graphs, and waveforms flickering across monitors. Each display pulsed with the compressed quantum data he had spent decades studying. Tubes glowed faintly with pale blue currents, coils vibrated softly, and cables snaked across the floor like living veins. Fans rotated faster than usual, pushing air that smelled sharply of ozone, mingled with the metallic tang of heated circuitry. Every device, panel, and readout transmitted the state of the system he had pushed beyond known limits. "Containment is holding just barely," Meisler muttered, voice low, precise, more for himself than anyone else. "Divert auxiliary power to the primary stabilizers." "No, adjust the phase by 0.07. Sector 3 first, then Sector 9. Lattice control, edge stability is all that matters. Nothing else matters." His fingers flew over touch-sensitive panels, rerouting streams of entangled qubits into circuits recalibrated 1,000 times over. The lattice of energy bent and twisted under his adjustments, glowing lines of light spiraling and pulsing as if alive, resisting every attempt at command. "Doctor." Marlene Wexler stepped closer, eyes wide with tension. "Sir, the field fluctuations are exceeding projections." There. "Concentrate on the coils," Meisler interrupted sharply, voice calm but unyielding. "Seconds, Marlene. We have seconds before it destabilizes completely. Edge first, then core. Everything else is irrelevant. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," she said, her hands trembling slightly as she adjusted the damping parameters, rerouting power where he indicated. Her fingers moved deliberately over the control surfaces, pressing each sequence of commands with care, double-checking each input as the system responded with subtle flickers and brief pulses of feedback. She exhaled softly between actions, the tremor in her hands not stopping her from following his instructions exactly. Every adjustment she made produced tiny changes in the displays, numbers shifting just enough to confirm the rerouted power was taking hold, each fluctuation prompting her to pause, observe, and then continue. She repeated motions carefully, her eyes tracking every meter of readout, every blip and indicator, until the sequence of damping corrections aligned perfectly with his directions. The first tremor passed through the floor, subtle at first, a vibration that almost went unnoticed. Then it intensified, shaking benches, making glassware tremble, pendulums sway, and high-pitched ringing fill the room. Sparks leapt along conduits, arcs of blue-white light dancing across metal surfaces. Meisler's eyes scanned every panel. He anticipated each fluctuation, each spike. Every adjustment, every tap on a console was calculated. "Sector 7 is spiking," shouted a technician, his voice tight with tension, cracking slightly under the pressure as his eyes darted between the rapidly changing readouts and the quivering coils on the display. "The damping coils." He paused for a fraction of a second, trying to adjust his hand on the controls, fingers moving uncertainly over the panels as if the slightest delay could make the difference between control and disaster. His words faltered, but the urgency in his tone cut through the hum of the lab, carrying the weight of immediate danger. "Do it anyway," Meisler snapped, his voice sharp and commanding, leaving no room for hesitation. "Increase the damping field. Divert all auxiliary power to the core. Edge first. Lose control there, and we lose everything." Each word was precise, measured, an order drilled into every part of the system as well as the technician's mind. His hands twitched slightly as he gestured toward the console, guiding actions with minimal movement, the authority in his tone forcing absolute focus. Every command he gave carried weight, every phrase a line between stability and complete collapse, demanding that the technician execute each instruction with careful, rapid precision. The walls shivered. Tubes rattled. Monitors blinked erratically. Lights overhead flickered violently. Outside reinforced windows, streets cracked and buckled. Asphalt split into jagged sheets. Trees bent and splintered, as if caught in a hurricane with no wind. Streetlights oscillated. The lab hum rose into a roar that resonated through the entire structure. Still, Meisler moved calmly, his hands a blur across consoles, rerouting streams, recalculating. Focus, everyone. The horizon is unstable. One misstep and it spreads. Control the core. Do not touch the edge unless I instruct it. Do you understand? Yes, sir, technicians responded, voices tight with fear but steady under command. A panel on the far wall exploded in a shower of sparks. Glass shards bounced across the floor. Streams of compressed information twisted in the air, glowing ribbons pulsing toward the central chamber. Electricity arced along conduits, striking sensors and equipment. Faces of technicians illuminated by the blue-white glow reflected shock and awe. Sir, auxiliary stabilizers are failing. The edge, it's collapsing. Yes, Meisler said quietly, almost detached. Brace yourselves. Step back. Prepare for containment failure. There is no recovery. The central chamber glowed brighter, shielding panels vibrating violently. Light bent and twisted around the compression field. Sparks leapt from floors and walls. Monitors flickered wildly, numbers looping, data streams doubling back on themselves. Air shimmered. The smell of ozone thickened, mingling with burnt metal, heated circuitry, and the metallic tang of tension in every breath. Technicians shouted instructions, voices overlapping, every second demanding action. Divert remaining power to the secondary coils. One yelled, scrambling to stabilize the lattice. Phase angle is fluctuating, lock it now. Another shouted, voice cracking. Adjust Sector 5. No, Sector 6. Wait, Sector 7. The commands blended, overlapping the oscillating hum of the lab, every operator moving with rapid precision, hands flying across panels, eyes darting across multiple readouts. Meisler remained calm. His mind ran 1,000 sequences ahead, recalculating every quantum flux, every potential collapse, every ripple in the lattice. Edge first, core second. Focus, he barked. Nothing else. Keep the lattice under control. Then the system shifted violently. Tubes rattled like fine crystal under pressure. Sparks jumped from conduits, tracing unpredictable paths across metal surfaces. Panels bent slightly, twisted under forces invisible but undeniable. The vibration intensified, shaking floors and walls. Outside the lab, streets cracked further, steel beams groaned and glass shattered in cascading patterns. Asphalt lifted in curling sheets. Trees splintered. Cars were thrown from streets onto sidewalks and then overturned. Air itself seemed to distort, bending unpredictably as the horizon's pull reached farther. Sir, the core's feedback loops are gone, shouted Marlene, her hands gripping a console to keep balance. We can't stabilize anything. Focus, Meisler yelled over the roar. The auxiliary field is gone. We maintain edge control. That is all. Keep the lattice stable. One misstep, everything ends. A conduit overhead snapped, arcs of electricity striking the floor and sending sparks into technicians' protective suits. Some screamed. Some dove for cover. Meisler ducked under the snapping metal, moving rapidly toward the emergency containment area. His eyes scanned each readout, noting every microsecond of failure, every irregularity, every pulse of energy escaping the lattice. Everyone to the safe zone, he shouted. Seal compartments. Move now. Technicians scrambled, suits hissing as compartments sealed around them. Alarms blared, monitors flickered, panels warped and failed, but Meisler's focus never wavered. He cataloged every anomaly, every microsecond of the collapse, the precise sequences of energy and matter drawn toward the horizon. Outside, the city convulsed. Buildings bent unpredictably. Bridges twisted and crumbled. Streets folded, asphalt peeling and cracking. Cars were hurled like toys. Utility lines snapped, igniting fires that spread uncontrollably. Subways derailed, train carriages slamming into tunnel walls. Water mains ruptured, geysers shooting skyward, steam rising in blinding columns. Every moment brought a new horror, a new failure, a new crack in reality itself. Inside, Meisler ducked another snapping conduit. Sparks danced inches from his face. He moved through the lab toward emergency shields, reinforcing what could be reinforced, rerouting remaining power to secondary containment. The floor vibrated with every pulse of the collapsing lattice. Air was thick, hot, electric. Every breath carried the smell of scorched metal, ozone, and fear. The compression chamber pulsed violently, ribbons of glowing information stretching and snapping as matter and energy were drawn inward. Light bent in impossible arcs. Shadows warped and elongated. Sparks and flames twisted unpredictably through the corridors. Panels exploded, sending shards flying. Alarms screamed. Meisler's hands were steady. He cataloged every sequence, every interaction between energy, matter, and information. Numbers on monitors danced, twisting back on themselves in impossible patterns. Every second, new structures outside the lab collapsed. Bridges fell into rivers, buildings imploded in strange curves, streets buckled into jagged waves. Cars and trucks were lifted, crushed, flung, destroyed. Fires spread across city blocks, smoke thickening into an almost solid cloud. Then the core of the chamber erupted. A blinding flash expanded outward, tearing through the lab, scattering instruments, panels, and monitors in showers of glass and metal. Energy radiated outward, flattening walls, bending reinforced steel, obliterating equipment. Outside, city blocks were reduced to rubble. Streets folded in jagged, unnatural angles. Bridges collapsed into rivers and streets. Fires ignited spontaneously, spreading across neighborhoods. Dust, smoke, and debris filled the sky, blotting out sunlight. Meisler understood immediately. The horizon had grown beyond control. Energy, matter, and information were drawn together in a miniature, unstable region where physics no longer applied. The laboratory survived only because of deliberately engineered safety measures. The city had no defense. He stood in the middle of the chaos, cataloging every anomaly with detached focus. The boundary of the horizon pulsed, reached its maximum extent, then slowly subsided. Silence followed, punctuated by the smell of burnt metal, scorched concrete, and acrid smoke. Meisler's hands were steady. His mind recorded every detail, the precise sequence of failures, the reactions of instruments, the interactions of energy and matter, the collapse of infrastructure. He had survived. The city had not. The experiment had proven the principles he had studied for decades, but at a cost no one could have imagined. Nothing outside the lab remained intact. The destruction of the city dominated every channel of communication, every headline, every casual conversation in homes and workplaces alike. Morning newspapers arrived with front-page photographs of fractured bridges, collapsed power lines, and mangled streets, accompanied by smaller images of citizens huddled in makeshift shelters, families embracing amid debris, and first responders laboring against impossible odds. Television coverage played continuously, footage looping through slow-motion panoramas of collapsed buildings and burning infrastructure. Anchors repeated the details relentlessly, voices tense with the gravity of events, describing lives lost, services disrupted, and neighborhoods obliterated. Even radio broadcasts carried the tremor of urgency in every word, reporters speaking from the perimeter of cordoned-off zones, dust clinging to their hair and clothes, sweat streaking their faces as they narrated destruction in real time. On social media, hashtags multiplied. People shared photographs taken with smartphones, videos of trembling bridges, and images of crumpled vehicles pinned beneath concrete slabs. Every post carried a note of outrage, grief, or disbelief. Citizens flooded the offices of politicians with emails, phone calls, and recorded video messages. "This man destroyed our city," one recording repeated, a young woman speaking as her toddler clung to her leg. "We demand someone take responsibility." Another post showed a burnt playground, the swing sets twisted into shapes that seemed impossible, the caption reading, "Where were the safeguards? Who is accountable?" Neighborhood meetings convened, residents organizing vigils that stretched into the night, carrying candles past streets shattered beyond recognition. Protests emerged organically, citizens waving handmade signs. "Justice for the fallen, science without safety is murder, we will not forget." Far from the epicenter, communities held silent marches, hands raised to honor the dead, their grief amplified by news broadcasts and social feeds relaying the scale of devastation. Political factions moved swiftly. Conservative leaders, using press conferences and interviews, painted the physicist as the embodiment of dangerous genius. His brilliance exceeded his responsibility, one senator declared, standing before cameras as aides handed her stacks of documents and photographs of the city's wreckage. He played with forces no one could contain. And now thousands have paid the price for his arrogance. Reporters asked follow-up questions. She replied with lists of missed safety protocols, ignored warnings, and theoretical dangers outlined in technical papers few outside scientific circles understood. Her staff monitored reactions, amplifying statements that highlighted human cost over abstract scientific achievement. On the other side, progressive politicians argued that Meisler's work represented the frontier of human knowledge. "The catastrophe is undeniable," a spokesperson stated during a televised debate. But to condemn research that could advance humanity based on a single, unforeseeable failure would be disastrous. We must distinguish between recklessness and an accident born of pushing boundaries in the service of discovery. Analysts, commentators, and journalists debated the issue endlessly, dissecting whether moral culpability lay in intent, oversight, or the uncontrollable nature of the quantum experiments. Editorial columns took stances with ferocity, some demanding immediate imprisonment, others calling for protections for scientists engaging in high-risk research. Behind closed doors, party leaders convened in windowless conference rooms, maps of the destroyed city spread across tables, stacks of reports detailing the experiment, and projections of public outrage covering every inch of space. "We cannot let the narrative settle entirely with the opposition," one advisor said, fingers drumming against the table. "We need a strategy that addresses the grief while protecting our long-term interests." "People are angry and the social pressure is enormous," another voice replied, "but we cannot ignore the scale of what happened. If we appear to excuse him, the backlash will be unmanageable. The media cycle will destroy us before the trial even starts." Arguments flew, tempered by aides counting polling numbers and public sentiment metrics. Strategy memos were drafted, revised, and discarded. Messaging was tested on focus groups composed of citizens who had seen the devastation firsthand, all of them vocal about fear, anger, and disbelief. Amid the political maneuvering, the process of jury selection began. The selection committee worked meticulously, aware that every potential juror carried personal experiences, biases, and emotional reactions to the destruction. Profiles were reviewed, questionnaires analyzed. Potential jurors were asked not only about their knowledge of science, but about their feelings toward risk, accountability, and authority. Questions were repeated, carefully structured to uncover the slightest prejudice. One candidate, a young man who had lost his apartment building in the disaster, nearly faltered when asked whether he could remain impartial, his hands shaking slightly as he recounted watching firefighters fail to save neighbors trapped beneath rubble. Another, a retired engineer, spoke of admiration for scientific achievement, nodding repeatedly while stressing that human error was inevitable in any endeavor. Both were noted in the selection log, the committee debating the weight of personal tragedy versus rational consideration. On the streets, citizens continued to gather in clusters outside government buildings, newsrooms, and city halls. Conversations spilled over into heated arguments, neighbors pointing fingers at each other and at the physicist. He shouldn't have been allowed to push experiments like that, one man shouted, slamming his fist on a folding table covered with protest flyers. What did the regulators do? Nothing. Across the street, a small group argued that Meisler's work was pioneering and that shutting him down would slow humanity's progress irreparably. We can't stop discovery just because something went wrong, a woman said, her voice steady but strained. If we start punishing scientists for unforeseen consequences, the next generation won't even dare to look at the stars. Police monitored the gatherings, recording attendance numbers, making notes on crowd sentiment, and relaying messages back to city administrators who tracked the impact of public anger on political momentum. Meanwhile, media outlets sent teams to report on the minutiae of daily recovery. Anchors narrated from sites where buildings had been reduced to skeletal frames. Firefighters were filmed removing rubble, their muscles straining, soot covering faces. Schoolchildren were shown being escorted to temporary shelters. Every segment contained interviews with citizens who had lost family members, neighbors, or livelihoods, their voices trembling, sometimes breaking into tears. Journalists described the sequence of failures: streets that no longer connected neighborhoods, water mains erupting like geysers, and electrical grids that could not withstand the sudden, uncontainable pressures unleashed by the experiment. Viewers absorbed every detail, repeating hashtags online, discussing every image, every video, and every anecdote. Even before the trial commenced, the courtroom itself became a symbol. The building was swarmed with reporters, photographers, and security personnel. Media vans lined adjacent streets, satellite dishes pivoting to capture every movement inside. Citizens arrived early, some to catch a glimpse of the physicist, others to protest, holding banners and chanting in rhythm. Law enforcement coordinated crowd flow, ensuring access points remained open while maintaining order amid the rising tide of tension. Inside, decorators and administrative staff prepared spaces for jury deliberation, seating arrangements and media access, the hum of printers and the clatter of keyboards filling the hallways. Every detail was recorded, documented, and broadcast, amplifying the sense of anticipation and dread that permeated the air. The jury pool continued to be scrutinized day after day. Each individual's history, education, and personal connection to the disaster were dissected. Prospective jurors were asked to reflect on whether they could separate the magnitude of human loss from the scientific principles at play. Could you consider the work itself apart from the destruction? One attorney asked repeatedly, pacing the room. Candidates hesitated, their hands tightening on chair arms, eyes darting toward the door. Some faltered, unable to reconcile the potential for advancement with the tangible cost of the city's obliteration. Others remained stoic, nodding slowly, carefully balancing the abstract significance of Meisler's work against the visceral imagery of streets torn apart. Notes were taken meticulously, lawyers comparing reactions and debating which jurors could be fair, which carried unmanageable bias, and which might sway the eventual verdict. By the time the jury was nearly finalized, the atmosphere outside and within the court had become suffocating. News coverage continued around the clock. Citizens spoke in urgent tones about accountability and justice, and political factions were deeply entrenched in messaging campaigns. Every day without a verdict heightened tensions, and every public statement, protest, or news report added another layer of pressure. Even those who had no direct connection to the disaster could feel the weight of expectation, the silent demand for answers, for responsibility, and for some resolution to the chaos that had been unleashed. Through it all, Gerald Meisler remained a subject of fascination, debate, and vilification. His name appeared in every broadcast, in every article, and in every conversation about the disaster. Citizens, politicians, and journalists alike attempted to understand not only what had happened, but why, seeking to place blame, assign responsibility, and make sense of a calamity that seemed to exceed ordinary human comprehension. Yet, in the midst of public outcry and political pressure, the jury selection, the media frenzy, and the waves of citizen indignation, the first steps toward the trial of the century were being laid, each day meticulously preparing the stage for the proceedings that would ultimately decide his fate. The defense did not begin with spectacle. There was no dramatic pacing, no raised voice meant to seize the room. Instead, it unfolded methodically, almost deliberately restrained, as if the lawyers understood that excess would only harden the resistance already present in the courtroom. The destruction outside these walls was still too fresh. No one needed to be reminded of it. From the outset, the defense framed the case around a single axis: intent. Not outcome. Not consequence. Intent. They acknowledged the scale of the catastrophe without hesitation. Entire districts erased. Infrastructure rendered unusable. Emergency systems collapsing in sequence. They did not argue those facts, because to do so would have been pointless. The city's absence was evidence enough. What they challenged was the idea that the physicist had acted with disregard. They presented him as a man shaped by decades of controlled work, incremental progress, and institutional oversight. A scientist whose career had been defined by caution as much as curiosity. The defense laid out his history piece by piece, not as a resume, but as a pattern. Every prior project, every approval process, every instance where he had halted experiment when projections strayed too far from tolerances. "This is not a man who rushes," one of the attorneys said quietly during an early session. "This is a man who waits." The physicist himself remained largely still throughout these proceedings. He listened. He took notes. Occasionally, he leaned toward his attorneys to clarify a technical phrasing, then returned to his neutral posture. His expression did not shift when the prosecution replayed footage of collapsed streets or projected casualty estimates onto courtroom screens. Not because he was unmoved, but because he had already seen them. Over and over. In isolation. Without the buffer of public outrage. When it came time for him to speak, the defense did not rush him to the stand. They spent days building context first. They explained the environment in which the experiment had been conceived, a world pressing against physical limits it barely understood. Communication delays measured in minutes becoming fatal margins. Navigation errors compounding across distances where correction came too late to matter. Only then did they call him forward. He did not embellish his credentials. He stated them plainly, then deferred back to the questions. His voice was steady, not rehearsed, not theatrical. He spoke the way he always had, as though explaining to a room of colleagues who simply lacked the same background. He described quantum signal compression not as a breakthrough, but as a response. A solution proposed because existing methods were no longer sufficient. He explained how information, when forced through conventional channels, degraded or arrived too late to be useful. He talked about density, structure, and limits, grounding each concept in physical behavior rather than abstraction. The system was designed to resist instability, he said at one point, hands resting on the stand. Not to provoke it. He explained the signal horizon carefully, taking time to correct misunderstandings when they arose. He did not describe it as a barrier or a threshold meant to be crossed recklessly. He framed it as a boundary condition, something that could be approached, measured, and contained under the right circumstances. The defense emphasized that no experiment of this nature could be fully simulated. Models failed to account for emergent behavior once physical constraints were involved. At a certain point, theory required contact with reality. The physicist did not deny this risk. He acknowledged it openly. Yes, he said when asked directly. There were variables we could not resolve in advance. The courtroom shifted at that admission. The prosecution seized on it immediately, pressing him on why those variables had not stopped the experiment entirely. Because uncertainty does not disappear when ignored, he replied. It accumulates. That answer echoed far beyond the courtroom. It appeared in headlines, in editorials, dissected and reframed, depending on the speaker's position. Some called it arrogance. Others called it honesty. Inside the courtroom, the defense returned again and again to preparation. They described the safeguards in narrative form, not as lists. How teams rotated through reviews. How independent oversight committees flagged issues and demanded revisions. How entire test cycles had been scrapped when stability margins dipped too low. This was not recklessness, they argued. This was the opposite. When the prosecution introduced testimony from survivors and emergency responders, the defense did not object. They allowed the weight of those stories to fill the room. The physicist listened without interruption, as accounts of loss were delivered in blunt, uneven voices. He did not look away. Later, when asked to respond, he did not attempt justification. I acknowledge what was lost, he said. Completely. He did not frame the catastrophe as a necessary sacrifice. He did not claim inevitability. Instead, he described it as an outcome that emerged from interacting systems behaving in ways no one had yet observed outside controlled theory. The defense highlighted that he had not attempted to flee responsibility. He had cooperated from the moment containment failed. He had surrendered his access, his notes, his systems without resistance. His research had been seized not by force, but by compliance. They framed this not as self-preservation, but as consistency. Throughout the proceedings, the public narrative remained volatile. Some commentators fixated on his calm demeanor, interpreting it as detachment. Others pointed out that emotional displays were often read as manipulation. He could not win that perception battle, and the defense knew it. Inside the courtroom, the judge maintained strict control, limiting grandstanding from either side. The focus remained narrow, whether intent and preparation mitigated responsibility. When the physicist spoke of applications, he did so with deliberate restraint, carefully framing each possibility so that it could be traced back to experimental data and theoretical modeling. He explained that communication without delay did not rely on sending signals faster than light, but on pre-resolved quantum states whose outcomes could be projected, once the system crossed a controlled signal horizon. By manipulating these states, information could be reconstructed at a distant location instantaneously, without violating causality as understood in classical physics. Navigation without drift, he continued, emerged from the same principle. By keeping a vessel's informational state decoupled from conventional spacetime during transit, the crew would experience no time dilation because their frame of reference existed temporarily outside the normal flow of time. Coordination across vast distances followed naturally from this framework, since position, timing, and state could be reconstructed from identical quantum descriptors instead of transmitted sequentially. These were not fantasies, he said, voice calm and measured. They were projections grounded in verified behavior. We observed stable compression ratios. We measured reproducible state reconstruction. The math held, the simulations held, and the early physical trials behaved exactly as predicted, right up until the boundary conditions exceeded what any model had yet resolved. The prosecution challenged this, pointing to the devastation as proof that theory had outpaced judgment. The defense countered by emphasizing that judgment had been exercised continuously, but within a landscape that no longer allowed absolute certainty. Meisler was called to speak by his lawyer, and he leaned forward, hands resting lightly on the edge of the witness stand. "Every experiment I conducted," he began, voice steady but carrying the weight of someone who had lived through extremes, "was designed with multiple redundancies, fail-safes, and emergency protocols. At every step, I calculated the potential outcomes, the energy thresholds, the points of failure. In my experience, the worst that should have occurred was mechanical breakdown. Equipment damage. Possibly a fire. Nothing like this, nothing that reached beyond the lab into the city." He paused, letting the words settle, then continued. "I understood the mathematics, the physics, the theoretical risks. I understood that at extreme levels, uncertainty increased. But I also believed that careful design, real-time monitoring, and controlled feedback would contain any anomaly. At no point did I imagine that the system could propagate effects that tore apart infrastructure, twisted buildings, or unmade entire city blocks." Meisler's eyes swept across the courtroom, meeting the gaze of jury members and prosecutors alike. "I devoted decades to pushing the boundaries of knowledge, but I did so with full awareness of danger. Yet all of my calculations, all of my simulations, all of my prior trials suggested that containment was possible. I was preparing for equipment failure, for localized disruption inside the laboratory. I was never preparing for an event that exceeded every physical limit known to science. What happened was not a failure of judgment. It was a failure of the universe to behave according to expectations derived from known physics." By the end of this section of the trial, the courtroom was no closer to consensus. The defense had succeeded in one critical respect: they had complicated the narrative. The physicist was no longer a single-dimensional figure. He was neither villain nor martyr. He was something more difficult to categorize. He was a man who had pushed his understanding as far as it could go, following theory and evidence step by step, until there was nowhere left to stand, but at the very edge of what was known. He had believed, sincerely and without shortcuts, that careful preparation, layered safeguards, and disciplined control could contain uncertainty long enough to make progress possible. Now he stood trapped between what he had intended and what had occurred, caught in a space where explanation could describe the path that led here, but could never undo the distance between cause and consequence. After weeks of testimony, arguments, and mounting public pressure, the courtroom held its breath as the jury filed back. Gerald Meisler sat straight-backed, hands resting lightly on his knees, eyes scanning the faces of the jurors. Each step they took across the polished wooden floor echoed, resonating in the hushed room. Murmurs from the spectators died as the foreperson rose, clearing her throat before speaking in measured tones. "We, the jury, find the defendant, Gerald Meisler, guilty of criminal negligence," she announced. The words fell like stones into the tense silence. A few gasps rose from the gallery, while others nodded, as if vindicated by the decision. Meisler's expression remained unreadable. The calm mask he wore for decades of experiment and observation, now protecting him against the swell of emotion that threatened to surface. The judge leaned forward from the bench, his robe brushing against the desk, his eyes fixed on Meisler with a mixture of gravity and procedural solemnity. "Mr. Meisler," he said, voice firm, "you have been found guilty of criminal negligence in the conduct of your experiments, which resulted in the catastrophic destruction of a city and the loss of thousands of lives. Considering the unprecedented nature of your work and the extensive consequences thereof, this court sentences you to 37 years in high-security detention, with the possibility of review after 25 years contingent upon demonstrated rehabilitation and compliance with containment protocols." A low murmur ran through the courtroom. Some observers nodded in approval, convinced justice had been served. Others pressed their palms to their faces, shaking their heads, incredulous that a man whose intellect had reached toward the very edge of human understanding could be treated as a criminal rather than a visionary. Outside the courtroom, reporters were already preparing their statements for live broadcasts. "Genius or reckless? Physicist convicted in catastrophic experiment," one headline would read. 37 years for a man who reached beyond time, another questioned. Meisler listened without comment, though inside he catalogued the procedure, the precise arrangement of the courtroom, the timing of each step in the announcement, the faint vibration from the HVAC system beneath the floor, and the subtle shift of temperature caused by the gathered bodies. Every sensory detail registered, not for fear, but because his mind remained as analytical as ever, even under judgment. Alongside the sentencing, the court issued a ruling concerning the containment of his research. An official read aloud the provisions. "All experiments, apparatus, data, and related documentation from the Meisler Quantum Research Program are hereby seized and placed under strict governmental control. Access shall be limited to authorized personnel, approved by the Department of Advanced Scientific Oversight. All physical and digital records will be stored in isolated, fortified facilities with multi-tiered security protocols. No experiment or device may be replicated or employed outside controlled conditions without express court and federal authorization." A lawyer from the defense leaned closer to Meisler, whispering urgently but quietly enough for him alone. "They are treating it as a weaponized asset now, Gerald. Every piece of your work will be locked away, monitored and analyzed. They won't allow it to see light outside of strict control." Meisler nodded faintly, his eyes tracing the outlines of the courtroom, noting the placement of security personnel, the position of clerks with stacks of sealed documents, and the motion of court officers filing away the records. "I understand," he replied quietly, voice level, almost clinical. "It is what must be done. The mathematics, the principles, they remain valid. But left unchecked, no system can guarantee containment against a failure of this magnitude." A representative from the Federal Oversight Office approached the bench, reading aloud the logistical protocols. "All chambers and laboratories used in Meisler's experiments will be decommissioned. Active devices will be dismantled or isolated. Data servers storing experimental logs will be secured in vaults with redundancies spanning 3 separate sites. Physical schematics, computational models, and supporting documentation will be restricted, with access granted only via dual authorization and under continuous surveillance. Violation of these protocols will result in immediate seizure and legal prosecution. The gallery buzzed with whispers. Some visitors questioned whether this was scientific censorship. Others applauded the preventative measures. One voice, clearly a reporter, murmured to a colleague, "They're locking down decades of research, effectively erasing any chance of replication." But what happens if someone outside the law tries to recreate it? Meisler caught the concern in the tone, but did not respond. He remained seated, noting the verbal cadence, the pauses between words, the emotional weight behind each statement. His thoughts returned briefly to the experiments themselves, the careful calibration of lattices, the redundancy of coils, the thousands of hours spent modeling the quantum horizons and signal compression dynamics. All of it, he realized, now inaccessible under lock and key. Yet even in confinement, the logic, the structure, and the science remained as clear to him as ever. When the judge finally called for the formal removal, Meisler rose. He walked down the aisle toward the exit, escorting officers flanking him, each step precise and measured. The courtroom seemed to expand and contract around him with every footfall, the sounds of whispered conversations and clicking cameras creating a living record of tension and observation. He noted the gaze of journalists, the subtle shift of body language from the spectators, and the subdued tension of legal staff ensuring protocol was followed. As they passed the public seating, Meisler heard fragments of conversation. 37 years, that's insane for an accident. Accident or not, someone had to be held responsible. Another voice, trembling with emotion, added, "It's like punishing the future for exploring knowledge we barely understand." Each statement he cataloged not for judgment, but as part of the human data surrounding the trial. Each represented the societal interpretation of his work, fear, admiration, misunderstanding, and outrage, all intertwined. Outside the courthouse, media crews crowded the steps, microphones extended, cameras focused. A reporter shouted, "Mr. Meisler, do you have any comment on your sentence?" "On the containment of your research." Meisler raised his eyes, momentarily meeting the lens of a camera, his voice steady as he replied, "The measures taken are necessary. The work is too volatile to allow unfettered replication. Science advances, but with responsibility comes restraint. This is the only way to ensure safety while preserving the principles behind the research." An aide stepped closer to whisper instructions to the escorting officers, guiding Meisler into the transport vehicle. As the doors closed, he felt the weight of the finality of both his personal freedom and the inaccessibility of decades of work. The hum of the engine, the vibration of the tires over pavement, and the scent of diesel filled his senses, yet his mind remained focused, cataloging possibilities even within confinement. Inside the secure vehicle, he was seated alone, hands resting on his knees, observing the dashboard lights, the pattern of shadows cast by passing streetlights, and the precise way the seatbelt tensioned as the vehicle accelerated. The conversation over radio between the officers was clipped and procedural, all systems operational. Route confirmed. ETA to high-security facility, 32 minutes. Meisler absorbed it, every syllable, every interval, mentally logging timings as if they were experimental measurements. Even as the city passed beyond the window, the destruction still visible in the fractured skyline and active firefighting operations, Meisler felt a paradoxical clarity. The laboratory, now under federal control, would continue to exist in some form, but every experiment, every equation, every quantum horizon would be inaccessible to him. The human cost had been accounted for, justice delivered, and the world's safeguards were in place. And yet the science, the logic, the calculations, the potential for instantaneous communication and navigation remained intact within his mind. He allowed himself a brief reflection. They cannot unlearn what I have seen. They cannot unsee the data encoded in the fabric of information, or what occurs when compressed signals reach critical density. They can lock the apparatus, seal the logs, restrict the algorithms, but the principles endure. His voice, low and almost private, carried the sense of a man whose intellect had survived catastrophe even as his freedom had not. The transport neared the facility, and Meisler could see the high walls, the observation towers, and the layers of security protocols awaiting him. He remained calm, the procedural aspects of his escort providing a rhythm to focus on, much as he would have followed protocols in his laboratory. Every vehicle movement, every click of locking mechanisms, every instruction given by the guards was absorbed, catalogued, and understood with perfect clarity. By the time he entered the secure processing area, every document, every piece of data from his research had been inventoried, sealed, and assigned to secure storage. Officials reviewed the documentation in real time, verifying seals, noting temperature controls, access logs, and environmental monitoring. Meisler watched, detached but aware, recognizing the patterns and anticipating the procedural steps. In a sense, it was not unlike supervising an experiment, except this one measured human control, not quantum matter. As the processing completed and he was escorted into his cell block, Meisler allowed a single thought to linger. The science had survived, but society had imposed its boundary around it. The trial, the verdict, and the containment had delivered justice according to human standards, but the knowledge itself, the principles, the potentials, the dangers, remained a part of him. Every calculation he had made, every prediction, and every observation from his experiments lingered in his mind, untouched, precise, and eternal, awaiting a time when understanding, rather than fear, might dictate the future. Prison life was relentless in its sameness. The corridor lights hummed at scheduled intervals, their fluorescent flicker a metronome of control. Meisler moved along the hallways, noting the angles of surveillance cameras, the pattern of guards' footsteps, the way the intercoms carried announcements. Every sound, every vibration, every irregularity became data. Morning count, the guard barked, voice harsh. Move along. Meisler complied, but he noted that the automated doors hesitated for a fraction longer than the system specifications allowed. Not enough for anyone else to notice, but enough for him to log mentally. Everything okay over there? A fellow inmate asked as he passed, eyeing the physicist with casual curiosity. The question came quietly, almost conversationally, but carried the weight of someone used to watching others closely. The inmate's eyes lingered for a moment, taking in posture, hands, and the subtle movements of the physicist. His tone remained neutral, lacking judgment, only interest in what might be unusual or noteworthy in the silent, controlled way the physicist responded. Yes, Meisler said quietly, his voice calm, neutral. Everything operates within the expected parameters, but in truth, he was already calculating. That slight delay, that imperceptible pause, was the sort of thing that would never have been in the logs of an experiment, but it felt mathematically familiar. The first anomaly that caught his attention was subtle. A static burst on the guards' handheld radios, precisely every 37 seconds. Guards grumbled about old equipment acting up, while Meisler watched the repeating pattern like a hawk. The timing was too exact to be random. He whispered to himself, 52 iterations, all identical in phase. That cannot be coincidence. The realization came slowly, a creeping awareness that even in this controlled, shielded environment, information was not constrained to expected behavior. In the cafeteria, the noise of conversation and metal trays clanging provided cover. Meisler sat with his hands folded, notebook hidden under a jacket, mentally mapping the frequency and amplitude of radio bursts. "Check your units," he muttered under his breath, as if speaking to someone else could somehow recalibrate reality. Every 37 seconds. Every time the signal repeats, it's slightly stronger near the reinforced walls. A guard glanced in his direction, frowning. "Quiet over there," he barked. Meisler returned a neutral glance and continued his calculations. By the second week, he began cataloging every irregularity. Security cameras would freeze for a split second, frames held longer than they should, then resume. He timed them meticulously, noting the exact second when the feed returned. The staff assumed cameras were glitching. Other inmates barely looked up. But to Meisler, the pauses were signatures. Echoes of quantum feedback. He remembered the laboratory logs, the ones showing subtle oscillations in compressed qubit lattices before failures, before horizons formed. These were remarkably similar, scaled down and filtered through a prison's electronics. "Sir," a guard muttered one afternoon, hesitant, his voice low and cautious. "The intercom crackles, something weird in Block D. I don't know what it is." He glanced around nervously, lowering his gaze to avoid drawing attention from other staff passing the hall. "I've checked the wiring, sir, checked the schedule feeds. Nothing's loose, nothing's broken. It's just this." His hands fidgeted with the edge of his uniform, betraying the unease he tried to mask. Meisler approached the panel quietly, eyes scanning the control board, fingers hovering over the switches without touching them. "Define weird," he asked, voice measured, calm, controlled, carrying that same even cadence that made guards pause. "Give me specifics, timing, duration, any patterns you noticed. Exact words if you can remember them." He crouched slightly, bringing his gaze closer to the blinking indicators, not yet pressing any controls. "It just repeats," the guard said, scratching the back of his neck. "Words from the morning announcement overlap with the noon schedule. Happens for a second or two, then stops. Sometimes I hear fragments like someone speaking in a slightly different tone, faster, slower, and it feels off, like it's out of sync." He hesitated, then added quietly, almost to himself, "I don't know if it's the wiring or the old system, or I just don't know." Meisler crouched, examining the wiring schematics taped to the wall. Every 0.43 seconds within the repetition, yes. He scribbled numbers in his notebook. That is exactly the interval predicted by the signal compression model. These are feedback echoes, not failures. Controlled oscillations. The guard blinked, his eyes wide as if Meisler's calm assessment contradicted everything he had just experienced. "Controlled. It's breaking our system," he said, his voice rising slightly with frustration. "Every indicator I've checked, every loop, every feed, things flicker, overlap, misalign. I can't hold it steady. I don't understand how any of this could be controlled. We've followed every procedure, sir, and it's still—" He paused, running a hand through his hair. "I don't even know what to call it anymore." "No," Meisler said softly, leaning closer to the console, his tone steady and deliberate. "It's behaving exactly as physics allows it to." He gestured to the flickering lights and overlapping signals, fingers moving in small motions as if tracing invisible lines in the air. "What you call breaking is simply an emergent property of the system, under constraints it was never meant to encounter. Our definitions are what fail here. We are trying to interpret phenomena through concepts that cannot contain them." He looked at the guard, letting the words settle. "It's not the system failing. It's our expectations that are insufficient." He spent nights alone in the cell, running thought experiments. Using the facility's isolation as a boundary condition, he mapped the timing of static bursts, micro-pauses in automated doors, even the frequency of distant electrical hums. All anomalies were concentrated around areas of reinforced shielding, areas of concrete thick enough to suppress standard radio frequencies. Every signal, every deviation from expectation, fit a pattern he had not anticipated outside of laboratory conditions. In one particularly long night, Meisler crouched by the small cell window, watching the dim courtyard lights flicker. He traced mental diagrams of electromagnetic waves, imagined the interference patterns bouncing off the reinforced walls. Closed systems produce feedback, he whispered, almost as if to himself. And isolated systems amplify it. The mathematics aligns. A fellow inmate seated across the room watched him, curious but cautious. "You talking to yourself again?" he asked. "Not speaking," Meisler replied. "Calculating. Observing patterns others cannot see." He paused, tracing invisible graphs in the air with his finger. "You see, what most perceive as noise is information, structured, consistent, and entirely measurable." The inmate shook his head, lips curling into a mean grin. "You're nuts," he said, letting out a short, ugly laugh. "Effing nuts. Look at you, staring at walls like they're talking back. You really think you're smarter than everyone in here." He leaned closer, voice dropping, slow and deliberate. "You keep smirking like that, and you're gonna learn something real fast." "Meisler's gonna be my bitch," he said, savoring the words. "Not the other way around. You're gonna be my bitch. All that brain power, all that thinking, and you still don't see what's right in front of you." He straightened, shaking his head again. "Crazy son of a bitch doesn't even know when to shut up." "You might think you have a chance," Meisler said, voice soft and precise, almost serene. "But even in your wildest dreams, the idea of you having any control, any influence, is laughable. You're far too stupid to even understand the rules. Mark my words, you're going to be someone's bitch." Weeks passed, each anomaly mapped, measured, and logged in Meisler's mind. He noticed the delay in the evening announcement, the subtle beat of electricity along the hallway conduits, the brief flickers in the camera feeds during the 2:00 a.m. security sweep. He treated each as data points in a vast experiment, cataloging intensity, phase, and repetition intervals. One afternoon, a technician from the prison maintenance team knocked at his door, holding a clipboard. "We're tracking the hum in Block C. Power system's fine. We can't figure it out." "Show me the logs," Meisler said, rising slowly. His eyes scanned the printed tables of voltage and current, noting inconsistencies in timing, phase shifts, and harmonic distortions. "These are not random," he said, pointing at repeated anomalies. "They correspond to interference patterns caused by dense informational states. Your systems are too crude to handle these echoes, but they exist." The technician frowned. "Dense what now?" "Information," Meisler said patiently. "When a system is isolated and signals of sufficient complexity are introduced, feedback manifests as precisely what you see. Your power lines, intercoms, cameras, they are channels for these echoes." He gestured to the ceiling, the walls, the floor. "This is not failure. It is proof that closed systems preserve structure even in constraint." The technician stared, unsure how to respond. "So it's dangerous." "Potentially," Meisler admitted. "But more likely enlightening. We observe without interference. We document." By the end of the month, Meisler had mapped nearly every recurring anomaly in the facility. He could predict when a static burst would occur, where a camera would pause, and even how a low-frequency hum would shift based on door cycles or elevator movements. The patterns aligned with nothing random, nothing coincidental. They mirrored experiments from his lab that had approached, but never reached, catastrophic thresholds. One evening, While tracing the subtle electromagnetic variations near the infirmary, he spoke aloud, a habit he had begun to maintain. If these patterns persist without external input, then what we observe is a closed-system echo of prior informational states. Evidence that even constrained, information propagates, echoes, and persists in ways classical observation fails to detect. He paused, listening to the distant clanging of the night guard's keys. No one else will see this. They cannot. But it is real. And it is measurable. His cellmate, a young man who had been silent for weeks, finally spoke. You really think your math is alive? Meisler looked up sharply, eyes glinting. Not alive. Ordered. Structured. Predictable when observed correctly. You call it chaos, I call it an echo of reality. The cellmate laughed nervously. And the guards? They'd lock you up if they caught you messing with wires. Nothing is being touched, Meisler said calmly. Observation does not equal interference. We watch. We learn. Patterns emerge. In these hours of isolation, the physicist's mind expanded outward. Every anomaly became a small window into behavior he could no longer test in the lab. Every signal, static burst, or camera pause reinforced what he had long suspected. His work did not end when the city was destroyed. It had left traces, subtle and hidden, waiting to be understood. And now, confined in a prison, stripped of equipment and freedom, Meisler realized he might be closer to observing these phenomena in their purest form than ever before. At first, Meisler told himself it was nothing. Noise. A glitch. Old infrastructure finally failing under strain. Prison had a way of twisting perception, of turning the mundane into patterns that seemed deliberate. He tried ignoring it. Days passed. The intercom would crackle at exact intervals, repeating phrases from morning announcements during the evening schedule. Radios in the guards, hands hissed with bursts of static that arrived in intervals too precise to be random. Lights flickered across corridors in patterns that didn't match wiring diagrams or maintenance logs. Even the cameras froze momentarily, just fractions of a second, enough to feel deliberate, enough to make continuity impossible. This isn't right, Meisler muttered, tapping a finger against the cold metal railing of the common area. His eyes traced the pattern of flickering light overhead, catching inconsistencies he knew weren't ordinary malfunctions. Every few seconds, the glow would dim in a way that didn't match the wiring he had seen on schematics, then pulse back to normal, almost rhythmically. He frowned, adjusting his stance, trying to measure the subtle pattern with his mind while keeping an air of casual observation, as if he were only noting the ceiling like any other prisoner might. A fellow inmate noticed and leaned against the railing beside him, squinting up. "You still staring at the ceiling, Einstein?" he said, smirking, a mix of amusement and mockery in his tone. "That light's just broken, relax." "Happens all the time." Meisler didn't look at him immediately, his focus still on the irregular pulses above. The man's voice cut through the quiet hum of the common area, and Meisler finally glanced sideways. "Broken," he repeated softly, testing the word. "Or simply behaving differently than expected." The inmate shrugged, laughing low. "Call it what you want, buddy. Either way, it ain't your problem." "Broken?" Meisler asked softly, almost to himself. "Broken repeats nothing. Broken drifts. Broken doesn't talk back." He traced the rhythm in his head, plotting each flicker, each pulse, each crackle. It formed a sequence. The intervals were small but consistent. Each anomaly seemed to influence the next, a whisper of communication where none should exist. He began to catalog the anomalies mentally. Times, locations, frequency bands. Certain areas of the facility seemed more affected. Blocks reinforced with deep concrete, corridors near the old generator banks, sections with the thickest shielding against external interference. The patterns clustered around certain hours, almost as if the prison's own schedule were interacting with something outside itself. Bedrock beneath the facility kept vibrations and signals contained, turning the whole place into a kind of closed system. And closed systems, he knew, were easier to analyze, easier to notice when feedback emerged. "What the hell are you scribbling over there?" another inmate asked, peering over the edge of his bunk. His eyes narrowed at the pages spread across the table, filled with tightly drawn lines, tiny annotations, and curves that twisted in patterns most prisoners would never bother to notice. "Graphs of what the pipes," he added, smirking, tapping a finger against the edge of the table. "Or maybe blueprints for a little breakout, huh? Planning tunnels or something." Meisler didn't look up, his pencil moving steadily across the page as if the act itself grounded him. "Patterns," he said calmly, voice even measured, almost serene. "Feedback loops. Delays. Signals echoing through the wiring." His eyes remained on the charts, tracing the lines with his finger, mapping invisible movements only he could perceive. "You wouldn't understand," he added, not with arrogance but with quiet certainty, aware that the subtle interplays he tracked were far beyond the crude assumptions of anyone else in the room. The man snorted. "Yeah, right. You're seeing ghosts in the wires, buddy. You always were nuts." "Perhaps," Meisler said, voice soft, almost serene, "or perhaps the world is more orderly than we allow ourselves to admit. These signals follow laws, I know. They obey sequences, not chance. And these sequences, they speak." He allowed a faint, almost imperceptible smile to cross his face. "You, on the other hand, too dumb to have a clue. You think you see control, but all you see is reflection. Reflection of what I already know." The other inmate laughed, loud and ugly, the sound meant to draw attention. "Yeah. Reflections," he sneered. "Keep telling yourself that. One of these days you'll figure out how this place really works, and when you do, you'll be answering to me." Meisler's expression didn't change, but something sharpened behind his eyes. "That's the mistake everyone makes," he said, voice low, almost conversational. "You assume hierarchy is enforced by noise and threat." He leaned back slightly, unbothered. "Control comes from timing, from knowing when something will break before it does." His gaze finally lifted, settling on the man without interest. "You don't even know what you'd be holding, let alone how to use it." The moment passed, the inmate laughing and shaking his head as he wandered off, muttering curses. But Meisler's attention returned immediately to the anomalies. They persisted, changing phase, drifting, and overlapping in ways that suggested interaction rather than decay. The signals were not random. They were deliberate, or at least the product of deliberate constraints. They hinted at something active, something that responded. He considered the most terrifying possibility. Someone else might be probing the same frontiers. Not duplicating his exact experiments, those were sealed, but exploring adjacent territory. Quantum signal compression, the limits of causality, high-density information systems. These areas, once academic curiosities, had become public knowledge following the catastrophe and the trial. Interest was inevitable. Even without full understanding, others could push the same thresholds, producing measurable feedback that reached even here. Enough to leave fingerprints. Enough to whisper in the right conditions. He drew diagrams in his mind, visualizing the prison as a giant sensor. Each corridor, each reinforced block, each electrical junction became part of a lattice. Signals that would normally dissipate in open space were reflected, reinforced, amplified. The anomalies he observed were local consequences of global activity, or something like it. The prison itself, meant to isolate and suppress, had become a perfect observation platform. "See that?" he whispered one night, speaking to the empty cell, tracing imaginary lines between the flickers in the intercom and the bursts in the radios. "Patterns are overlapping. Feedback. And it isn't mine anymore. Not just mine. Someone else's work is intersecting. And I can measure it." A guard passed by, glancing at him with suspicion. "Still mumbling to the walls, Meisler," he said. "Better not be plotting anything. You hear me?" He slowed his step, eyes narrowing as if daring a reaction, then added, "Because I'm watching you, and I don't miss much," lingering a moment longer before moving on, his gaze still hooked on Meisler like he expected the walls themselves to confess. Meisler smiled faintly, eyes never leaving the sequences he was mapping mentally. "Nothing is plotted," he replied softly. "Only observed. Observation is the truth." Each day the patterns grew more insistent. They were subtle, almost teasing. A momentary stutter in the hallway lighting, a repeated flicker on a camera in Block D, overlapping with a burst of static on the intercom. Meisler catalogued each occurrence meticulously, calculating intervals, plotting phase shifts, noting amplitude variations. He could predict the next flicker almost to the millisecond, though it never happened in exactly the same way twice. The repetition suggested rules, not chaos. At times, he shared observations with the few inmates who showed curiosity. "You notice that the intercom repeats at certain times?" he asked. "Notice the pattern between the noon announcement and the evening routine." "What you mean that crackle thing?" one asked, barely looking up from the console. He waved a hand dismissively toward the sparking panel. "Yeah, it happens. It's been doing that since Tuesday, but I don't care. It's just some frayed insulation or a few broken wires, that's all. If the whole board isn't glowing red, it's not my problem. Just kick the casing if the noise gets too loud. That usually settles the arcs for an hour or two." "Broken wires obey rules too," Meisler said, watching the way the man's brow furrowed. "Even chaos is constrained. Even randomness has structure. You just can't see it." By the third week, the anomalies were impossible to ignore. They followed rhythms too precise, created interference too coherent, to be dismissed as coincidence. They overlapped. They resonated. They suggested multiple sources interacting across space and time. Meisler began to entertain a grim thought. If the disturbances were not originating inside the prison, then they were evidence of something unresolved, something active, ongoing. The boundaries he had crossed, the edges of quantum information density he had explored, might not have been erased by the trial, the lockdown, or his incarceration. The work had left a mark on the world, and that mark might now be speaking back to him. He spent hours tracing imaginary circuits along walls and floors, mapping the facility like a lattice of nodes and conduits. Every flicker, hiss, and stutter became a point of data. "If I chart the amplitudes, overlay the phases, I can predict the next occurrence," he murmured to no one, scribbling invisible diagrams in the air with a finger. "And if I'm correct, his voice trailed off, heavy with implication. The fear in him was tempered by fascination. Each anomaly was a puzzle, each flicker a cipher. The prison, designed to erase individuality, had inadvertently provided the perfect lens to observe the persistence of his work. Ideas, he realized, could not be imprisoned the way people could. The mathematics, the signals, the boundaries, they had a way of resurfacing, of asserting themselves even in isolation. Without the tools he had once relied on, Meisler was forced to improvise. His cell offered little more than concrete, a steel bed, and a small barred window. Yet in that austerity, he found a strange clarity. Bits of wire, fragments of electronic components, and the occasional discarded timing device became the raw material for his makeshift experiments. Each item, traded quietly from other inmates or scavenged from prison refuse, was examined meticulously before he allowed it to become part of his network. Nothing resembled a laboratory, but he did not need a proper lab to track signals, map delays, and measure resonance. He only needed observation, patience, and careful thought. He began by isolating timing. Meisler recorded the schedule of the prison, lights flicking on and off, meal deliveries, cell inspections, guard rotations. Each minute, each action was logged in his mind, cross-referenced with his improvised sensors. He would watch for deviations in the electromagnetic environment of the cell, tiny static bursts, flickers in the power of his contraptions, the subtle hum that ran through the wiring of the building. For days he ignored the irregularities, pretending they were coincidence. And for days they persisted. "What the hell are you measuring now?" an inmate asked one evening, leaning his shoulder against the cold steel door frame. He watched the flicker of the handheld meter with eyes that had seen too many long nights in the dark. His tone was equal parts curiosity and mockery. "You mapping the ghosts in the wires or what? Because let me tell you, those ain't spirits making that noise. It's just the building giving up on us. You're wasting your time trying to find a heartbeat in this junk heap. Unless that little box of yours can tune into a station that isn't static, you're just playing with a dead man's toy." Meisler did not immediately respond, continuing to adjust the positioning of a small coil he had fashioned from wire stripped from discarded electronics. "Not ghosts," he said finally, calm and deliberate. "Patterns, frequencies, echoes of energy that shouldn't be here. They are subtle but consistent." The inmate snorted, a sharp, dry sound that echoed off the concrete. "Consistent, huh? Sounds like you're losing your mind, pal. We're sitting in a cage that hasn't seen a consistent coat of paint since the 90s, and you're in here talking about patterns." He pushed off the door frame, stepping closer to peer at the readings with a jagged grin. "What's the end game? You plotting some breakout based on the hum of the transformer? Or are you just summoning the electric gods to come fry the locks? Because if you're looking for logic in the way this place breathes, you're already halfway to the psych ward." "I'm not plotting anything," Meisler said, his voice level almost clinical. "I'm observing, learning, understanding what the signals reveal about the structure they inhabit." The inmate laughed, a harsh nasal sound. "Structure, huh? Sure, buddy. You're gonna bend this place to your will. Mark my words, Meisler, you're gonna be my bitch one day." "Yeah, that's right. Meisler's gonna be my bitch." Meisler's lips curved into the faintest of smiles, cold and detached. "Perhaps," he said softly, "or perhaps you mistake the patterns. Understanding does not imply control. And intelligence, unlike brute persistence, is not swayed by shouting or threats. You would not survive the rhythm of these signals long enough to comprehend them. You could never command a bitch, even if it stood in front of you with instructions on paper." The inmate's grin faltered, the mockery bleeding out of his expression to be replaced by a dark, jagged scowl. He shifted his weight, the casual lean against the steel frame suddenly feeling less like a posture of power and more like a retreat. He leaned back into the shadows of the corridor, his eyes narrowing as he spat on the floor, muttering, "We'll see, buddy. We'll see. Everyone's got a rhythm until their neck is in a loop, and all that high-end mighty talk don't mean a lick when the lights finally go out for good." Meisler returned to his work, unfazed. He introduced small disturbances into the system. A brief electromagnetic pulse generated from a loop of wire wrapped around a contraband timer, or a simple switch toggled at precise intervals. He noted every response: the lag, the faint reverberation in the wiring, the echo that bounced back at an interval slightly longer than expected. The patterns were too precise to be random, yet the environment was too chaotic to allow them to propagate in classical ways. He whispered to himself as he worked. Phase shifts, coherence decay, residual echo, not strong enough to collapse, not yet. But visible. Each term was a mental placeholder for phenomena he could not fully measure, constrained as he was by makeshift equipment. Another inmate drifted to the edge of the cell block and stopped, studying Meisler with open suspicion. "You've been at that all week," he said, nodding toward the cardboard covered in tight markings. "Looks like numbers arguing with each other. What's the game here?" Meisler continued tracing a line with the blunt end of a pencil, his focus unbroken. "Not a game," he replied evenly. "Responses. Timing mismatches. When systems talk to themselves long enough, they leave signatures. Those signatures repeat." The inmate snorted, shaking his head. "You think all that chicken scratch means something? In here, the only thing that matters is who listens when you speak." He leaned closer, voice lowering. "People like you learn that eventually." Meisler finally looked up, his expression composed, almost curious. "Authority without comprehension is temporary," he said. "It collapses the moment it encounters something it can't predict. And systems, people included, always reveal who understands them and who merely applies pressure." The crude laughter faded as the inmate stepped away, shaking his head. Meisler returned to the fragile network of wires and coils. He was careful, precise, logging every microsecond deviation, every irregular pulse. The patterns revealed themselves incrementally, like a puzzle forming in slow motion. The core insight emerged over the following nights. The anomalies were not purely local. He ran experiments where a generated disturbance in one corner of the cell block caused measurable reverberations elsewhere. The magnitude was small, barely perceptible, but consistent. Not classical interference. Not wiring quirks. Quantum behavior, subtle and incomplete but unmistakable. He stopped short of pushing the disturbances further. A small miscalculation, a single amplified pulse, could escalate far beyond his means to control. The lesson of his previous work was clear. Small experiments had a way of growing exponentially. Catastrophe was not a theoretical risk. It was a procedural inevitability if feedback cascaded beyond expected boundaries. Meisler leaned back on his bunk, studying the cell in dim light. Shadows shifted under the flicker of overhead lamps, electronic hums and metal groans punctuating the quiet. He imagined the prison as a giant, dampened resonator, signals bouncing, reflecting, echoing with subtle interference. Timing was everything. Observation, patience, and restraint defined success. Late one night, a guard peered into the cell corridor. "Still fiddling with your crap, Meisler?" the man asked. "Better not be jacking with the wiring, or we'll have trouble." "I am merely recording," Meisler said evenly. "No interference. Only observation." The guard grunted and walked away, shaking his head. From the corner of his eye, Meisler noticed the guard's footsteps caused minute electromagnetic shifts, slight enough that no one else could detect them, but to him, measurable. Another data point quietly logged. Days became weeks. Each small experiment added confidence. Signals lingered longer than they should, echoing in predictable patterns. Every attempt to ignore them was futile. They persisted, defying classical explanations. He began mentally mapping their trajectories, predicting their decay rates, and calculating where reflections would reinforce or cancel. A game of shadows and echoes, played in near silence. And yet a gnawing certainty grew. Either remnants of his previous work were active, behaving beyond what the authorities believed contained, or someone, somewhere, was independently recreating conditions similar to his experiments. He could not know which was true, only that the fingerprints were present, subtle but unmistakable. He spoke quietly to himself as he worked, the words a method of testing coherence. Delay, resonance, phase inversion, cumulative overlap. This is not coincidence. Not noise. Not failure. Signals do not behave like this in inert systems. The cell became a laboratory, the wires and scraps an orchestra of phenomena barely restrained. He adjusted the timing of pulses, observed the slight change in amplitude, noted the delay in resolution. Each iteration confirmed the anomalies, subtle, quantum-like echoes, trapped in a lattice he could not see but could infer. Meisler's mind drifted to the implications. Prison could remove freedom, constrain movement, and strip resources, but it could not erase knowledge. Theoretical insight, careful observation, and patient experimentation remained tools that could not be taken. The world outside the cell was unaware, and the prison itself was blind to the phenomena he monitored, yet the truth persisted. Understanding had consequences. He whispered the final note of the evening, almost a warning to himself, almost a statement of fact. I am limited here. Yet the system responds. It listens, remembers, and reacts, as I once predicted. Control is impossible for some, but observation is sufficient to measure the boundary. Even confined, even stripped of resources, Meisler realized he still had power, the power of comprehension, and the awareness that even subtle quantum echoes could not be ignored. He closed his makeshift notebook, the wires coiled neatly beside him, and rested his eyes for a few hours before the next round of measurements, fully aware that the quiet experiments had only just begun. It began as a minor anomaly, barely noticeable amidst the constant hum of cosmic background radiation and the endless chatter of telemetry feeds. Deep space monitoring stations recorded the occasional tiny blip, a brief flicker of energy so faint that most operators assumed it was nothing more than solar interference or a quirk in the sensors. The first few reports were dismissed, filed away, and largely forgotten. Yet the blips returned. Day after day, they persisted. Each instance was fleeting, irregular, impossible to predict with certainty. When analysts looked closely, they saw faint patterns hidden within the noise, intervals that suggested intentionality without repeating outright. Even the most seasoned operators felt a creeping unease as the blips continued, subtle and insistent. The room was filled with the faint green glow of CRT displays and the occasional blink of LED status lights. Consoles hummed softly, their processors cycling through terabytes of incoming data, performing automated checks, cross-correlations, and timestamp verification. Data streams from Europe, Asia, and North America flowed into shared servers, where software sorted anomalies by frequency, phase shift, and amplitude. Engineers ran scripts that flagged even microsecond deviations, and still, the patterns persisted. Dr. Amira Chen tapped the edge of her console with a rhythmic, anxious click of her fingernail, her eyes darting across the flickering data overlay pulled from multiple deep space arrays. They're not aligning with solar activity, and I've already ruled out orbital interference or equipment noise, she said, gesturing to the jagged peaks on the primary monitor. Nothing in the logs, not from this decade or the last, matches the frequency or the timing of these bursts. It's consistent across the stations, hitting every receiver from here to the Lagrange points, but not perfectly so. There's a delay that shouldn't be there, a staggering of the signal that feels structured almost. Dr. Patel frowned over her shoulder, leaning in until his breath fogged the edge of the glass. He adjusted his glasses, squinting at the erratic pulses that seemed to defy standard wave mechanics. Structured. You're treading on dangerous ground with that word, Amira. You mean organized by design, or just a complex enough anomaly to trick us into thinking it is? Natural phenomena can be hauntingly repetitive without being sentient. Organized, Chen insisted, her voice dropping to a low, taut whisper that barely carried over the hum of the server fans. It shifts the moment we try to pin it down. Look at the delta here. It's as if the signal reacts to the observation itself. Each attempt to isolate the source or narrow the bandwidth produces a slightly different result, a subtle pivot in the modulation. I've checked the calibration 3 times, cross-referenced the feeds from the polar sensors, and it persists. It isn't a glitch in the hardware, it's a behavior in the broadcast. Patel leaned back, running a hand through his hair. So it's responding to us. That's impossible. A signal like this shouldn't change because we look at it. Chen shook her head, staring at the screen. I don't know why it does. But the waveform shows internal oscillations, subtle structures within the blips themselves. There's coherence here, even if we can't decode it. Something is happening. Across the room, Ortega muttered, maybe it's interference from the satellites themselves. Reflections, harmonics, whatever. Chen shook her head. We've checked that. Multiple arrays, different continents, independent systems. The underlying pattern is the same. The more we probe, the more it shifts, but the order is persistent. Patel exhaled sharply. So whatever it is, it exists in multiple places, behaves consistently, and changes when we try to understand it. What does that leave us with? Unknown physics. Chen did not answer immediately. She leaned closer to the console, overlaying feeds from Europe and Asia. Unknown physics or technology we don't recognize, she said finally. I can't explain it. None of our models account for behavior like this. Ortega crossed his arms, watching silently. You're saying it's intelligent then? Reacting. No, Chen said, voice firm. Not intelligent, not in any sense we can define. Reactive. Adaptive. Resistant to observation. Every measurement produces a subtle change. Every dataset reveals patterns that weren't apparent before. Patel rubbed his temples. So we have something that behaves like a system, but isn't part of any system we know. Great. That's useful. How? Chen's gaze was fixed on the waveforms. It's not about usefulness yet. It's about acknowledging that it's there. It exists. We can't ignore it. Whatever it is, it's persistent, precise, and beyond current classification. A senior technician, sitting slightly apart, spoke without looking up from his console. And it's spreading right across all arrays. Yes, Chen said. Different magnitudes, slight variations, but the structure persists. Nothing matches it. Not satellites, not stars, not any known cosmic event. Patel shook his head. I don't like it. We've triple-checked calibration, verified timing, even isolated equipment chains. And it still behaves this way. That's unprecedented. Chen nodded slowly. Unprecedented and persistent. I've logged every deviation, every subtle shift. Cross-verified with Europe, Japan, and North America. Every lab confirms it. The signal is coherent but resistant. The more you examine it, the more it evades complete understanding. Ortega leaned closer to Patel. So what, we just keep watching it? We document, Patel said, voice tight. We monitor. We do not speculate publicly. We verify, cross-check, and observe. That is all we can do until someone figures out what it is. Chen whispered almost to herself, tracing the faint oscillations across multiple screens. It's organized chaos, structured noise, precise yet mutable. Every observation reinforces its existence, and yet denies comprehension. It reacts but not consciously. Somehow it adapts. Patel glanced at her. Adaptation in a signal. That's a category error. Signals don't adapt. Not unless. Chen cut him off. I know. That's why it's alarming. I've never seen anything like it. Nothing in our physics, our models, or historical data behaves this way. Not natural, not artificial, something else entirely. And it persists. Hayes, the lead operations officer, finally spoke from the center of the room. All right. Let's not overreach in interpretation. Document everything. Every blip, every oscillation, every deviation. Cross-verify internationally. No conclusions until data dictates. But yes, whatever this is, it's real. And it isn't going away. The night wore on. Analysts hunched over screens, eyes adjusting to the faint glow. Waveforms flickered, tiny spikes appeared and vanished, patterns that seemed deliberate yet unreadable. Measurements produced small but consistent differences. Observation alone altered the signal's behavior. As additional observatories came online for synchronized monitoring, confirmation arrived in steady, unemotional bursts of data. Facilities in Chile reported the same faint oscillations, delayed only by propagation and local noise. A station in South Africa confirmed matching deviations in phase and amplitude. Each dataset differed slightly, shaped by distance, equipment, and timing, yet the underlying structure remained intact, stubbornly recognizable beneath the static. Technicians compared notes over secured channels, voices restrained but tense. Same interval drift here, one reported. Minimal but repeatable, another followed minutes later. We're seeing the same internal modulation. It's subtle, but it's there. No one claimed certainty. No one dismissed it anymore. Within days, internal memos replaced casual comments. Language grew cautious, stripped of speculation, heavy with qualifiers. The word anomaly appeared less often, replaced by terms like phenomenon and persistent signal of unknown origin. Requests for additional observation time were approved without argument. Priority access to high-resolution instruments was quietly granted. Outside the labs, the signal's presence was becoming a quiet obsession. Technicians began cataloging every microsecond deviation, every barely perceptible change in the blip's amplitude. Heat maps were generated, spectral decompositions performed, and statistical models tested. Entire nights were spent layering feeds atop one another, watching oscillatory patterns shift across time zones. The faint energy bursts revealed subtleties previously unconsidered, a rhythm within the randomness, a hidden tempo, a pulse that appeared almost conscious in its stubborn persistence. Late one evening, Chen stared at a long-duration composite, hours of data compressed into a shifting lattice of light. It's not random, she said softly, though no one had asked. Randomness doesn't hold shape like this. Patel studied the same image. Then what is it holding to? Chen did not respond. She marked another deviation, another minute adjustment appearing only when the resolution crossed a certain threshold. The signal did not vanish under scrutiny. It changed carefully, as if sliding sideways just beyond reach. The lab became a quiet theater of patient observation. Computers whirred, fans spun, and the faint hum of electrical current under fluorescent lights became a background percussion. Analysts rotated in shifts, eyes fatigued but alert, fingers tracing cursors across grids of data that refused definitive interpretation. No one slept more than 4 hours at a stretch. The signal demanded vigilance, even if no one fully understood why. By the end of the first week, the scientific community had reached one quiet consensus. This was no anomaly they could ignore. It was precise, structured, and persistent in a way that defied conventional explanation. Whatever it was, it existed, and it was impossible to classify. Outside the labs, cosmic background radiation continued its endless hum, satellite arrays traced their silent orbits, and the faint blips persisted, blinking across the void as though aware that they were being watched, ever so slightly, yet not entirely. The universe carried on, indifferent, while a tiny fraction of humanity stared at patterns that seemed almost alive, patterns that whispered a complexity just beyond reach, inviting yet forbidding understanding. As the anomaly persisted, the once subtle blips became more insistent, threading through the constant hum of cosmic background radiation with a clarity that was impossible to ignore. Observatories worldwide, previously dismissive of fleeting irregularities, found themselves drawn into a relentless pattern of observation, instruments tuned hour after hour to capture the faint oscillations that moved through the vacuum of space. Analysts worked with a quiet intensity, eyes fixed on phosphorescent displays that flickered like living grids, the soft hum of servers, and the rhythmic click of cooling fans providing a muted backdrop to the meticulous study of something that defied conventional classification. The signal, initially treated as a minor curiosity, had grown into an undeniable presence, one that seemed almost aware of the human attention it attracted, revealing a subtle, persistent order beneath its shifting surface. Dr. Amira Chen leaned close to her console, tracing the faint curves of a waveform that had shifted once more as the data overlay recalculated across multiple arrays. "It's not random," she said, her voice low, carrying just enough to reach Patel beside her. "Every observation produces a slightly different structure, yet there's an underlying coherence. It adapts somehow to our measurements. Nothing we know behaves this way." Patel ran a hand over his temples, pressing his fingers deep into the skin as he stepped back to study the overlaid feeds streaming in from Asia and Europe. The data streams were identical in their defiance of logic, glowing like neon scars across his vision. "You mean to tell me that a signal is changing its fundamental properties simply because we are looking at it? That is impossible. It violates every law of transmission we operate under. We have triple-checked every calibration in the array and verified every sensor chain from the ground up. Nothing in the known universe should behave like this. It does not fit the profile of a natural phenomenon, and it exceeds the capabilities of any artificial broadcast on record." Chen did not look up from the flickering glow of the monitors, her fingers poised over the keyboard as she spoke with a chilling level of certainty. "I've checked every feed coming in from the deep space network, and I have accounted for every manual adjustment made by the technicians on the ground," she said. "Each time we attempt to isolate the signal or lock onto a specific carrier wave, subtle shifts occur in the data. There are minute variations in phase, amplitude, and frequency that defy any standard interference patterns, yet the underlying structure persists despite our intrusion. This is not an error in the coding, and it is not a malfunction in the hardware. It is a behavior." Ortega, standing across the room, crossed his arms and studied the lattice of oscillations projected on a secondary monitor. "Then what does that leave us with? Some unknown physics? Or perhaps a form of technology we can't even imagine? Unknown physics, technology beyond our reach, or something else entirely," Chen said, almost to herself, her fingers tracing the faint peaks that pulsed across the screen. "It's adaptive, resistant, persistent. And the more we observe, the more it evades complete understanding. If Meisler were here, he'd see the patterns that we only sense, the relationships hidden beneath the shifts. Patel's jaw tightened, the muscles in his face locking as he stared at the cascading data points that refused to settle. He looked away from the monitors and toward the darkened corridor, his voice dropping to a sharp and uneasy edge. You think he could actually decipher it? I am talking about Meisler. He is the only one in this entire facility who might have the capacity to make sense of something this complex. He paced the small area of the lab, his boots clicking hard against the metal floor. Meisler sees the world in equations that the rest of us cannot even visualize. If this signal is truly responding to us, he is the only person with the specific kind of madness required to bridge the gap between our physics and whatever this thing is doing. We might be looking at a breakthrough, or we might be looking at the end of everything we understand, and Meisler is the only one who can tell the difference. Chen glanced briefly at him, eyes still fixed on the display. Possibly, he would recognize the subtleties, the hidden order that resists conventional measurement. But for the rest of us, all we can do is document, cross-check, and watch. The night pressed on, monitors casting an eerie green glow across the room, the faint energy bursts flickering across displays like a rhythm just out of reach. Analysts rotated through shifts, hands poised on mice and keyboards, annotating phase shifts, amplitude drifts, and microsecond deviations, feeding the data into models that refuse to yield clarity. The signal seemed to thread itself through time zones, observable in Chile, South Africa, and Japan, each set of measurements slightly different yet unmistakably part of a single coherent phenomenon. A technician, voice quiet but tense, reported from the far side of the room, same modulation here. Minimal but definitely consistent. Every feed shows the same subtle internal oscillation. It's not equipment. It's something deliberate. Chen nodded. Deliberate, precise, and resistant to capture. Every attempt to constrain it produces a variation, yet the overall pattern remains intact. It's as if the signal acknowledges observation, but refuses to reveal itself fully. Persistence without explanation. Patel exhaled sharply, the sound cutting through the steady drone of the cooling fans as he began pacing the narrow aisle between the consoles. He moved with a frantic energy, his eyes scanning the peripheral monitors as he passed them. And it is global. We are seeing this across all arrays, from the high-latitude sensors to the equatorial receivers. It has been observed in every continent and recorded by completely independent systems that do not share a single line of code. Whatever it is, the data is coherent, adaptive, and consistent across every platform we have access to. It is entirely unlike anything we have ever encountered in the history of signal processing or celestial observation. It acts with a level of synchronicity that should be physically impossible for a signal covering this much ground. Ortega added, we're cataloging deviations, phase shifts, and propagation delays. All feeds align in pattern but differ in microstructure, as if the signal is aware of each station, responding subtly to local conditions. Not sentient maybe, but adaptive. Resistant. Chen leaned back in her chair, eyes briefly closing, letting the faint hum of servers and cooling fans wash over her. Persistence alone doesn't define it, she said softly, speaking to the room and perhaps to the signal itself. It's structured persistence. Oscillations folding into one another, nested patterns across milliseconds and seconds that no natural source should generate. Every observation reveals a layer that wasn't apparent before, a complexity that teases understanding and refuses full disclosure. The analysts rotated shifts without interruption, annotations accumulating across spreadsheets, overlaid plots, and composite charts. Each microsecond deviation, each imperceptible shift in amplitude became a measured trace, catalogued with meticulous care. Even as exhaustion weighed on their bodies, their eyes, trained to detect subtle changes invisible to the casual observer, remained vigilant, scanning for new oscillations, phase anomalies, or structural deviations that might provide a clue. By midweek, the international collaboration had formalized observation schedules, prioritizing high-resolution instruments for continuous monitoring. Observatories in Japan, Germany, and Chile communicated through secure channels, comparing measurements, aligning data, and confirming consistency in the subtle structural changes observed in the signal. Differences caused by geographic distance, equipment sensitivity, and local noise were carefully documented, yet the underlying pattern remained unmistakably persistent, coherent, and adaptive. Chen gestured to a composite of several days' worth of overlays, each waveform stacked atop the other, shifting just enough to suggest movement within the pattern itself. "Look at it," she said. "Every refinement of measurement produces a new shape. The overall structure remains, but detail shifts. It resists capture, yet validates its existence. It's alive in structure, not thought. It's waiting for comprehension." Patel studied the lattice, tracing the peaks with a finger. "And Meisler," he murmured, his voice almost lost in the soft whir of servers. "If anyone could discern what's hidden here, it would be him. He would read the relationships, the nested signals, the order beneath the apparent chaos. We only glimpse it." Ortega added quietly, "Our job is observation, verification, documentation. Speculation is dangerous. But watching it move and shift, acknowledging its persistence, it's like witnessing a new form of existence. Not life, perhaps, but undeniable structure and method." The night passed in quiet focus, the lab bathed in soft monitor light. Analysts annotated minute phase shifts, measured fractional amplitude variations, and compared subtle differences across stations, layering data like sheets of transparent material, each revealing glimpses of the elusive order beneath the apparent randomness. The faint blips, persistent yet shifting, seemed to thread through space itself, binding the international observatories into a single extended perception of the phenomenon, observed but never fully understood. By the end of the second week, the scientific consensus had solidified into a cautious acknowledgement. The signal existed, it was precise and persistent, and it resisted all attempts at classification or isolation. Analysts whispered Meisler's name as a marker of hope, the one mind capable of decoding patterns that defied human comprehension. Until then, observation and documentation remained the only tools, and the signal continued to shift subtly, persistently, teasing comprehension while remaining frustratingly beyond reach. Outside the lab, cosmic background radiation continued its endless hum. Satellites traced silent orbits, and the faint blips continued, threading across the void with deliberate ambiguity, observed but unbroken, persistent yet ever elusive, a reminder that the universe still held secrets beyond even the keenest human intellect, waiting for the rare mind capable of understanding them fully. The breakthrough did not arrive suddenly, as a single spark of insight, but crept forward incrementally, a slow accumulation of pattern recognition that seemed almost imperceptible until it could not be ignored. Analysts, seated in dimly lit labs across multiple continents, pored over the signal with a level of concentration bordering on obsession, screens displaying reconstructed waveforms and faintly mapped structures that pulsed and shimmered in a way no human eye could entirely comprehend. At first, the recurring shapes and forms extracted from the data were treated as placeholders, abstract constructs generated by the signal, fragments of geometry floating like ghosts in a matrix of electromagnetic echoes. But the more the team compared, cataloged, and cross-referenced, the more certain they became. These were not generic forms, not the kind of random hull outlines or arbitrary deck layouts that a machine might conjure without context. Every curve, every angular recess, every seeming junction of internal decks repeated in a way that carried intention, a consistency that implied underlying logic, structure, and purpose. Hull geometry, internal corridors, engine housings, crew quarters. Observers traced the lines on overlay screens and could feel a strange cognitive tension building, a simultaneous recognition of order and impossibility that hung like smoke in the air. Dr. Amira Chen leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples as she spoke, voice tight, but carrying over the low hum of server clusters. It's detailed. Too detailed. Every instance of the signal aligns with itself in ways that no simulation we've ever run could replicate. And the repetition across arrays in different labs confirms it isn't an artifact of processing. These shapes, they're coherent, consistent, internally structured. This is intentional, not noise. Dr. Patel, seated across from her with a tablet full of annotated screenshots, exhaled slowly. You're telling me that what we're seeing is a ship. A ship that matches early Sol 9 proposals down to internal layout, but that hasn't even been built yet. The plans are drafts, sketches on paper, concepts that live only in feasibility studies. And somehow, the signal shows a fully realized version. A junior analyst, nervously tapping her keyboard, raised her voice, almost hesitatingly. I cross-referenced the hull and deck structures with archived aerospace submissions. Nothing in current schematics matches completely, but the correlation is there. It's more than coincidence, she swallowed. Even the engines, certain internal junctions, the compartment spacing, they line up with Sol 9 frameworks that were only theoretical. We've never built this. It shouldn't exist. Chen nodded slowly, her eyes moving from the composite overlays to the raw data and back again. Yes. And that's the problem. The ship doesn't exist. Sol 9 is a planning phase project, budget proposals, engineering compromises, political negotiations, unresolved technical hurdles. Yet what we're seeing is operational, fully coherent, populated, internal movements, life support activity, the corridors flowing as if it's inhabited. Patel rubbed his chin, leaning closer to the screen. We could try rationalizing this. A future leak, a predictive simulation, but the level of detail surpasses anything we've generated, even with the most advanced modeling software. Features exist that the design team hadn't even solved for yet. Others contradict current assumptions entirely, and yet everything is internally consistent. We're looking at something beyond our present capabilities. Ortega, seated slightly apart with his own display, shook his head. If this is real, it's not a question of origin anymore. Extraterrestrial signal. Random anomaly. That's irrelevant. The real question is when. When does this ship exist? Because the only thing we have that matches this is Sol 9, as it might be decades from now. Not a prototype, not a concept, it's fully realized. Chen's voice dropped to a near whisper, as though speaking the truth aloud might fracture it. I've checked and double-checked. Every array, every timestamp, every phase variation, every amplitude deviation, coherent. Cross-verification with Japan, Europe, North America, and now Chile and South Africa. It's consistent globally. The implication is clear, even if no one says it outright. Patel leaned back in disbelief. Anchored to the future. That's impossible. It defies causality, physics, everything we base our understanding on. We are watching something that hasn't happened yet. Something transmitting backward in time, or something else entirely. A senior engineer, usually quiet, leaned forward from the side of the room, voice clipped and urgent. We need to consider it. The data doesn't lie. It shows Sol 9 as complete, operational, populated. That's not theoretical. That's empirical observation. If we dismiss it, we ignore a phenomenon that, objectively, violates every principle we thought immutable. Chen exhaled slowly, eyes lingering on the composite overlays that reflected corridors, engine housings, and structural junctions, each rendered with a level of accuracy that defied present-day construction. And we have one person who could even begin to make sense of this, she murmured. Her gaze lifted briefly to the office door, where official dossiers and security memos sat untouched. Meisler. Only him. If anyone understands the implications, the architecture, the coherence, it's him. Everyone else sees shapes. He sees systems, interconnections, timing, resonances, the language in which this signal speaks. No one else could interpret it. Patel leaned over her shoulder, voice tense. You're serious? The only human capable of understanding a real, operational Sol 9 decades before its existence is locked away in prison. We're relying on someone deemed too dangerous to work, to make sense of a signal that should not exist. Chen didn't answer immediately. She ran a finger along the holographic overlay, tracing the flow of corridors and the outlines of compartments, imagining the signal as a living map of a ship. Every element, the hull, decks, propulsion modules, even crew spaces, exists with functional logic. Every junction, every panel, every calculated spacing solves engineering problems that haven't even been confronted yet. Whoever produced this knew the answers before the questions were even formulated. That's what is terrifying. Ortega finally spoke, voice low, incredulous. And the only person with the cognitive framework to decode and understand it is Meisler, a man in high-security containment, officially barred from research. That's insane. Chen's eyes flicked to the overhead lights, reflecting briefly on the screens as she adjusted another overlay. Yes, but the signal doesn't care about bureaucracy, containment, or politics. It exists. And it shows Sol 9 as if it had always existed, a completed vessel moving through space, decades before its scheduled construction. Every measurement, every cross-verification reinforces that. We cannot ignore it, and no one can interpret it fully except him. Patel's hands flexed on the edge of his desk, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the polished surface. He stared straight ahead at the wall of shifting data, his voice hardening with a grim finality. If the signal is anchored to the future as the preliminary models suggest, and if Meisler is truly the only person who can make sense of it, then the implication is simple. We are at a crossroads that leaves us no room for hesitation. We either involve him and risk the catastrophic consequences of his methods, or we choose to remain blind while the world changes around us. And remaining blind is no longer an acceptable option for this department or for anyone else. He turned to face the room, his gaze sharp and uncompromising. We are talking about a fundamental shift in how we perceive causality. If Meisler has even a fraction of the understanding he claims to possess, his involvement is the only way to bridge the gap. I am aware of his history, and I am aware of the danger he poses to the stability of this project, but we cannot ignore the only key that fits this lock. We proceed with the recruitment immediately because the alternative is to let this discovery slip through our fingers while we still have time to act. Chen nodded slowly. The risk is that observation alone might influence the signal, subtly, imperceptibly. Every measurement produces changes, small but detectable. This is not a passive phenomenon. And if Meisler is the key, we have to reconcile what is scientifically necessary with what is politically permissible. The man is a liability, officially dangerous, and yet he is the only instrument capable of translating what we're seeing into actionable understanding. A junior technician, voice trembling slightly, ventured, could it be a simulation designed to mimic Sol 9, something generated to test observation? Something fed through the arrays? Chen shook her head. No. The level of predictive detail, internal consistency, and problem-solving within the design exceeds anything we have simulated, even at high resolution. It isn't a model. It isn't a projection. It's reality, but reality decades ahead of us. And if it is, then we are dealing with information that should not exist yet. A causality violation. A temporal anomaly embedded in the signal. Patel looked around the room at the gathered team, everyone quiet, tension palpable. We need to prepare for the next step. Documentation alone isn't enough. Full cross-verification, continued observation, and consideration of involving Meisler. That man holds the only key to comprehension and the window for understanding this, if it's truly anchored to the future, may be narrower than we realize. The room fell silent, the only sound the faint electronic hum and the rhythmic flicker of displays rendering a ship that should not exist. Every observer felt the weight of it. A Sol 9 fully realized, moving through corridors, populated by a crew that could not exist yet, and a physicist whose expertise might be the only thing standing between incomprehension and revelation. In that stillness, it was clear that nothing about this signal was ordinary, nothing about the evidence approachable through conventional reasoning, and nothing about the choice facing the team, whether to involve Meisler or remain blind, was free from consequence. The moment the prison doors opened, Meisler was struck by how loud the world had become, not in sound alone but in density, in layers of information pressing in from every direction at once. The corridor beyond the cell was brighter than he remembered, illuminated by panels that adjusted their intensity as he moved, reacting to his presence with a precision that would have once required an entire control system. The air carried a sharp, clean scent of antiseptic and filtered circulation, a manufactured sterility that contrasted violently with the stale metal and recycled breath of the cell block he had occupied for so long. Guards waited for him, their uniforms unfamiliar in cut and material, woven with subtle circuitry that pulsed faintly as they spoke to one another through channels he could not hear. They did not bark orders. They did not need to. The restraints were lighter than expected, flexible bands that tightened only when he tested their limits, responding instantly to muscle tension and neural signals. As they guided him forward, he noticed that the locks disengaged without sound, doors sliding apart with seamless precision, mechanisms hidden so completely that the motion appeared almost effortless. This was not the prison he had learned to map through echoes and vibrations. This was something rebuilt, optimized, refined beyond the need for intimidation. "Doctor," Meisler, one of the guards said as they approached the reinforced doors of the transport bay, his voice calm, professional, and entirely stripped of judgment. He kept his eyes fixed on the path ahead, his posture rigid. "You will be transferred to a secured facility for debriefing and reintegration. You are not being returned here. This order comes from the highest level of the agency, and the transition begins the moment we clear the outer gates." The guard tapped a command into the wall panel, and the heavy pneumatic locks hissed open. "Do not mistake this for a release, and do not attempt to deviate from the protocol. You will be under constant surveillance during the flight. We have been instructed to ensure you arrive in one piece, but the specifics of your cooperation are between you and the directors waiting at the other end. Keep your hands visible and your mouth shut until we are airborne." Meisler absorbed the statement without visible reaction, though his attention had already shifted to the vehicle waiting beyond the barrier. The transport pod was compact, aerodynamic, its surface alive with shifting indicators that adjusted as personnel approached. When the door opened, the interior revealed a space far more complex than its exterior suggested, layered with adaptive interfaces, secure communication relays, and environmental controls tuned to biometric feedback. As he stepped inside, he felt the faint vibration of systems coming online, the hum of computation running beneath every surface, a reminder that this machine was not merely carrying him but observing him, learning him. The ascent was smooth, nearly imperceptible. Only when the city unfolded beneath him did the scale of change assert itself. Structures rose higher than memory allowed, their surfaces embedded with dynamic facades that displayed shifting data streams, advertisements, and civic information in restrained, elegant patterns. Transit grids moved through the air and along elevated corridors without visible drivers, vehicles flowing past one another in coordinated paths that adjusted in real time. Drones traced controlled arcs between buildings, their movements purposeful, regulated, part of a system that no longer required constant human oversight. Meisler watched in silence, his mind cataloging details out of habit rather than intention. Power distribution nodes were integrated directly into architecture. Communication arrays were no longer centralized but diffused, layered, redundant. The inefficiencies he once argued against had been eliminated, not through brute expansion, but through design philosophy that favored adaptability over permanence. This was a world that had learned to move faster than its own fear. When the pod descended into the receiving complex, the transition was immediate. The facility was vast but understated, its corridors wide, surfaces matte and unreflective, lighting calibrated to minimize glare and shadow alike. Personnel moved with quiet efficiency, their attire varied but uniformly functional, each individual carrying devices that projected data directly into their field of vision. No one stared. No one whispered. If they recognized him, they hid it well. A woman approached as he disembarked, her posture composed and her expression held in a state of careful neutrality. "Dr. Meisler, I am Director Alcott," she said, extending a hand that he noted was notably unadorned by any form of augmentation or digital display. "Welcome back. We have been preparing for your arrival since the first anomalies were confirmed by the primary arrays." "Back implies a sense of familiarity," Meisler replied, his voice remaining steady and measured, though it carried the faint roughness of long disuse. "This is not the world I left. The air is different, the signals in the atmosphere have mutated, and the people I once knew have been replaced by faces like yours. You are inviting me into a ghost of a reality that no longer exists." "No," Alcott said without a moment of hesitation. "It is not the same world. And we are fully aware that the transition will not be simple or comfortable for a mind like yours. That is precisely why we have assembled a team to work with you rather than around you. We do not need a relic, doctor. We need the specific perspective that only you can provide on the signals we are currently receiving. Your insight is the only variable we lack in our current models." She gestured as they began walking, and the corridor opened into a conference space already occupied by a small group waiting in tense anticipation. The room was circular, its walls alive with dormant displays that flickered to life as Meisler entered, pulling data from secured networks, projecting models that hovered in controlled suspension. The people gathered their rows instinctively, introductions overlapping before settling into an uneasy rhythm. These are the lead analysts and theorists assigned to the signal, Alcott said. Quantum systems, temporal modeling, deep space transmission, applied mathematics. They've been working on the problem since its discovery. Meisler studied them carefully, noting the restrained curiosity, the guarded respect, the unmistakable edge of apprehension. These were not junior researchers, dazzled by reputation. These were professionals who understood the implications of failure. One of them stepped forward, a man with silver threaded through his dark hair, his eyes sharp and analytical behind a pair of thick adaptive lenses. "We have reviewed your published work from the early years, and we have spent the last 6 months decrypting the material that was never formally released to the public," he said. "We have analyzed your theories on nonlinear signal propagation and the recursive nature of temporal echoes. We know exactly what you were testing before they shut you down. I am well aware of what survived the purge of my laboratory, just as I am aware of what the state chose to bury," Meisler replied, his gaze shifting to the man with a look of cold indifference. "I am less certain about what you think you understand from those fragments. Reading a map is not the same as walking the terrain, and your team is likely staring at equations that they lack the stomach to actually apply. You are looking for a key in a room where the door has already been turned into smoke." A ripple of discomfort passed through the group. Another researcher spoke, her tone controlled but urgent. "The signal behaves like a system under observation. It adapts, not randomly but within constraints. We've exhausted conventional models." "Of course you have," Meisler said, moving toward the central display as if it were instinctive. He stood before the flickering data feeds, his shadow stretching across the consoles as he watched the numbers cycle. "You have spent all this time trying to classify this as a phenomenon or a static anomaly, instead of engaging with it as a process. You are treating it like a star or a pulsar that just happens to be acting out, but that is your first and most fatal mistake. You are trying to measure its weight and its distance when you should be measuring its intent. This is not something that is just happening to the universe. It is something the universe is doing. If you continue to look at it through the lens of traditional observation, you will remain trapped in the foyer while the actual event takes place behind closed doors. You need to stop recording and start responding." Alcott raised a hand slightly. "Before we proceed further, there are parameters that need to be made clear. Your access will be supervised. Certain archives remain restricted." Meisler turned to face her fully for the first time. "You extracted me because your current frameworks failed," he said. "If you intend to dictate the terms under which I think, then this exercise is pointless." Silence settled over the room, heavy but controlled. Alcott did not look away. "We intend to balance necessity with caution," she said. "Your past work destabilized more than equations. We will not repeat that mistake blindly." Meisler's gaze returned to the displays as data began to populate them, waveforms and structural overlays assembling in midair. "Then understand this," he said, his voice calm, precise. "The signal does not care about your caution. It evolves regardless of your permissions. And if you deny me access to the research that defines its boundaries, you will remain perpetually behind it." The team exchanged glances, the weight of his words settling in. They had brought him into a world that had learned to fear the consequences of insight, even as it depended on it. Outside the room, systems continued their silent calculations. The signal continued its quiet persistence, and Meisler stood at the center of it all, acutely aware that his reintroduction was not a return, but the beginning of a confrontation that had been deferred for decades. Work began immediately, not because anyone issued an order, but because the presence of the signal made delay feel irresponsible, almost negligent, as though the system itself punished hesitation by shifting just far enough out of reach to remind them that it would not wait to be understood. The main analysis chamber was brought online in stages, layered displays activating in controlled sequence as data streams were routed through isolation buffers designed to prevent cascading feedback. Yet even those safeguards felt provisional once the signal asserted itself across the room. Waveforms unfolded across curved surfaces, not static representations but living projections that recalculated with every pass, their geometry flexing as resolution increased, folding inward when observation sharpened too aggressively. Meisler stood at the center of the space, hands loosely clasped behind his back, his attention moving across the displays with a focus that made the rest of the room feel secondary. He did not need to be told that the signal resisted containment, because the resistance was visible in the way it adjusted phase relationships in response to tighter sampling windows, or in how recursive sequences restructured themselves the moment an algorithm attempted to lock them into predictive loops. This was not noise behaving badly. This was information enforcing boundaries. It's correcting faster than our filters can adapt, one of the analysts said, her voice tight as she adjusted parameters that had already been revised a dozen times. Every time we narrow the bandwidth, the internal structure reorganizes. We're not collapsing uncertainty, we're provoking it. Meisler nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on a lattice of shifting geometries hovering above the central console. Because you are treating it as a transmission, he said, his tone even unhurried, as though explaining something long settled. It is not broadcasting in the way you expect. It is compressing state information across observation thresholds, and it is doing so with an awareness of the limits you impose. That implies agency, another researcher replied, folding her arms as she studied a scrolling array of failed projections. Or at least intent. It implies constraint, Meisler corrected, turning to face the group. Intent requires preference. Constraint requires survival. The signal behaves as though it exists at a boundary it cannot afford to breach, so it adapts to remain coherent when you push against it. Screens shifted again, recursive sequences looping back on themselves, then resolving into new configurations that preserved relational integrity while abandoning previous symmetry. The room filled with quiet activity, analysts murmuring updates, fingers moving across touch surfaces as models were revised in real time. No one attempted to pause the signal anymore. They had learned within the first hour that interruption only caused it to fragment into higher dimensional representations that took exponentially longer to reconstruct. A tall man near the back of the room leaned forward, eyes narrowed behind augmented lenses. We tried modeling it as a quantum feedback network, he said, addressing Meisler directly. Self-referential loops, observer-influenced state transitions, dynamic correction. It fits up to a point. Then it diverges. Because your models assume equilibrium, Meisler replied, walking slowly toward the display where the divergence first appeared. This system never seeks equilibrium. It enforces continuity instead. Look at the boundary conditions here. Every time the state threatens to decohere, it redistributes complexity rather than collapsing. One of the engineers brought up a layered visualization, internal structures resolving into something that resembled architectural frameworks, though distorted, incomplete, and constantly in motion. Corridors appeared and vanished, deck-like strata forming momentarily before dissolving back into abstract geometry. Several members of the team stared in silence, the implications beginning to press in from directions they had avoided naming. We are seeing repeated structural motifs, the engineer said carefully. Not stable enough to lock down, but consistent enough to map statistically. These are not arbitrary shapes. Meisler studied the display, his expression unreadable. They are reference frames, he said. Compressed representations of internal layout, encoded in a way that preserves relational priority over fixed dimensions. The system does not care whether you see them as corridors or vectors. It cares that their relationships survive translation. A low murmur passed through the room as analysts cross-referenced the emerging structures against existing databases, early-stage design archives, and speculative frameworks that had never been intended for implementation. The matches were incomplete, yet disturbing in their coherence, resolving into a form that hovered uncomfortably close to recognition without fully surrendering to it. This aligns with Sol 9 conceptual geometry, someone said quietly, the words landing with deliberate restraint. Not the finalized proposals, the early feasibility models, the ones that never left internal circulation. Meisler did not respond immediately. He turned back to the primary display as the signal reacted to the increased attention, shifting again, tightening internal loops as though bracing itself against scrutiny. Sol 9 was designed to function across extreme informational gradients, he said at last. Its architecture was never purely physical. It was meant to survive coherence loss, temporal drift, and observer-induced instability. If the signal references it, then it is not doing so symbolically. Director Alcott, who had been observing from the periphery, stepped forward, her expression carefully composed. Are you saying the signal contains an operational model of the vessel? I am saying it contains a realized one, Meisler replied, his voice steady. Not a blueprint, not a simulation. A state-consistent instantiation that assumes the ship exists and has always existed within its own reference frame. The room fell silent, the weight of the statement settling slowly as its implications unfolded. Several analysts exchanged glances, their earlier exhilaration giving way to something closer to unease. This was no longer a matter of decoding unknown physics. This was an encounter with a system that treated future constructs as resolved facts. One of the younger researchers broke the silence. We've been discussing possible interpretations, she said, choosing her words with care. Adaptive information horizons, observer-dependent collapse, temporally displaced feedback loops. None of them fully account for what we're seeing, but they come close. They come close because they gesture in the right direction without committing, Meisler replied. What you are dealing with is an extreme information horizon that has escaped containment. A boundary condition that no longer sits at the edge of a system, but defines the system itself. An engineer frowned, scrolling through a dense block of equations. You theorized something like this decades ago, he said, in your work on faster-than-light frameworks. But those models assumed strict containment. Veil safes. Collapse thresholds. Meisler's gaze did not waver. Those assumptions were necessary to secure funding and permission, he said. They were not necessary for the mathematics. A tangible tension spread through the room as the implication became impossible to ignore. The signal did not behave like a controlled experiment. It exhibited none of the safeguards Meisler had been forced to include in his earlier work. It did not decay when stressed. It did not destabilize into incoherence. Instead, it adapted, rewriting its internal structure to preserve continuity at all costs. Hours stretched into days as the team worked in rotating shifts, the analysis chamber never fully dark, its displays dimming only slightly to accommodate human fatigue. Meisler remained present throughout, sleeping in brief intervals, his attention returning to the signal with undiminished clarity. Each time he identified a structural consistency, the analysts rushed to formalize it, mapping emergent behavior onto current theory, revising models that failed almost as quickly as they were proposed. Dialogue became sharper as exhaustion set in, but never careless. "This feature here," an analyst said during one late session, highlighting a recurring configuration. "It solves the mass distribution problem we still have in Sol 9 projections. We never found a stable answer for it." "Because you were optimizing within the wrong constraints," Meisler replied. "You assumed linear causality. The signal does not." Another voice followed, edged with unease. "There are elements here that contradict our current assumptions entirely. Power routing. Internal redundancy. Some of this should not work." "It does not work in your present," Meisler said. "It works in the signal S." The deeper they went, the clearer the dilemma became. Without access to Meisler's restricted research, the team could only interpret fragments, assembling meaning from partial alignments and inferred logic. With that research, the picture sharpened dangerously, revealing a system that not only referenced Sol 9, but appeared to depend on its realization for its own coherence. Alcott confronted him privately during a brief pause, her tone controlled but strained. "You are asking for access to material that was sealed for a reason," she said. "That work destroyed a city. It ended lives. And without it," Meisler replied, "you are blind to the full structure of what you have already invited into your systems. The signal does not care about your reasons. It already incorporates outcomes you are still debating." She held his gaze, the weight of responsibility visible beneath her composure. "If we give you that access, there is no pretending this remains theoretical." "There never was," Meisler said quietly. When the next analysis cycle began, the signal shifted again, internal structures resolving momentarily into something unmistakable before folding back into abstraction, as though acknowledging recognition without allowing possession. The team watched in silence, understanding finally aligning with fear. This was not a puzzle awaiting solution. It was a system asserting inevitability. And at the center of it stood a man whose knowledge bridged the gap between what had been imagined and what now insisted on being real, a physicist whose past had been locked away precisely because it threatened to make futures unavoidable. The demand came less as a request than as an inevitability that everyone in the room had been circling, since the moment the physicist was escorted into the facility. He waited until the third day of briefings, until the fourth revision of the same incomplete models, until another analyst admitted that they were extrapolating blindly from structures they did not truly understand. Only then did he speak, folding his hands on the table and leaning forward with a restraint that made the words heavier than any shouted accusation. "You are asking me to interpret a system built on principles I developed, under constraints I defined, using assumptions I already proved were insufficient," he said, his voice steady, controlled, sharpened by exhaustion rather than anger. "I cannot do that honestly without my original work. I need the calculations, the raw experimental logs, the unfiltered models. Not the summaries you have sanitized for policy review. The actual research." The room did not respond immediately. Screens continued to flicker with shifting geometries, the signal's internal logic mutating even as it was displayed, as though it were aware of the conversation unfolding beneath it. Several members of the team exchanged glances, scientists who understood exactly what he was asking for and why, and who also understood the weight of the refusal that was about to follow. When it came from the other side of the table. Legal counsel spoke first, her tone measured, precise, rehearsed through decades of doctrine. She did not look at him when she answered. "That material is sealed under multiple international accords," she said. "Your prior research is classified at the highest level, not because of its novelty, but because of its demonstrated capacity for catastrophic harm. Releasing it, even to you, would constitute a violation of standing law. He exhaled slowly through his nose, then turned his gaze toward her, eyes sharp with a patience that was beginning to fracture. "You are already dealing with catastrophic harm," he replied. "You are just pretending that ignorance makes it safer." A security liaison interjected, fingers steepled, posture rigid with institutional authority. "We are not pretending anything. We are managing risk. Your work destroyed a city. It killed people. That history does not disappear because the present situation is inconvenient." The physicist's jaw tightened, but when he spoke again his voice was quieter, threaded with something closer to controlled fury than defensiveness. "My work exposed a boundary condition that already existed. It did not invent it. The signal you are observing is operating beyond that same boundary, without containment, without supervision, without any of the safeguards I insisted upon even then. You are standing in the blast radius and arguing about paperwork." One of the senior engineers shifted in his chair, unable to stay silent. "He is not wrong," she said carefully, choosing each word as though it might be recorded and replayed in court someday. "The signal is behaving as a self-modifying system. It adapts to observation. Every intervention we make is effectively an experiment, and we do not know the failure thresholds." "That is precisely why we cannot escalate," the legal counsel replied. "The more knowledge that exists, the greater the chance it is misused, replicated, or leaked." His prior research was never theoretical in isolation. It was actionable. The physicist pushed back from the table and stood, walking to the nearest whiteboard with an abruptness that made several guards tense. He picked up a marker and began to draw, not symbols meant to intimidate, but structures meant to explain, layered fields and intersecting limits that unfolded into a coherent framework as his hand moved. "You are treating knowledge as a contaminant," he said, sketching a boundary curve that intersected with a dense cluster of notation. "What I am telling you is that the contamination has already occurred. This system is active. It is not waiting for permission. Every hour you delay full comprehension increases the probability that it will evolve beyond your capacity to respond." A government liaison frowned, watching the diagram take shape on the central display without fully grasping its implications. He shifted his weight, his eyes darting from the complex geometric overlays back to the man standing at the console. "And you are asking us to trust that giving you unrestricted access will not repeat history," he said, his voice tightening with a mixture of suspicion and old fears. "You are asking for the keys to the entire network and a total bypass of our security protocols. We remember the last time you were granted this kind of autonomy, and we are still cleaning up the wreckage from that experiment. Explain why we should believe this time will be any different before we hand over the foundation of our defense systems." "I am telling you that history is already repeating," the physicist replied, tapping the board with the marker to emphasize the specific points where the signal curves intersected. "The difference is that this time, I am not the one driving the experiment. Something else is. You are looking at these data points and seeing a malfunction or a fluke of physics, but the coordination across these arrays is too precise to be accidental. This is an organized sequence. It is a process that is following a logic we have yet to define, and every second you spend debating my clearance is a second we lose in understanding the rules of the game being played on your own hardware." The debates that followed blurred together, hours of argument compressed into a relentless cycle of assertion and refusal. Meetings spilled from one conference room into another, officials rotating in and out as if authority itself could dilute responsibility. The physicist argued from first principles, from necessity, from inevitability. The authorities responded with precedent, with liability, with fear sharpened into policy. At one point, a younger analyst broke protocol and spoke directly to the security team, her eyes fixed on the chaotic data streams. "We are already extrapolating his work," she said, her voice tight with the frustration of weeks of failed simulations. "We have been using his foundational theories for the last several weeks to try and predict the next shift in the signal, and every single one of our models has collapsed because we lack his understanding of the variables. We are just doing it badly. You are standing here arguing over his character, while the system we are supposed to be protecting is being rewritten by a sequence we cannot even name. If we do not give him the access he needs, we are just watching the inevitable happen through a distorted lens. We have spent weeks chasing our own tails with his math, and it is clear that we cannot finish this without the man who started it." The room fell silent, not because she was wrong, but because she had said aloud what everyone understood and no one wanted recorded. The physicist did not look at her, but there was a flicker of something like grim acknowledgement in his expression. Later, alone with the core scientific team, he dropped the formality entirely. "You cannot keep pretending this is a question of trust," he said. "It is a question of competence. Either you allow me to work with the tools that exist, or you accept that every conclusion you reach will be provisional at best and catastrophically wrong at worst." One of the senior theorists rubbed her temples, exhaustion etched into her posture. "You are asking us to gamble the future on you." He shook his head. "No. I am telling you that the gamble has already been placed. The only choice you have left is whether to understand the stakes. You are acting like you can still walk away from the table, but the chips have been down since the first array went live. You can either let me tell you what you are actually risking, or you can wait for the consequences to show you. Do you want to know the price of this discovery, or do you want to keep pretending you are still in control of the outcome?" Still, the answer did not change. The archive remained sealed. The original notebooks, the experimental telemetry, the failed prototypes and marginal calculations that had never been meant for public eyes all stayed locked behind layers of encryption and legal firewalls. Access was denied not with malice, but with the cold certainty of institutions designed to survive their own mistakes by refusing to acknowledge them. The physicist returned to the signal analysis under protest, every calculation an exercise in frustration. He could see the outlines of what the system was doing, could sense the deeper logic shaping its evolution, but without his prior work, he was forced to infer rather than confirm, to speculate where he once could have known. The team watched him carefully, aware that they were pushing the only person capable of understanding the signal into an increasingly narrow corridor of effectiveness. The stalemate hardened into doctrine. Officially, the mission continued. Unofficially, everyone understood that they were operating with one hand tied behind their back. The physicist became both indispensable and contained, his insights filtered, his authority conditional, his past weaponized against his present necessity. In quiet moments, as the signal continued to evolve beyond their models, the unspoken question lingered in every room. If disaster came again, would it be because they trusted him too much, or because they refused to trust him at all? The laboratory assigned to the signal represented a level of technological maturity that Meisler had never expected to witness firsthand, a convergence of systems so refined that their complexity was almost deliberately understated. Quantum sensor arrays were embedded into the walls and ceiling in overlapping lattices, each calibrated to detect fluctuations below thresholds that would have been dismissed as meaningless noise in his own era. Entangled measurement assemblies occupied the central floor, suspended within inertial stabilization frames that compensated continuously for vibration, thermal drift, and local electromagnetic interference. Holographic analysis stations hovered at waist height, translucent and responsive, their surfaces alive with layered data visualizations that updated in real time as information streamed in from thousands of parallel measurements. The room carried a low, constant hum, not the sound of machinery straining, but of systems operating at a sustained intensity that bordered on the theoretical limits of material endurance. The first tests were designed to be cautious, intentionally narrow in scope, intended only to establish baseline behavior and confirm that the signal could be observed without provoking secondary effects. Within minutes, it became clear that such restraint was irrelevant. Instruments began to register inconsistencies almost immediately, subtle enough that any one of them might have been dismissed as calibration error if they had not appeared across independent systems simultaneously. Energy readings spiked and vanished without corresponding inputs, brief surges that left no thermal residue and no electromagnetic signature. Qubits within the entangled arrays oscillated beyond predicted coherence windows, maintaining unstable superpositions far longer than existing models permitted before collapsing abruptly in ways that defied correlation with any control signal or environmental change. The holographic projections that mapped these behaviors began to distort, spatial grids bending and warping, as if the reference frame itself had become unreliable. Technicians moved quickly, voices low but urgent, initiating recalibration routines and cross-checking diagnostic logs. Each adjustment altered the behavior of the system, but never in the direction intended. Software corrections introduced new irregularities, smoothing one instability only to generate another elsewhere. Hardware realignments shifted the locus of failure rather than eliminating it. A laser calibration test, intended to verify spatial consistency, revealed beam paths curving subtly through open air, bending in smooth, deliberate arcs that could not be reconciled with any gravitational gradient present in the facility. Light sensors recorded emissions at wavelengths that should not have propagated under laboratory conditions, brief pulses that appeared between frames and vanished before they could be isolated or reproduced. More unsettling still were the spatial discrepancies that emerged at the margins of observation. Equipment carts were found displaced by small but measurable distances after being left unattended, their movement unrecorded by motion sensors and surveillance systems. Reference markers used to verify positional stability drifted by fractions of a millimeter when unobserved, only to snap back into alignment once actively measured. The environment itself seemed to resist being pinned down, as though the act of observation imposed a constraint that vanished the moment attention was withdrawn. Meisler watched without interrupting, his expression unreadable as he moved slowly between stations, absorbing readouts and correlating timestamps with a precision that suggested an internal model forming in real time. He did not focus on individual anomalies, but on their relationships, on the way failures clustered temporally and spatially, on the subtle regularities embedded within what appeared at first glance to be chaos. When he finally spoke, it was not to question the validity of the data, but to reframe its meaning entirely. "You are treating these failures as malfunctions," he said, his voice steady but edged with intensity, "when what you are seeing is interaction. The signal is not being observed. It is being engaged." One of the senior engineers objected immediately, gesturing toward a series of energy graphs. "The scales don't support that interpretation. There isn't enough power here to influence the environment in any classical sense." Meisler nodded, acknowledging the point without conceding it. "Energy is not the operative variable," he replied. "Information density is. You are compressing structured information into a regime where it no longer remains locally coupled to spacetime. Measurement stops being passive at that threshold. It becomes boundary negotiation. He moved to one of the holographic stations and overlaid several datasets, aligning qubit coherence curves with spatial drift readings and laser deflection data. Patterns emerged as he worked, subtle correspondences that had been invisible when each system was examined in isolation. The anomalies clustered around moments of increased observational intensity, spikes in analytical resolution that coincided with the most aggressive interrogation of the signal structure. This, Meisler continued, indicating a convergence point on the display, is an information horizon forming under constrained conditions. Not a physical barrier, not in the conventional sense, but a boundary defined by how much structured data can be resolved before the system reconfigures itself to maintain internal consistency. A silence settled over the room as the implication sank in. Someone asked, carefully, whether he was suggesting that the signal was actively defending itself. Meisler chose his words with precision, letting the weight of the question hang in the air, while he considered the exact phrasing needed to convey the severity of the situation without causing further panic. I am suggesting that the signal exists in a state where observation alters topology. It is not resisting out of intent, but out of necessity. You are forcing dense information structures into interaction with measurement frameworks that were never designed to accommodate them. As experiments continued, his predictions began to align uncannily with observed behavior. He warned against certain calibration sequences, explaining that small perturbations introduced at specific phases would cascade into larger disruptions as the system attempted to reconcile incompatible boundary conditions. When his guidance was followed, the resulting anomalies were less severe, more contained, their effects localized rather than systemic. When it was ignored, the instruments responded violently, coherence collapsing across entire arrays and forcing emergency shutdowns. The team watched him with a mixture of awe and unease. Each correction he suggested produced immediate, visible reactions in the data, confirming that his understanding of the signal's behavior extended beyond theory into something approaching intuition. He spoke of dense information states as though they were familiar terrain, referencing principles that had never been formally integrated into contemporary models. In doing so, he exposed the limitations of the frameworks the team had relied upon, not through criticism but through demonstration. At one point, a junior analyst asked how such a system could exist without collapsing under its own complexity. Meisler answered without hesitation. Because collapse is only inevitable when information remains bound to spacetime. Decouple it, and stability becomes a function of internal consistency rather than external constraint. As hours passed, the accumulation of anomalies forced an uncomfortable realization. The team was not equipped to interpret what they were seeing on their own. Their instruments were advanced, their models sophisticated, but they lacked the conceptual scaffolding necessary to navigate a system operating at this level of abstraction. Each fluctuation underscored the gap between what could be measured and what could be understood. Meisler did not conceal his concern. He explained that every action taken in the laboratory, every adjustment and recalibration, constituted an interaction with dense information structures, whose behavior could not be reliably predicted without a comprehensive theoretical foundation. He emphasized that his prior work had explored these regimes only in controlled, isolated contexts, with extensive safeguards and termination protocols. What they were facing now was uncontained, autonomous, and orders of magnitude more complex. "You are attempting to map a landscape without a coordinate system," he told them during a tense exchange near the end of the session. "And every step you take reshapes the terrain. You are trying to chart a path across ground that is moving under your feet. Every time you try to fix a point or mark a boundary, the map becomes obsolete because the act of looking at it is what makes it change. You cannot find your way out of a maze that builds itself as you walk. The implication was unmistakable. Without access to the full body of knowledge that had led him to these conclusions, their experiments would remain reactive rather than deliberate, vulnerable to unintended consequences that no amount of technical refinement could prevent. Every adjustment to their instruments and every attempt to stabilize the field only served to highlight the gap in their understanding, leaving them to struggle with results they could neither predict nor control. The laboratory, for all its sophistication, was ill-prepared to host a phenomenon that blurred the boundary between observation and influence. Its walls, sensors, and protocols were built to contain a physical reality that behaved according to known laws, yet here they were faced with a situation where their very presence as observers was being folded into the event they were trying to study. As the session concluded, the instruments continued their restless oscillations, data streams alive with subtle distortions that hinted at deeper structures just beyond reach. The team powered down what they could, leaving only minimal monitoring systems active, unwilling to provoke further instability without a clearer strategy. Meisler remained behind for a moment, studying the fading projections with an expression that combined recognition and apprehension. What they were probing was not merely a signal. It was a manifestation of principles he had once theorized in isolation, now realized in a form that rendered caution almost irrelevant. And without the foundation of his archived work, the path forward remained uncertain, every experiment a negotiation with a system that did not behave like any phenomenon humanity had previously encountered. Controlled manipulations of the signal began almost immediately, a sequence of tests carefully designed to probe its behavior while attempting to minimize unintended consequences. Even the first adjustments, made to a single entangled sensor, produced effects that were far larger than anticipated. Meisler watched as the lab transformed into a subtle theater of chaos, instruments responding in ways that were at once beautiful and alarming. Magnetic coils oscillated without input, vibrating in patterns that seemed synchronized across meters of distance. Laser beams, intended to trace precise calibration paths, bent gently as if following invisible contours, their reflections caught on sensors that were not supposed to register them. Data logs themselves seemed to change, numerical sequences shifting imperceptibly between moments of observation and recording, generating entries that could not be replicated by rerunning experiments. He moved deliberately among the consoles, overlaying streams of readouts with holographic displays, his eyes scanning for correlations between sensor adjustments and the resulting anomalies. "This is exactly what I predicted," he said, his voice calm but sharp, carrying through the laboratory as team members looked up from their terminals. Every minor intervention propagates through the system, cascading outward. The signal is not passive. Its information is compressed to densities that interact directly with measurement frameworks. You cannot apply a classical or even conventional quantum model to it without triggering feedback loops that amplify unpredictably. One of the younger analysts, clearly unnerved, gestured toward a cluster of magnetic sensors whose oscillations had grown stronger in a few seconds. "Are you saying the signal is reacting? That it can actually influence the lab?" Meisler inclined his head slightly, careful to avoid suggesting intent where none existed. "Not in the sense of conscious response. The system operates as a self-referential information horizon. Observation imposes structure, and that structure propagates. When you change one node, the effect radiates through every entangled element, no matter the distance within the array. You are not observing passively. You are interacting with a dense, self-stabilizing network that recalibrates itself to maintain coherence. Even as he spoke, another technician reported minor power fluctuations in a distant part of the lab. Meisler adjusted his sleeve, moving to cross-check the instruments. "These are not errors or glitches," he said, overlaying logs from multiple subsystems. "This is the physical manifestation of information density. Every system in the room is coupled through the measurement environment. Each energy fluctuation, every electromagnetic spike, every vibration resonates across the network in a pattern consistent with the internal logic of compressed quantum states. You cannot ignore even the smallest perturbation." Attempts by other team members to apply their own analytical models only underscored the point. Experimental outcomes diverged wildly, producing distortions and anomalies that had no rational explanation in classical or modern quantum frameworks. Meisler observed quietly, occasionally intervening to highlight specific interactions. "See this?" he asked, pointing to a set of holographic plots. "You are attempting to stabilize using external constraints that do not account for internal self-consistency. Your corrections are amplifying the very distortions you are trying to suppress. Each environmental influence, mechanical vibration, power variation, thermal drift, even air currents, couples to the signal and propagates through the entangled sensors. Without precise calibration and theoretical guidance grounded in the history of this work, you are effectively blindfolded in a minefield." The team exchanged tense glances, the weight of his observation settling heavily over them. Their models were sophisticated, incorporating the latest understanding of entangled quantum systems, observer-dependent interactions, and high-dimensional information compression. Yet every adjustment seemed to produce entirely new behavior, reinforcing the necessity of Meisler's knowledge. One of the senior engineers, a specialist in holographic feedback, spoke up hesitantly. "We've accounted for external disturbances, even isolated variables across every subsystem, and yet every modification seems to ripple unpredictably. How can we control this?" Meisler leaned against a workstation, his gaze sweeping across the room. "You cannot control it without a reference frame derived from historical data. My archived research contains the calculations, the experimental logs, and the boundary conditions that predict these interactions. Absent that, your attempts to stabilize the signal are probabilistic at best. Every intervention without proper guidance carries the risk of cascading anomalies that could destabilize the lab itself. This is not hyperbole. You have already observed minor equipment drift, laser deviation, and data corruption. Imagine that amplified across the full system." He paused to overlay several datasets, showing the team correlations that would have been invisible without extensive prior knowledge. "The signal's behavior aligns perfectly with the theoretical frameworks I developed for dense information states," he explained. "Feedback is instantaneous across entangled nodes, and the internal coherence is maintained by what I have called self-imposed information horizons. These are boundaries within which quantum information decouples from local spacetime, allowing it to persist in states that classical observation would collapse immediately. Without access to those formulations, the laboratory itself is a reactive environment. It cannot be managed through intuition or conventional modeling alone." A quiet murmur rippled through the team. Meisler noticed the subtle shift in demeanor, a recognition dawning that they were not equipped to manage the experiment independently. "You see now why the archived logs matter," he continued, his voice resonating with authority. "Without them, every procedure you undertake is effectively blind. Minor adjustments can create network-wide perturbations, unpredictable because the relational structure is unknown. Stabilization, interpretation, even safe observation requires knowledge accumulated over decades of prior study. There is no workaround. There is no substitute for the complete theoretical framework. One of the younger analysts, visibly shaken, whispered, "So, without those records, we might actually make things worse." The words hung in the air, fragile yet heavy, as if everyone had been thinking the same thing but dreaded to voice it. His face was pale under the sterile light of the monitors, eyes darting between the shattered fragments of data still flickering on the main screen. The room, once filled with the confident hum of routine analysis, now felt colder, quieter, each person suddenly aware of how blind they truly were without the missing information. "Yes," Meisler said bluntly, walking past the observer and pointing to a holographic display showing the latest experimental anomalies. "Every unchecked intervention has the potential to amplify distortions exponentially. You have already witnessed light beams bending, magnetic fields oscillating spontaneously, equipment displacing minutely, and data logs rewriting themselves. Each is a symptom of interaction between observation and the compressed quantum information of the signal. Extrapolate that across the full lab network, and the outcome becomes not only unpredictable but unsafe. Safety is a function of precision and prior knowledge. You cannot achieve either without my research." The tension in the room became almost tangible, a mixture of fear and awe settling over the team as the scope of the problem crystallized. Meisler demonstrated several test sequences, each carefully executed with guidance derived from his prior work. Predictable feedback patterns emerged in ways that confirmed his assertions. Minor perturbations, if applied with knowledge of internal boundary conditions, could be managed and contained. Without that guidance, identical procedures executed by others produced cascading anomalies that forced emergency shutdowns. "I need to stress the stakes," he said, turning to face the group fully. "The system is not an experiment in isolation. It is a network of entangled states, behaving as an autonomous, self-regulating entity. You are interacting with dense information at a scale and compression I designed decades ago. Observation is not passive. Action is not reversible without careful control. Every uncalibrated input risks a chain reaction that could compromise the entire array. Do you understand?" Heads nodded, but the acknowledgement was heavy with the realization that knowledge alone, specifically his knowledge, was now the only means of safety. The team began cataloging and comparing anomalies in a more disciplined fashion, taking every warning seriously. Meisler continued to walk the laboratory floor, observing, adjusting, demonstrating, and explaining as the network of entangled sensors, magnetic fields, laser arrays, and holographic projections responded almost instantly to his interventions. By the end of the session, the conclusion was undeniable. The experiment could not safely continue without Meisler's archived research. The interactions between compressed quantum information and the observation framework were too complex, too delicate, and too unpredictable to allow independent action. The laboratory, for all its technological sophistication, had become a reactive medium, a space in which every measurement imposed subtle but unavoidable consequences. Every team member recognized that the experiment's success, and the safety of the facility itself, depended entirely on his historical knowledge and precise theoretical guidance. Meisler, standing in the center of the lab, finally addressed the group with measured intensity. "This is the reality of the work. Without access to the full calculations and logs, you cannot safely observe, manipulate, or stabilize the signal. Every intervention is a negotiation with the system itself, and every misstep risks cascading failure. The choice is clear. Either we operate with complete understanding or we do not operate at all." The room remained silent, the low hum of equipment filling the space as each team member processed the implications. What they were attempting was no longer a controlled experiment in the conventional sense. It was a delicate negotiation with a living system of compressed quantum information, one that demanded both expertise and historical knowledge to navigate safely. The tension, now fully recognized, laid the groundwork for the confrontation that would define the next phase of their work, a confrontation in which access to Meisler's archived research would determine whether progress could continue or whether the experiment would be indefinitely stalled. The moment had come when Gerald Meisler made his position unequivocally clear, the words carrying the weight of decades of knowledge and experience compressed into a single, unyielding declaration. He would not continue the experiments unless granted full access to his prior research, and there was no room for compromise, no subtle negotiation, no possibility of partial allowances. Every gesture, every inflection of his voice underscored the gravity of the situation. The lab, with its humming arrays of quantum sensors and entangled measurement devices, seemed to pause, a collective acknowledgement from instruments and human minds alike that the stakes had reached a new plateau. "This is not optional," Meisler said, pacing slowly between two holographic consoles. His eyes followed the faint distortions in the signal that flickered across the displays, noting the sub-millisecond deviations that others were only beginning to register. "Every perturbation we introduce is a test against a system that evolves in direct response to observation. Without my archived calculations, my logs, and the complete framework I built, you are asking me to navigate an unstable field blindfolded. Cascading quantum instabilities will occur. Spatial distortions will propagate unpredictably. Equipment will fail. Every anomaly we witness now is merely the tip of what will manifest if we proceed without proper knowledge." The room remained quiet for a long moment. Technicians shifted uneasily at their stations, adjusting their interfaces and scanning their live feeds, but none dared challenge him. The monitoring displays hummed, projecting faint, shifting geometries that bent subtly under their own logic. Yet Meisler's gaze pierced each anomaly as if he could see their latent rules, the hidden threads connecting one distortion to the next. One of the junior analysts, still relatively new to the intense scrutiny of the signal, ventured cautiously, "Couldn't we proceed with smaller tests? Isolated adjustments? Maybe document each reaction carefully?" His question wavered somewhere between earnest reasoning and quiet desperation, a plea to restore logic to an increasingly volatile situation. The others turned toward him, some with faint traces of relief that someone had spoken, others with the tight, guarded expressions of those afraid to admit doubt. The monitors hummed softly in the silence that followed, their pale glow catching the nervous flicker in his eyes as he waited for approval or condemnation. Meisler's eyes narrowed. "No. Even minimal interference without full context is dangerous. These are not discrete events, and you are not merely observing a system with predictable responses. Every entangled sensor is linked to every other sensor, every laser path, every data node. A minor adjustment in one corner of the lab can trigger a cascade that alters measurements across meters, sometimes across the entire array. That is why I built the archive the way I did. It contains every nuance, every fail-safe calculation, every boundary condition necessary to predict these interactions." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The authority figures, a mix of political overseers, security liaisons, and senior scientists, leaned back in their chairs. Some adjusted their glasses, others muttered under their breath. They had anticipated resistance, but the clarity and intensity of Meisler's stance made the risk tangible, almost physical. I've seen what happens when even minor deviations go unchecked, he continued, gesturing to a holographic readout that displayed a previous series of experimental anomalies. Energy spikes, qubits oscillating beyond theoretical limits, subtle spatial distortions forming across the lab floor. I can predict the patterns, guide interventions, and stabilize reactions, but only if I have access to my prior work. Without it, any step forward is an uncontrolled gamble. A senior official interjected, voice clipped and firm, "Doctor Meisler, we understand the danger, but releasing your archival research carries historical risk. Your prior experiments, they carry knowledge," Meisler cut in, his voice sharp and unwavering. "Knowledge that is required to interpret the signal safely. I am not asking to rebuild the past. I am demanding the ability to prevent catastrophe in the present." The room fell silent again. The tension was palpable, a tangible vibration that seemed to echo off the walls of the high-tech laboratory. Team members exchanged glances, weighing their loyalty to protocol against the evident expertise of the man standing before them. Every instrument, every projection, every networked console reinforced the reality that the anomalies were not random, that they responded directly to actions taken in the lab, and that Meisler's guidance was the single variable capable of mediating them. A signal analyst leaned forward, her hands hovering over a console. "We've tried isolating the signal, rerunning simulations, applying theoretical models from current research. The inconsistencies are growing, and we can't stabilize the system. What exactly would change if you had access to your old research?" Meisler turned toward her, gaze steady, voice calm but unyielding. "Everything. Every sequence, every measurement, every reaction has precedent documented in my archives. The logs contain correlations, redundancies, and sequences that allow the prediction of cascading effects before they manifest. Without them, the anomalies will continue to compound, and we will be blind to the underlying structure that governs the signal. I cannot guarantee stability. I cannot prevent disaster without that access." He strode to another console, the holographic projections bending subtly under the influence of the signal itself, and traced a sequence of oscillations with his finger, each one shifting in reaction to his observation. "You see these deviations? They are not noise. They are responses, intelligent responses, emergent from the dense quantum information encoded within the signal. I can interpret them. I can stabilize them. But I cannot do so without the original framework I created, the calculations and logs that define the thresholds and failure modes. Anything less is insufficient and reckless." A political overseer shook her head, her voice tinged with frustration. "Dr. Meisler, even partial access could allow for targeted oversight. Surely we can mitigate risk by controlling what you can see." He cut her off again, the sharpness in his tone brooking no compromise. "Partial access is a trap. Half of the information, even a small segment of my archive, creates a false sense of security. The anomalies will exploit every blind spot, every gap in understanding, and the risk of a chain reaction grows exponentially. I will not proceed under those conditions. Full access is the only safe path. Without it, nothing we do is scientifically responsible, nothing is safe, and the experiment cannot continue." Engineers and technicians murmured in agreement, some nodding subtly at one another. The reality of the laboratory, the responsiveness of the signal, and the physical manifestations of its anomalies created a collective understanding that the theoretical argument could not overturn. Instruments flickered, magnetic coils oscillated without input, laser beams curved along imperceptible trajectories, and sensors reported spatial displacements that defied conventional explanation. The environment itself, underscored the necessity of Meisler's position. A senior military liaison, voice low but insistent, tried one last approach. We cannot simply hand over decades of potentially dangerous knowledge. What alternative methods can you propose to continue the work without full archival access? Meisler's response was measured but absolute. There is no alternative method that guarantees safety. You cannot contain a self-evolving quantum information system without its creator's blueprint. You cannot predict interactions between entangled sensors and compressed information states without the original data that defines their limits. Any approach that assumes partial understanding is inherently flawed. Attempting it will only magnify the anomalies, risking damage to the lab, the instruments, and potentially to the structure of the signal itself. He let the words linger, watching the subtle distortions across the lab as if they were witnesses to the conversation. Every qubit oscillation beyond expected bounds, every energy spike unaccounted for, every minor shift in the spatial arrangement of apparatuses reinforced the validity of his stance. The anomalies were active participants, responsive to human engagement, and Meisler alone possessed the interpretive key. Finally, after hours of tense negotiation, frustrated arguments, and repeated attempts to find compromise, the message became unavoidable. Without full access to his archived research, Gerald Meisler would not engage with the signal. Every member of the team, every observing authority, every bureaucratic overseer understood the implications. Progress was suspended. Experiments were effectively frozen until the impasse could be resolved. The lab, humming and quivering with the energy of its own interactions, felt like a space suspended between potential and paralysis. Gerald Meisler stood at the center, eyes scanning the projections, fingers tracing lines of energy that bent around unseen boundaries, fully aware that his refusal was both a safeguard and a limitation. He had made it clear that the mission's continuation depended entirely on the release of his archives, and until that demand was met, the anomalies would remain an unsolvable puzzle, the experiments a dangerous and incomplete exercise. Every minor distortion, every unanticipated oscillation, every self-modifying fluctuation of the signal served as a reminder to those present that the lab was not merely a collection of instruments and consoles. It was a living system in dynamic equilibrium with Meisler's knowledge. Without him empowered by his complete research, every step forward was a step into uncertainty, and every observation risked unintended consequence. The standoff defined the experiment itself. Progress could occur only at the intersection of his understanding and the signal's evolving complexity. The tension in the room persisted long after the conversation had ended, a quiet acknowledgement that the mission's trajectory had been irrevocably bound to Gerald Meisler's control, and that the resolution of this impasse was the defining factor for all that would follow. The rival research group operated from a sprawling, windowless facility on the outskirts of the city, its glassless concrete walls marked with the insignia of private funding agencies and obscure governmental contracts. Within, rows of quantum servers hummed under fluorescent light, data streams pulsating across fiber-optic conduits as analysts monitored and manipulated feeds with a precision born of obsession. Political influence and classified intelligence channels enabled them to project authority beyond their physical reach, issuing carefully worded proposals to the official Signal Project team. Every letter, every directive, carried the veneer of cooperation, yet beneath the surface, it was clear that their goals were strategic, the signal seen not as a tool of understanding but as a weapon to be bent to advantage. They had even installed auxiliary labs, shadowed monitoring networks, and redundant power grids that ensured no single point of failure could prevent them from maintaining constant operational observation, a level of preparedness that suggested both fear and ambition intertwined in equal measure. Gerald Meisler, reviewing incoming communications on a holographic console, noted immediately the subtle patterns of coercion embedded in the language. Deadlines imposed without consultation, requests that skirted legal boundaries, phrasing designed to provoke compliance. "They're testing reactions," Meisler said, tapping the side of the display. "Every suggestion, every mandate is a probe. They want to see what they can influence, and they're measuring how quickly the team responds." His voice carried a calm authority, but the tension in his hands belied the urgency. The analysts beside him adjusted feeds and logs, overlaying timestamps with signal data, attempting to detect any correlation between external directives and fluctuations in the system. Patterns emerged that indicated the rival group's operatives had a deep understanding of the lab's sensor networks, exploiting even minimal latency in data transmission to produce detectable anomalies, a manipulation so subtle that anyone untrained would have dismissed it as random fluctuation. Subtle anomalies began appearing almost immediately. Sensors that had previously maintained stable qubit measurements began oscillating erratically, though only by fractions of a percent. Energy readings spiked unpredictably in sections of the lab untouched by recent tests. Holographic reconstructions of the signal exhibited distortions that were difficult to attribute solely to the signal itself. Meisler leaned closer to a floating projection, tracing the twisting geometries with his finger. "These shifts aren't intrinsic," he explained. "They're imposed externally, propagated through the infrastructure, but they interact with the dense information fields like a secondary system. Even without direct access, the rival team's interference is cascading through the experiment." The team paused, acknowledging the gravity of his observation. Any misstep in distinguishing natural signal feedback from deliberate external tampering could jeopardize months of work. "How do we separate their influence from the system's own dynamics?" asked one of the junior analysts, her voice tight with anxiety. Meisler's eyes scanned the complex lattice of feedback loops projected above the console, a visual web of cause and effect stretching across milliseconds of operational time. "We map every deviation against known variables and environmental controls," he said. "Every anomalous response must be traced. If it doesn't match the signal's expected behavior under controlled conditions, it is interference. The margin for error is zero." Protocols were quickly drafted under Meisler's guidance. Shielded communication channels were reinforced, software layers hardened against remote intrusion, and redundant monitoring arrays deployed to detect subtle deviations in energy and data flow. "Control isn't just about observation," Meisler warned, gesturing toward a holographic display showing overlapping qubit fluctuations. "It's about maintaining integrity across the system. Any breach, no matter how small, can trigger feedback that grows exponentially. We cannot afford to underestimate these attempts." His words carried both the weight of theory and the authority of someone who had once navigated far more volatile systems, his presence anchoring the team amidst the uncertainty. As the rival group continued its indirect manipulations, Meisler demonstrated how each interference pattern propagated through the lab. Magnetic coils vibrated subtly, beams of light bending imperceptibly, data logs altering themselves in ways that seemed almost intentional. "Observe," he said, running a simulation overlay. "The system interprets external influence as perturbations, adjusting internal states. These are not errors, they are responses. If misinterpreted, they could destabilize the experiment entirely." Analysts scribbled notes frantically, cross-referencing environmental factors, energy fluctuations, and holographic distortions to separate natural anomalies from induced ones. Meisler walked among them, explaining how a single qubit fluctuation in one corner could, through entanglement and dense information propagation, produce minute effects in multiple subsystems simultaneously, a revelation that left even the most experienced researchers awed and uneasy. Despite the precision of the measures, tension within the team rose steadily. Every incoming communication from the rival group was scrutinized for hidden intent, every spike in the system questioned. "They're waiting for us to make a mistake," Meisler said, his voice measured but sharp. "They want us to respond reactively, to trigger an instability they can exploit. That's why you must treat each observation as deliberate until proven otherwise. Assumptions are costly." He demonstrated multiple scenarios where misinterpretation of subtle system responses could be magnified into significant errors, showing the team how even a brief moment of oversight could cascade into a network-wide anomaly that would take hours to correct. The lab itself became a theater of vigilant control. Analysts rotated in tightly scheduled shifts, eyes flicking between screens, sensors, and projections, while Meisler guided each adjustment to maintain equilibrium. Even minor environmental fluctuations, temperature shifts, electromagnetic interference from city grids, were incorporated into models predicting system behavior, ensuring that responses were calculated rather than reflexive. "Precision," Meisler reminded them repeatedly, "is the only safeguard. The moment we guess or simplify, the anomalies grow unpredictable. The signal responds to interaction, and we cannot let external actors dictate its behavior." Meanwhile, the rival group increased the subtlety of its attempts, masking remote probes as routine communications or calibration tests. Meisler noticed these patterns immediately, correlating deviations in qubit fidelity with the timing of ostensibly benign directives. "They're learning how the lab reacts," he said. "Every experiment we conduct informs their next move. We must assume intelligence behind every probe." The analysts, some exhausted, nodded grimly, realizing that the challenge was not only understanding the signal, but defending it from human interference as much as natural instability. He scheduled continuous overlap shifts, ensuring that no single observer could miss even the smallest spike or fluctuation, weaving an intricate web of attention that paralleled the entangled structure of the signal itself. As the day progressed, Meisler's strategies began to stabilize the experimental environment. He overlaid multiple feedback models, predicting the propagation of induced anomalies and counteracting them before they could amplify. Holographic projections twisted and corrected themselves in real time, energy readings steadied, and data logs returned to consistency under his supervision. "We're not stopping the signal," he explained. "We're defending its operational integrity. That distinction is critical. It is not ours to control in isolation. It is ours to interpret and preserve." The external pressure from the rival group did not abate. They escalated with veiled threats and politically charged memos, seeking to apply pressure on oversight committees and the broader research community. Meisler's team, however, remained disciplined under his leadership, using predictive models and precise countermeasures to maintain stability. Each interference attempt was cataloged and neutralized, the system's responses analyzed for insight rather than alarm. He spent hours projecting potential interventions across dozens of scenarios, calculating the propagation of each perturbation with a rigor that left colleagues alternately inspired and terrified, aware that the room's equilibrium rested entirely on his understanding. By evening, the lab had transformed into a structured network of observation, intervention, and defense. Every workstation pulsed with meticulously synchronized data streams, each pattern feeding into Meisler's overarching design. Screens reflected in glass partitions, casting faint grids of code across the faces of the analysts who worked in near silence. The hum of processed energy underscored everything, a kind of mechanical heartbeat that seemed to keep time with their collective concentration. Meisler moved among them, a quiet, commanding presence. "Keep the isolation layers active," he instructed one technician. "Any fluctuation in phase alignment needs to be logged before replication. Don't let small errors propagate." His tone was calm but absolute, every word tracing the perimeter between order and collapse. The team responded without hesitation, refining measurements, calibrating fields, and feeding observations back into the adaptive architecture. The rival group's attempts continued in the background, visible only as faint perturbations, spikes in the data stream that flared and dissolved like ripples meeting a shoreline. "They're persistent," one of the senior analysts muttered. Trying everything short of fracturing their own model, Meisler didn't look up. "Persistence without precision isn't pressure," he replied. "It's noise. Let them make noise." He stopped beside the primary display as new readings stabilized. "They can push," Meisler said, reviewing the day's anomalies, "but we can anticipate and absorb." His reflection in the screen seemed to fold into the statistical diagrams, merging man with method. "The signal remains intact, and so does our understanding." A long pause followed. Then, almost quietly, he added, "They will not break it." Outside the controlled environment of the lab, political observers debated the legitimacy and intent of the rival group, unaware that their theoretical advantages were neutralized by a single expert's capacity to interpret adaptive quantum structures. Meisler, in contrast, remained focused, eyes fixed on projections that continued to shift subtly, the signal responding to scrutiny yet held within carefully calculated bounds. In this interplay of human ambition and incomprehensible information, he maintained a fragile equilibrium, his guidance the only barrier preventing the project from spiraling into chaos. Each anomaly, every spike, and every qubit perturbation had been meticulously catalogued, the lab itself becoming a living map of potential interference, a testament to Meisler's singular command over both theory and practice. Political and institutional pressure intensified almost daily, escalating as the rival group leveraged lobbying channels, strategic leaks, and persuasive narratives aimed at media outlets, ensuring that coverage of the Signal project captured attention beyond scientific circles. Headlines ranged from cautiously speculative to alarmist, breakthrough or threat. Sol 9 signal sparks debate. Government scrambles to control unknown quantum transmission. Rival scientists demand access, raise fears of misuse. On one evening broadcast, a senior anchor leaned forward and said, "What the public wants to know is simple. Who's in charge of this thing, and why can't we see the data?" A panelist immediately countered, "Because uncontrolled disclosure is how breakthroughs become disasters." Television networks ran segments with commentators questioning the ethical oversight of the research, juxtaposing sound bites from anonymous sources within the rival organization against statements from government liaisons, asserting that national security concerns prevented the release of sensitive materials. "You can't hide behind security forever," one radio host scoffed, his voice cutting sharply through the studio static. "The taxpayers deserve to know what's being done in their name. If this experiment is as safe as they claim, why seal it behind clearance codes?" The second host laughed softly, the sound edged with disbelief. "Safe? You're assuming they even know what they're handling. You also can't pretend this is just another lab experiment." "Oh, come on," the first replied. "Every scientific leap looked dangerous before we understood it. Oversight isn't interference, it's responsibility." "Responsibility," the other repeated, almost under his breath. "Or control," Lines blur when information and power intersect. So what? We let the whole thing rot behind classified walls. Maybe until someone's ready to see past the noise, came the reply. Because once that data's out, you can't pull it back in. For a moment, neither spoke. The faint hum of airwaves filled the silence before the first voice returned, quieter now. Maybe the real security risk isn't what they know, it's what they think they can contain. Social media amplified every report, with threads dissecting technical diagrams purportedly leaked by unnamed insiders. Meisler watched these developments with clinical focus, noting the way half-truths and selective disclosures created waves of confusion among decision-makers, forcing internal debates over the extent of access that the rival group might justifiably receive. "They're shaping the question before anyone can answer it," he remarked quietly to a colleague. "That's the real interference." The distraction extended into the lab itself. Analysts who had been singularly devoted to anomaly control now found their attention fragmented, responding to calls from oversight agencies, clarifying media inquiries, and defending the integrity of their work against unfounded claims of negligence. "I just spent an hour explaining why a coherence dip isn't a warning sign," one analyst muttered, pulling off a headset. Even minor communications could generate disproportionate concern, as journalists and policy advisors interpreted technical nuances as evidence of either imminent danger or strategic opportunity. Meisler moved among his team, observing these dynamics with a careful, steady gaze. "Every message, every rumor," he said, tapping a holographic interface projecting trending mentions in the news, "produces a perturbation. Not in the signal itself, not yet, but in our focus, and that's dangerous. Attention must remain on data first, distractions second." A junior technician nodded and replied, "Then we need insulation, not explanations." Monitoring protocols were upgraded to an unprecedented level. Network activity was continuously scanned for anomalies, with logs cross-referenced against operational timelines and energy fluctuations in the lab. Unauthorized attempts to access computational nodes, subtle pings in entangled sensors, and unusual readouts in holographic projections were immediately flagged. "That access request didn't come from us," a security officer said sharply, eyes locked on the console. Each event triggered a chain of analysis, correlating micro-deviations in qubit coherence with environmental inputs and timing of external communications. Meisler demonstrated to his team how even minor interference propagated through the dense information structures of the signal, amplifying in complex feedback loops that could result in distortions far larger than their initial source. He overlaid simulations on interactive displays, showing how hypothetical remote manipulations, by exploiting data channels or even subtle power fluctuations, could cascade unpredictably through the entire experimental apparatus. "This is why control isn't optional," he emphasized, drawing a lattice of entangled information pathways in three-dimensional space. "Every input must be accounted for, every anomaly traced. If we allow uncontrolled influence, we risk destabilizing the experiment entirely." Someone at the back asked, "And if they claim it was accidental?" Meisler answered without hesitation, "Intent doesn't reduce impact." Outside the lab, media coverage contributed to an atmosphere of scrutiny and rumor. Analysts were aware that leaks, intentional or accidental, might influence funding decisions or trigger political intervention. "They're already framing the budget debate," one administrator warned during a briefing. Radio programs and online podcasts discussed the project as a potential breakthrough for deep space exploration, but also repeatedly highlighted the possibility of weaponization, drawing on statements selectively attributed to the rival group. "If this can talk across space, it can command across space," One commentator speculated, while another pushed back, or it can listen, and that distinction matters. News feeds displayed fluctuating sentiment analysis, showing spikes in concern whenever government agencies released statements about security protocols or research limitations. Meisler remained focused on the experimental data, but he instructed team members to record and catalog all media interactions, both for reference in official reports and to map correlations between external narrative and internal anomalies. Information doesn't exist in a vacuum, he told them. Even outside commentary feeds back into the system indirectly. Perception shapes policy, and policy shapes what we can or cannot test. Meanwhile, the rival group escalated its tactics with careful subtlety. They offered lucrative contracts to individual team members, extended invitations to conferences framed as collaborative, and issued public statements emphasizing the supposed stagnation of the project due to restricted access. "They're calling it transparency," an analyst said, scrolling through a press release. "It's leverage," Meisler replied. He tracked each move meticulously, overlaying the timing of external announcements with energy deviations and shifts in qubit behavior within the lab. "These aren't coincidences," he said, pointing to a holographic overlay connecting temporal markers of announcements with small oscillations in the measurement arrays. "Their influence is indirect, but it's real. Every outreach, every contract offer, every published critique is designed to provoke us into a reactive stance. If we respond impulsively, the system responds, and the feedback is unpredictable." The team gradually internalized the necessity of separating scientific observation from political manipulation. Meisler insisted on methodical procedures for every adjustment, every measurement, and every simulation. Even when outside parties hinted at safe shortcuts or alternative calibration techniques, he refused to authorize any intervention not grounded in proven theoretical guidance. "The moment we bend methodology to appease outside pressures," he warned during a closed meeting, "we compromise more than the data. We compromise the signal itself." Analysts followed this protocol with growing precision, cross-checking environmental factors such as room temperature, electromagnetic interference, vibration from building systems, and microfluctuations in energy grids. "Log it anyway," Meisler said when a deviation seemed trivial. "Small things accumulate." In addition to technical vigilance, Meisler emphasized psychological discipline. Every team member was instructed to maintain a record of internal decision-making, noting potential influences from conversations with officials, media exposure, or speculation about rival strategies. "We are not just managing qubits and photons," he reminded them. "We are managing human perception, expectations, and reactions. The signal is adaptive, and so is the environment we operate in. Understanding both is essential." One analyst admitted quietly, "I didn't realize how much the news was getting into my head." Meisler replied, "Now you do. Awareness is containment." By midweek, the lab had evolved into a tightly controlled ecosystem of observation, intervention, and verification. Holographic projections rotated in complex loops, energy readings stabilized under carefully applied countermeasures, and every sensor in the entangled array was mapped to trace its influence across the experiment. Meisler walked among his team, adjusting parameters in real time while reviewing simultaneous overlays of media coverage, government correspondence, and internal anomaly logs. "Predict, prevent, verify," he said, gesturing toward a three-dimensional lattice of information flows. "Every action has a reaction. Every interference has a signature. If we ignore even minor inputs, we risk exponential disruption." A systems engineer replied, "Then we stay ahead or we don't stay at all." As evening approached, the rival group's indirect interventions increased in frequency, masked as benign inquiries, routine calibration requests, or invitations to review procedural manuals. "They're probing for fatigue," a colleague observed. Meisler cross-referenced each action against system behavior, noting patterns of delay and propagation that revealed the group's strategy: pressure, observation, adaptation. "They test us," he said quietly to a colleague, "and they learn from our adjustments. They feed on our reactions, not the raw data itself. Awareness is the only buffer against escalation." Despite external pressures, internal focus and methodological rigor preserved the integrity of the experiment. Each induced anomaly was catalogued, simulated, and counteracted where necessary, preventing cumulative destabilization. Analysts recorded the timing, magnitude, and propagation of deviations, constructing predictive models under Meisler's supervision. One analyst sat hunched over the terminal, eyes bloodshot from the intensity of a long scan, before finally leaning back in the chair to announce, "We're holding." Her hands remained poised over the controls, fingers hovering as the words were spoken after hours of monitoring the flickering readouts. Holographic matrices corrected themselves in real time, energy spikes were contained, and data logs remained consistent despite subtle manipulations. Meisler reminded the team repeatedly, "We do not control the signal absolutely. We control our interaction with it. That distinction preserves stability and prevents catastrophe." As tensions escalated across both public and institutional spheres, Meisler took an unequivocal, visible stance. The Sol 9 signal could not be manipulated or interpreted under any form of external coercion. He called a briefing that was simultaneously transmitted to government oversight committees and the internal communications network of the lab. "Let me be clear," he began, eyes scanning the assembly of analysts, advisors, and remote observers. "Any attempt to force interpretation or adjustment from outside these walls is a direct threat to the stability of the experiment. The signal reacts to observation, and external pressure is an observation we cannot control." His voice was calm but carried an unmistakable authority, leaving no room for argument. Immediately, the team moved to reinforce all defensive measures. Secure communication channels were consolidated, using multiple layers of encryption layered over quantum key distribution networks. Experimental logs were encrypted end-to-end and mirrored across redundant storage arrays in physically separated vaults, with only Meisler and two senior analysts authorized to make changes. Sensitive instruments, including entangled sensor arrays and holographic projection systems, were relocated to shielded enclosures, physically isolated to prevent any remote access or unintended feedback from external signals. Meisler stood with a rigid, commanding posture, watching with a steady gaze as the team meticulously moved devices into Faraday-shielded containment units. His voice remained calm and resolute, cutting through the mechanical hum of the laboratory to ensure every member heard him clearly. "Isolation is not obstruction," he reminded them, his presence acting as an anchor while the heavy shielding doors were sealed shut. A male senior analyst stood over a workstation, his brow furrowed in concentration as he worked to calibrate the equipment. He reached out with steady, practiced hands, carefully adjusting a sensor housing to ensure the alignment was precise. Without looking up from the delicate task, he spoke in a low, gravelly tone to the others nearby. "It's preservation," he said, his focus remaining entirely on the hardware as he tightened the casing into place. "Exactly," Meisler replied. "Without it, even a single unauthorized input could cascade through dense information states like a shockwave." With his archival research now accessible, Meisler began systematically integrating decades of prior work into the ongoing experiments. Every adjustment to the signal was cross-referenced against historical calculations, raw experimental logs, and complex theoretical models he had once feared would fall into the wrong hands. "Look at this feedback loop here," he said, tracing a holographic projection of the signal's evolving geometry. "Is that what I think it is?" one analyst asked, leaning over the display. "Not instability," Meisler said firmly. "It is a controlled reaction within the dense information horizon. Without these thresholds from the 2042 log, you would misinterpret this as error." Analysts observed as once inexplicable oscillations aligned perfectly with Meisler's models, each prediction confirmed by precise, measurable response. He instructed the team on the exact parameters for safe observation and controlled perturbation, emphasizing that each variable, from the angle of a laser path to the timing of entangled sensor measurements, must remain within the thresholds indicated by historical research. "Do not attempt improvisation," he warned. "Every new input, every probe, even the smallest calibration change, interacts with the system according to rules that exist in this archive and nowhere else. If you ignore it, you court catastrophe." A junior scientist hesitated. But even with these guidelines, the anomalies sometimes propagate unpredictably. "That is why the thresholds exist," Meisler explained. "They predict, not control, reactions. Our task is interpretation, not domination. The moment we try to force the signal to comply, we destabilize it." External pressure from the rival group continued, increasingly sophisticated but systematically nullified. Attempts to influence the team through appeals to authority, veiled threats, and offers of collaboration were documented in real time. Meisler overlaid these external inputs against live holographic simulations of the lab, showing that even indirect actions could interact with entangled systems if not accounted for. "Every message, every proposal from them, every contract offer is an uncalculated perturbation," he explained. "We do not respond. We account. Understanding the signal is a discipline. Responding to outside coercion is recklessness." Media coverage intensified as news outlets reported on the standoff between Meisler's team and the rival organization. Headlines varied from sensationalist interpretations, "Quantum Arms Race," "Sol 9 Signal Held Hostage," and "Rival Scientists Clash with Lab Genius," to analytical reports citing Meisler's published works and interviews with independent experts. During a televised panel discussion, a commentator questioned the ethics of restricting access. "Isn't science supposed to be collaborative? Why keep this knowledge behind closed doors?" Another expert responded, "Some experiments operate on a level of systemic risk that makes transparency dangerous. You can't just give everyone access and hope nothing happens." Clips of these debates were projected in the lab's media monitoring station. Meisler observed them without reaction, noting only the correlation between public speculation and subtle shifts in team focus. "Distraction is measurable," he said. "Notice the spike in attention whenever a claim is made about outside interference. That's not the signal reacting, that's perception reacting." Under Meisler's direct oversight, the team developed a new layer of operational protocols. All data input and output was recorded in triplicate, time-stamped, and cross-validated against environmental sensors, tracking electromagnetic fluctuations, microvibrations, and thermal variances. Holographic displays were annotated with probabilistic projections derived from historical data, allowing analysts to anticipate the signal's response to controlled perturbations. "We are no longer guessing at cause and effect," Meisler remarked. "We are reading the system according to the rules it already obeys. This is the only way to safeguard against both natural and induced anomalies." Dialogue punctuated the work throughout the day. If they keep sending directives, do we just ignore them completely? A junior analyst asked, voice tense. Ignore the pressure but log everything, Meisler said, eyes steady. Awareness is not compliance. Every signal from outside, every leak, every offer, they are data points, nothing more. Respond to the experiment, not to the rumor. Later, another team member noticed a minor energy deviation correlating with an external broadcast. Observe the timing, note the magnitude, but do not assume causation, Meisler said. Our historical models tell us exactly which perturbations matter. Everything else is noise. He also leveraged the access to his previous work to design predictive simulations for stress testing the system against external interference. By inputting historical sequences and feedback loops into holographic predictive models, he could anticipate how a minor remote probe might propagate through the entangled sensors and dense information networks. See here, he said, pointing to a projection of oscillating qubit fidelity. If we allowed a half-hearted response, this microperturbation grows into a cascade. But with controlled observation, guided by the archival data, it stabilizes naturally. It is not luck, it is law. By midweek, the laboratory operated as a tightly integrated system of controlled experimentation, defensive vigilance, and meticulous documentation. Every team member understood that human influence, through panic, distraction, or coercion, was as much a threat as the signal's inherent instability. Our task is interpretation, not intervention, Meisler reminded the team. The signal's adaptive intelligence is indifferent to politics or ambition. Our job is to ensure the interaction remains disciplined, deliberate, and within the parameters of proven science. Analysts now monitored holographic projections alongside media feeds and external communications, creating a dynamic mapping of perception and influence in real time. We are observing both the system and ourselves, Meisler noted, because the human element is the final variable. Evenings were long and meticulous. Meisler reviewed every log entry, anomaly report, and media alert from the day. Every calculation, every adjustment, every observed response must be logged as if we are accountable to the signal itself, he said. And if tomorrow the rival group escalates, a senior analyst asked, then we escalate our observation, not our interference. Nothing leaves this room without protocol. Nothing enters it without accounting. Discipline is the buffer. Knowledge is the shield, Meisler said, his tone unwavering. With full access to his archival research, Meisler demonstrated the ability to predict and counteract potential disturbances with precision, stabilizing the experiment in ways previously impossible. Holographic matrices remained aligned, qubit coherence maintained its integrity, and energy fluctuation stayed within safe operational parameters. Notice the alignment here, Meisler said, highlighting the projections. These loops are self-correcting because we respect the thresholds. Deviate from this, even slightly, and the system punishes error. The team recognized that the combination of historical insight, rigorous methodology, and controlled environment had transformed a volatile, reactive system into a predictable, analyzable phenomenon. Even subtle manipulations by external actors were effectively neutralized, the signal's behavior interpretable without resorting to guesswork or improvisation. Meisler stood at the front of the command center, positioned on a raised metal platform that overlooked the rows of glowing workstations. The day concluded with Meisler addressing the team formally, his silhouette framed against the massive, floor-to-ceiling holographic displays that continued to cycle through data streams behind him. He rested one hand on the cold steel railing of the observation deck, his gaze sweeping across the tired faces of the staff gathered on the floor below as he prepared to speak. "We are not in conflict with the world outside," he said. "But we cannot allow the world outside to dictate the terms of this experiment. We operate within the laws of physics, guided by history and protected by discipline. That is the only way we safeguard the signal, ourselves, and the integrity of what this project represents." The analysts stepped out of the lab into the quiet hallway, their shoulders heavy with exhaustion and their eyes dimmed by hours of intense focus. Despite the physical toll, they moved with a steady, renewed confidence, the lingering tension of the day finally beginning to lift. They left knowing that for the first time, their processes of observation, interpretation, and control were perfectly aligned. This stability felt solid, grounded in a framework of rigorous knowledge and the absolute authority of the individual, who understood the signal better than anyone else alive. The first fragments of Sol 9 mission emerged as intricate visual sequences within the signal, each frame more precise than the last. Gerald Meisler studied the projections intently, noting how individual crew members carried out engineering checks and calibration routines with uncanny consistency. Holographic overlays traced tool movements and console adjustments, repeating with slight deviations in timing or sequence. "Look at the engines here," Meisler said, pointing to a rotating 3D rendering of the core assembly. "They're performing diagnostic cycles before the initial ignition sequence." "That shouldn't be possible." Claire sat at her workstation, her upper body tense as she leaned forward toward the glowing console. Her fingers remained poised and motionless, hovering just inches over the haptic interface as she waited for a response. "Are you saying they're anticipating events that haven't happened yet?" she asked, her voice tight with a sharp, underlying tension that cut through the low hum of the surrounding equipment. "Yes," Meisler replied, tapping a section of the holographic projection. "The crew's actions precede the triggers that would normally initiate them. Everything we see defies conventional timelines. The signal is showing operational sequences that cannot exist in the present." As the team watched, the projections became increasingly detailed. Navigation arrays were adjusted with foresight, supply inventories logged before deliveries, and engineering logs recorded anomalies prior to their actual occurrence. Each iteration introduced micro-variations, as though the signal itself were refining its depiction. Meisler noted the subtle changes with a frown. "It's not random," he said. "The system adapts. It anticipates our observations and subtly corrects itself. Each cycle informs the next, like a feedback loop with memory." Malik sat back in his heavy ergonomic chair, his face illuminated by the amber glow of several secondary monitors. The senior engineer shook his head slowly, his features set in a grim expression of disbelief. He gestured toward the scrolling lines of code on his screen, before looking over the rim of his glasses at the rest of the group. "But that would mean it's computing not only the ship's future state, but our observation patterns too," he said, his voice carrying the weight of his years in the field. He paused, his gaze shifting to the central display. "Are we saying the signal is reactive to us?" "That's exactly what I'm saying," Meisler said, eyes scanning the overlay. "Every scan, every measurement, every minor adjustment we make interacts with the signal's timeline. It's alive in a computational sense, continuously self-modifying." Quantum measurement instruments reflected the temporal complexity of the fragments. Multiple crew members appeared simultaneously in different locations, performing conflicting tasks. Holographic projections highlighted overlapping positions, and spectral filters revealed the impossibility of a single linear timeline. "See here," Meisler said, drawing a line through two instances of the same engineer on the main console. One is performing recalibration, while the other is documenting the results of that recalibration before it physically occurs. The paradox is embedded in the signal itself. Claire remained frozen in her seat, her gaze fixed on the erratic waveforms fluctuating across her primary display. She hesitated, her hand tightening around the edge of the desk as she looked toward the lead console for guidance. If we can't rely on standard causality, how do we even begin to map these events accurately? She asked, the uncertainty in her tone reflected in the way she glanced back at the chaotic data points on her screen. By isolating the timelines carefully, Meisler replied. We break down each fragment into its discrete cycles, record every sequence, and compare it to the others. Only by examining the redundancies and inconsistencies can we begin to understand the underlying pattern. The team set to work, assigning sections of the projection to individual analysts. Each fragment was replayed repeatedly, with energy readings, qubit behavior, and instrument logs synchronized to identify correlations. Meisler moved among them, occasionally tapping holographic surfaces to highlight sequences. Every cycle we record must include the context of observation, he explained. Even minor environmental factors, light fluctuations, electromagnetic noise, or temperature shifts could influence what we see. This is not just signal analysis, it's controlled chronometry. At one station, an analyst named Javier noticed a repeated adjustment to a power conduit on the starboard section of the vessel. The crew reroutes energy before the instability occurs, he said. It's like the system already knows what's going to fail. Meisler stood motionless at the head of the conference table, his reflection caught in the dark, polished surface of the monitors. He leaned over the table, resting his weight on his knuckles as he looked toward the data analysts. His eyes remained fixed on the complex probability trees projected in the center of the room, his head tilting slightly as he watched the branches shift and reconfigure. He gestured toward a specific cluster of data points with a sharp, precise movement of his hand. Meisler nodded. Exactly. These are preventive actions embedded into the fragments. The signal is demonstrating not only causal anticipation, but operational optimization. Each crew member's behavior represents a conditional response to events that are, from our perspective, still in the future. The team's sense of unease grew. Instruments occasionally spiked or oscillated as they logged sequences, requiring recalibration. Do we pull back? Claire asked. Are we risking destabilization? No, Meisler said firmly. Every response we make must be deliberate. Retraction now could erase critical continuity in the data. We manage the variables, we document, and we maintain control. The signal adapts, but we must adapt faster. Over the following hours, the fragments revealed increasingly complex interactions. Crew members coordinated tasks in patterns that suggested preemptive reasoning, adjusting equipment based on conditions that had not yet physically manifested. Holographic reconstruction displayed structural adjustments to Sol 9 internal decks, energy flow adjustments in reactor conduits, and navigational corrections before environmental inputs occurred. The ship itself, Meisler said quietly, is responding to future states of its own systems. It's a predictive operational network, anchored to a timeline that hasn't happened yet. Malik frowned. If the signal predicts future states, are we in danger of being influenced ourselves? Could it alter our decisions just by being observed? Yes, Meisler said, but only in the sense that we must account for our observational impact. Every scan, every measurement, every attention we pay becomes part of the system's feedback. We cannot interact carelessly. Each intervention must be calculated, each observation deliberate. Claire gestured, to a looping projection of the engineering bay. Look at the maintenance crew. They're repeating the same tasks, but with tiny differences each time. It's like the system is experimenting on its own timeline. That's a useful observation, Meisler said. The variations are minor but deliberate. The signal encodes probability within deterministic sequences. Every loop contains conditional deviation that test outcomes. We must capture each deviation, because each one informs the overarching structure. As the day progressed, the team developed a protocol for isolating fragments, recording microadjustments, and cataloging the temporal anomalies with precision. Meisler oversaw every step, ensuring that no sequence was misinterpreted and that feedback loops were contained. Dialogue among analysts became frequent and purposeful, often standing alone to clarify nuances. Javier cross-referenced the power conduit adjustments with the temporal sequence overlays. Any mismatch must be flagged. Yes, Dr. Meisler. I'm also marking overlapping crew actions that contradict linear causality. Good. Every sequence is valuable, even the anomalies. They reveal how the system anticipates events. Do not discard any discrepancies. They are part of the predictive model. Meanwhile, minor anomalies began manifesting outside the projections. Sensors recorded micro-fluctuations, and energy grids in the lab showed brief, unexplained oscillations. Meisler studied them, connecting each anomaly to the projected crew sequences. These are not random artifacts, he said. They correlate directly with the signal's predictive feedback. Each minor spike corresponds to a crew action, anticipating a future state. Our instruments are sensitive enough to capture the indirect influence of events that haven't occurred yet. Claire glanced at her monitor. It's unsettling. We're watching future actions, but we can't touch them without affecting the present timeline. That's why documentation is crucial, Meisler replied. Every interaction, every measurement, every adjustment must be recorded in context. Misinterpretation could propagate errors. We cannot afford mistakes. By the end of the cycle, the team had parsed dozens of discrete fragments, each representing coherent operational timelines that, from their perspective, should not yet exist. Meisler leaned back, eyes scanning the rotating projections. We're not merely observing Sol 9, he said. We're witnessing the predictive evolution of its systems. The ship and its crew exist in a quantum state of anticipatory action, and the signal allows us a window into that state. Our task is to map it, understand it, and ensure our observations remain precise. Analysts worked into the evening, continuously looping fragments, updating overlays, and comparing subtle deviations. Dialogue remained an essential part of the workflow. Claire, did you notice the reactor calibration sequence at frame 247? It adjusts before the fuel feed triggers. Yes, I flagged it. It matches the anomaly we observed on the environmental sensors 5 minutes ago. Good. We'll note it in the master log. These correlations are the key to understanding the system's anticipatory behavior. With meticulous care, the team documented every projection, ensuring that each piece of Sol 9 emergent timeline was captured. Meisler's guidance maintained order amidst complexity, providing the framework necessary to interpret a signal that operated entirely outside conventional causality. News of the Sol 9 fragments spread with unprecedented speed, the footage reaching television networks, online news portals, and social media platforms within hours of initial analysis. The clips were short, looping segments, crew members checking navigation arrays, engineers adjusting intricate panels, and interior corridors shifting subtly in ways that defied conventional understanding. On every channel, Commentators attempted to interpret the images, often contradicting each other. On the screen of a wall-mounted monitor in the lab, a prominent male science correspondent sat behind a sleek, glass-topped news desk in a brightly lit studio. He adjusted his silk tie and smoothed the lapels of his suit jacket, leaning toward the camera with an expression of practiced gravity. A scrolling ticker tape of global market reactions ran across the bottom of the frame behind him. "This is beyond any terrestrial technology we've ever documented," he stated during the televised broadcast. "Either we are witnessing a government project of impossible scale, or something entirely unaccounted for in known physics." He paused for effect, his eyes reflecting the harsh studio lights as he shuffled a stack of papers on the desk. A political analyst sat in a darkened studio, his face sharply illuminated by the glow of a nearby monitor as he leaned toward a heavy, foam-covered microphone. He gripped the edge of the table with one hand, his posture tense and deliberate as he focused on the red, on-air light. "And the implications are enormous," he said, his voice dropping into a low, steady tone that commanded attention. "If these fragments are authentic, the security and ethical considerations are staggering. Who controls this research, and who decides what is permissible?" He stayed leaned in even after speaking, his eyes narrowed as if challenging the audience through the lens. Meanwhile, social media threads ignited. Doctored images circulated rapidly, some showing the Sol 9 crew in elaborate alien-like suits, others exaggerating ship interiors to appear otherworldly. Misinformation ran rampant, some posts claiming the fragments were a hoax, others alleging the signal had originated from extraterrestrial contact. Hashtags trended globally: Sol 9 signal, quantum mystery, stop the experiment. Protest groups emerged overnight outside government offices, research facilities, and corporate labs associated with the project. Demonstrators carried signs demanding immediate shutdown, while others called for transparency, claiming the public had a right to know the truth. Some protesters chanted loudly in organized marches, while smaller, more chaotic groups clashed with police at multiple sites. Meisler watched these developments with a careful, unflinching focus. "None of it changes the data," he told his team during a briefing. "Our responsibility is to the experiment and the signal itself. Every public claim, rumor, or doctored image is a distraction. Treat it as such." In the lab, a junior analyst, eyes wide from fatigue, hesitated before speaking. "Dr. Meisler, there's a live news feed calling our work a threat to humanity. Should we respond?" "No," Meisler replied, his voice calm but firm. "We observe, we log, and we maintain integrity. Public speculation has no bearing on quantum behavior. Our only intervention is technical." On the set of a high-production cable news network, the bright studio lights hummed as anchors debated fervently. They sat behind a curved, polished obsidian desk that reflected the flickering blue lights of the set. Behind them, a massive video wall displayed a high-definition loop of the empty, sterile Sol 9 corridors, the camera panning slowly over rows of darkened consoles and silent machinery. One commentator, a man in his late 50s with graying temples, leaned forward and gestured emphatically toward the screen with a silver stylus. "Some experts suggest this could destabilize our understanding of physics," he said, his brow furrowed as he watched a shadow move across the footage. "Could the signal itself pose a risk to real-world systems?" Across the desk, his co-anchor, a woman with a sharp, attentive gaze, tapped a tablet on the desk to pull up a series of leaked technical documents. She looked directly into the camera, her expression one of skepticism and urgency as she addressed the live audience. "Risk or not, the government must explain why this footage exists at all," she countered, her voice rising over the low ambient noise of the studio. "We're seeing evidence of operations that should be decades in the future. This is unprecedented." She adjusted her earpiece, waiting for a producer's cue while the footage of the silent corridors continued to loop behind her. In radio studios, discussion panels mirrored the visual media frenzy. "We've never seen information appear before its cause," said a theoretical physicist interviewed live. "If the fragments are accurate, our models of causality, temporal sequencing, and quantum coherence are being tested at scales we barely understand." Meisler and his team continued their work undistracted, despite the growing public hysteria. Security protocols were elevated, remote access attempts were immediately flagged, and internal data streams were continuously monitored for anomalies. "Remember," Meisler reminded his team during a mid-afternoon check-in, "legitimate observation must be distinguished from interference. Even minor external effects could cascade, altering sequences we rely on to map the fragments. Stay disciplined." Outside, the public reaction intensified. News channels ran live panels with repeating footage of crew members performing maintenance, captioned with speculation. "Is this advanced AI? Secret time manipulation experiment? Government cover-up?" Protesters assembled near research centers, some fearful, others angry. Authorities struggled to maintain order, issuing conflicting statements, some calming the public, others suggesting that certain information was classified for security reasons. In the lab, dialogue among team members increased as they coordinated adjustments. Energy spikes in Sector 3 matched the timing of the broadcast segment, an analyst noted, pointing at the fluctuating readouts. "It's minor, but the timing is precise." Meisler leaned over the console. "Cross-reference every external event with internal anomalies. If the signal responds to perceived observation or human attention, we must quantify it. But we will not react to panic, only to measurable effects." Another team member added, "The social media posts are multiplying exponentially. Some claim the fragments are predicting disasters, meteor impacts, engineering failures. People are panicking online." Meisler's expression tightened. "Information propagates differently than data. The panic doesn't interact with the signal itself, but it can influence operational priorities. Our control is procedural and observational. External reaction is noise. Record it, map it, and move on." Throughout the day, Meisler coordinated with security liaisons and IT specialists to ensure the integrity of the lab network. Analysts worked shifts, observing fragments, calibrating sensors, and documenting sequences. When anomalies appeared, he held impromptu debriefings, using dialogue to reinforce focus and clarity. "Notice how the crew performs redundancies in each fragment," he explained during one session. "Each action anticipates conditions that haven't occurred yet. This is not random. You must interpret every sequence without bias or speculation. The system will not wait for outside approval." Media coverage expanded into nighttime broadcasts. A veteran journalist, speaking live, cautioned, "Experts warn that misinterpretation could lead to panic. The fragments are authentic but incomplete. No one fully understands what Sol 9 is displaying." A younger anchor responded, "The public is demanding answers, yet authorities refuse full disclosure. The question now is, who has ultimate oversight of this research?" Across the digital landscape, online forums dissected every frame of Sol 9 footage. With threads updating so rapidly, the text became a blur of scrolling speculation. Analysts from Meisler's team monitored these posts from their workstations, their faces illuminated by the harsh glare of monitoring software that flagged recurring misunderstandings and growing waves of misinformation. One of them leaned back, a hand resting on his chin as he studied a particularly viral thread filled with amateur theories. "They're assuming causality in the wrong direction," he remarked, his eyes reflecting the rapid flickering of the data feed. He tapped a key to archive a set of flawed conclusions before looking toward his colleagues. "Our challenge is to keep our observations precise despite the noise." Meisler, reviewing a series of fragment loops, spoke to the team. "Focus on the signal, not the narrative. Every temporal anomaly, every duplicated action, every instrument reading has to be cataloged. We cannot allow media, politics, or public hysteria to dictate experimental methodology." As the day turned into night, journalists filed live updates, integrating interviews with anonymous experts and speculative commentary, while Meisler's team maintained operational discipline. Small but measurable environmental fluctuations, power grid shifts, minor electromagnetic interference, were logged alongside signal data to distinguish natural causes from external speculation or media-induced hysteria. "Even the simplest fragment," Meisler reminded the team, "carries implications that are both scientific and operational. Ignore the headlines. Measure the data. Record anomalies. Understand before reporting." The public coverage intensified further, with talk radio hosts issuing predictions based on fragments and pundits claiming they could extrapolate future Sol 9 events. "People are going to demand answers tomorrow and the day after," one journalist said during a live feed. "We are seeing panic on a global scale." Meisler responded to an analyst quietly, "Let them panic. We cannot control the narrative, only the data. Our discipline keeps the fragments interpretable. That is our only safeguard." Despite the public chaos, internal systems remained stable. Meisler's insistence on structured protocols, rigorous monitoring, and constant communication ensured that the integrity of Sol 9 analysis persisted, even as global attention escalated, headlines proliferated, and misinformation spread. The team understood that the media had become a factor, not just a messenger. It shaped attention, influenced public behavior, and indirectly affected the operational environment. Meisler's dialogue reinforced the principle that observation must be deliberate, disciplined, and insulated from external pressures, maintaining stability amid unprecedented scrutiny. By the end of the week, Meisler convened a full team meeting. "Report by report, broadcast by broadcast, rumor by rumor," he began. "Every external input has the potential to generate secondary perturbations. We will catalog all public interactions alongside experimental logs. If we can understand the feedback loop, we maintain control." One analyst raised a hand. "Dr. Meisler, the protests are growing. Could they affect our supply lines or security clearances?" He shook his head slowly. "No. They affect perception, not operation. Do not conflate fear with function. Maintain the lab. Maintain your focus. That is all that matters." As the fragments develop further, Meisler begins to recognize distinct crew roles, operational procedures, and command decisions aboard Sol 9. Crew members perform repairs, run simulations, and execute mission protocols with precision, even though the ship has not yet been constructed. Some sequences contradict known engineering principles. Objects materialize without cause, critical decisions occur before the data exists to inform them, and redundant system checks appear anticipatory. Meisler maps these anomalies meticulously, recording which actions violate linear causality and how the crew seems to operate with knowledge from the future. He gestures toward a projected holographic sequence. "Notice here," Meisler says, voice low but steady. "The maintenance crew runs diagnostics on a navigation array before the array has been powered online. Everything else in the timeline depends on that initial activation. Yet the system anticipates it. The sequence is self-consistent, but it isn't sequential in the sense we know. A junior analyst leans forward. Sir, could these anomalies be caused by interference from our own observational equipment? Maybe the probe is generating feedback. Meisler shakes his head. No. We've accounted for every input, every quantum perturbation. These behaviors are inherent to the signal. What you're seeing is causality itself bending at the level of information structure. Our instruments are perfect mirrors. They aren't initiating these events. The self-modifying nature of the signal creates instability in the lab. Sensors fluctuate, instruments misalign, and computational models diverge, producing results that appear mathematically valid but physically impossible. Meisler runs simulations in real time, overlaying predictive models with observed sequences. If we misinterpret a single fragment, he warns, the cascade could propagate errors across the observation network. Even a minor misalignment of a sensor or a premature query could distort the next sequence. One of the analysts, sitting slumped in her chair, rubbed her temples with both hands as if trying to massage away a mounting headache. She stared at the flickering monitors, her face pale under the sterile overhead lighting of the research bay. She eventually looked up toward the lead console, her eyes bloodshot from hours of tracking nonlinear data points. She asks hesitantly, "Sir, do you think the temporal inconsistencies could ever feed back into reality outside the lab? Are we looking at a purely informational paradox, or could this manifest physically?" Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached for a lukewarm cup of coffee, her gaze remaining fixed on Meisler as she waited for an answer that might confirm her deepest anxieties. Meisler frowns, tapping several floating holograms to adjust the time lattice overlay. Right now, it's informational. But the system behaves according to the same quantum frameworks that govern dense information states and horizon dynamics. There's potential for indirect physical feedback, yes. That's why we must isolate every sequence, document every anomaly, and ensure that no uncontrolled observation propagates through the lab network. Team members, growing fatigued, exchange glances. The pressure of working with sequences that precede their own creation is evident. Meisler notices a tremor in one assistant's voice. I keep seeing the same crew member in two places at once," she says. In one sequence, he's in the engineering bay. In the next, he's performing command checks in the control center, but the control center shouldn't exist yet. Meisler points at the holographic overlay. Exactly. This is why we need to isolate each fragment, even within overlapping sequences. Multiple temporal layers can occupy the same observational window. Treat them as independent vectors. Never assume linearity. Document each event as it exists within the signal, not as you think it should occur. The team works in shifts, Meisler emphasizing strict procedural adherence. Do not let fatigue or stress dictate your interpretation, he instructs. The signal adapts. It reads input through observation. Even hesitation, second-guessing, or incorrect tagging could trigger self-modifying behavior. Fatigue, stress, and psychological strain compound the challenges. Analysts experience disorientation as repeated cycles of Sol-9 operations unfold before them, each slightly different from the last. Meisler institutes regular breaks, but even outside those intervals, team members are acutely aware of the historical implications. One technician whispers, almost to herself, "It's like watching the future write itself, and we're part of it." Meisler stood several paces away at a central terminal, but he turned his head sharply toward her as the question hung in the air. He didn't move from his position. his hands remaining clasped behind his back, but his presence seemed to expand, drawing the attention of everyone in the immediate vicinity. The low hum of the cooling fans was the only sound for a moment before he spoke. Meisler overhears and corrects her firmly. "You are observers, not participants. Document. Isolate. Interpret. Do not imagine causality, where none exists outside the signal. Your reactions are data, not narrative." He maintained a piercing, unblinking gaze, ensuring his words carried the weight of a standing order rather than a mere suggestion. Government oversight introduces additional complications. Officials request briefings, sending liaisons to observe fragments and report on security risks. Meisler maintains strict control. Liaison observation is allowed only at predefined intervals. No direct interaction, no unauthorized questions during active fragment cycles. Every deviation introduces the potential for feedback. Every unsanctioned inquiry could destabilize sequences we cannot predict. A liaison asks during a briefing, "Dr. Meisler, can we verify whether these sequences reflect the crew's actual behavior, or if we're witnessing a computational anomaly?" Meisler replies, steady and measured, "Verification comes from comparison across multiple fragments and historical correlation with system parameters. Any single observation is insufficient. The signal structure ensures that it remains coherent, but only through disciplined, repeated measurement can we interpret it safely. Even routine observation requires methodical procedure. Sensors are checked repeatedly, holographic displays recalibrated, and computational logs cross-referenced with live readings. Remember," Meisler emphasizes to the team, "the system is self-modifying. It adapts to what it perceives, including your observation. Mislabel a fragment, and you risk altering its next evolution." Precision isn't just academic, it's protective. A heavy atmosphere of technical dialogue and constant clarification permeated the laboratory, with the low murmur of voices blending into the persistent hum of the cooling racks. One analyst, a young man with his sleeves rolled up, sat hunched over a secondary display, pointing a trembling finger at a time-stamped log. He looked over his shoulder toward Meisler, his face tight with the strain of reconciling the impossible data stream. "Sir, the crew appears to anticipate the supply inventory before deliveries are recorded," he noted, his voice strained as he cross-referenced a manifest that, by all standard logic, should not yet exist in the ship's timeline. "That's correct," Meisler answers, adjusting the sequence overlay. Redundant system checks and preemptive actions reflect the signal's inherent knowledge of causality loops. Map every deviation. Do not infer motivation, observe and record. The system is adaptive, not sentient. In the far corner of the room, another voice, hesitant and barely rising above the whir of the ventilation system, drifted through the dimly lit workspace. The speaker, a junior researcher partially obscured by a stack of printed telemetry reports, shifted uncomfortably in a creaking chair. They kept their eyes fixed on the floor, avoiding the direct, intense gaze of the senior staff while nervously twisting a pen between their fingers. The analyst asks, could this preemptive activity be leveraged to predict future events outside the lab? The question hung in the stagnant air of the terminal bay, causing a momentary lapse in the rhythmic clicking of keyboards as others paused to hear the response. Potentially, Meisler admits, but that's not the goal. The purpose is understanding the signal. Any attempt to extrapolate beyond controlled observation risks destabilization. Public and institutional scrutiny adds indirect stress. Reports circulate in the media about the Sol 9 project, drawing attention to anomalous phenomena. Protesters gather outside affiliated labs, demanding answers. Meisler's team notes that even minor attention triggers discussion, debate, and pressure from oversight committees, which must be filtered from actual experimental input. Meisler reinforces protocol: ignore external narratives. Log all attention, but do not let it alter your focus. The signal is adaptive. Public perception must not affect internal stability. As the week progresses, sequences of Sol 9 crew become more complex. Multi-layered operations, anticipatory repairs, and overlapping command decisions emerge simultaneously across different fragments. We are approaching a point where linear interpretation is no longer possible, Meisler tells the team during a shift change. Each fragment is a vector through probability space. Treat them individually. Observe consistently. Do not impose causality where the signal does not. Analysts respond with measured compliance, gradually internalizing the meticulous observational methods. Meisler walks through the lab, checking calibrations and holographic alignments. Every fragment you tag incorrectly is a perturbation, he warns. Every missed observation is an unknown feedback source. Discipline is the safeguard between coherent data and chaotic collapse. As the final hour of the cycle approached, the team successfully mapped dozens of independent fragments, their digital workstations cluttered with complex flowcharts and temporal schematics. The air in the lab was thick with the heat of overworked processors, as analysts highlighted instances of anticipatory behaviors, marking where crew members acted on information they hadn't yet received. On the primary screens, shimmering overlays depicted overlapping crew activity, showing the same individuals occupying different sectors simultaneously through causality violations that defied standard temporal logic. Meisler stood at the central hub, his eyes scanning the cascading lines of the master logs as he conducted a final review. He verified each entry with a rhythmic series of keystrokes, confirming that despite the constant psychological and technical strain on his staff, the lab maintains operational integrity. He checked the integrity markers one last time, satisfied that the signal remains fully interpretable within the constraints of controlled observation, even as the data points continued to fluctuate against the dark background of the terminal. With the rival group neutralized through arrests, Meisler immediately mobilized observation teams to survey areas near the old experimental facilities. High-resolution field sensors were deployed on rooftops, inside buildings, and across streets surrounding the former test sites. The instruments detected small-scale spacetime warps, subtle gravitational fluctuations, and energy anomalies that shifted in intensity and geometry depending on proximity. Even urban infrastructure, traffic lights, subway sensors, power grids, and communication nodes showed minor but measurable distortions. Meisler stood over the primary console, his shadow stretching across the floor as he adjusted the focal depth of the display. He leaned forward, his finger steady as he pointed at a holographic overlay of the downtown sensor grid, where translucent blue city blocks were being intersected by sharp, jagged pulses of crimson light. "Look at this," he said, the light from the projection casting sharp angles across his features. "These energy spikes aren't random. Notice the way they cluster near the old testing nodes." He adjusted a slider on the console, causing the data to bloom into a complex heat map that pulsed in 3-second intervals. "That's consistent with the micro-horizon patterns we observed in the lab." He traced the path of a specific fluctuation, where the energy appeared to curve back on itself, indicating a localized gravitational shear that matched their previous telemetry. Analysts crowded around the display, observing readings flicker in real time. Power lines exhibited transient surges. Transportation sensors recorded phantom vehicles appearing and disappearing. Network time signals misaligned briefly before correcting themselves. Each anomaly, Meisler explained, was a residual effect of his prior work, lingering as miniature versions of the catastrophic conditions he had once unwittingly unleashed. "We're seeing feedback loops at a scale we didn't anticipate," he continued. "Even everyday matter is interacting with the residual quantum states. Moving through these zones isn't benign. Everything you pass, even a pedestrian with a mobile device, can generate perturbations." Field teams carefully moved portable instruments through city streets, recording fluctuations in real time. Meisler instructed each operator to maintain precise logs, noting environmental factors like temperature, nearby electronic activity, and pedestrian traffic. "Document everything," he stressed. "These micro-horizons behave unpredictably. You want every variable accounted for before drawing conclusions." Overhead, drones equipped with quantum field mappers trace the contours of spacetime distortions. "Sensors are picking up microlensing effects," one technician reported. "Light paths are bending slightly over city blocks." Meisler leaned over the tablet displaying the readings. "Exactly. That's the hallmark of dense information, states interacting with local matter. These aren't dangerous in isolation, but together they create a network of interdependent anomalies." As teams moved deeper into the affected zones, minor anomalies shifted unexpectedly. Small instruments oscillated, magnetic readings spiked for seconds at a time, and qubit-based devices briefly misreported data. A field analyst spoke up, her voice tense. "Sir, the portable qubit array just fluctuated outside of its calibrated threshold. It wasn't connected to anything nearby. The coherence monitors are showing a massive phase shift in the localized field, spiking nearly 300 millikelvins without any thermal input. It's as if the superposition is collapsing and reforming against a phantom external trigger. We're seeing a cross-dimensional entanglement signature that shouldn't be possible in a vacuum-sealed environment." Meisler crouched beside her, examining the holographic feed. "It's responding to a local micro-horizon. These residual states still hold enough energy and information density to interact with sensitive instruments. Remember, this is a self-modifying system, even at this reduced scale." Teams continued documenting each disturbance. Meisler overlaid historical data from the original experiments, showing correlations between prior energy thresholds and current anomalies. "Every fluctuation we record now can be traced back to the parameters we established decades ago," he said. "It's eerie but predictable if you know where to look. That's why precise measurement is critical." In a cramped municipal control center, a group of city engineers stood huddled around a massive, wall-mounted display, observing the anomalies remotely via a high-latency encrypted feed. One of them, a lead technician wearing a high-visibility vest and a headset, adjusted his glasses as he watched a series of structural integrity alarms flicker from yellow to red on his terminal. He pressed a button to open the two-way channel, his voice echoing through the lab speakers with a hollow, metallic resonance. He asked for clarification, his brow deeply furrowed as he stared at a map showing suspicious stress loads on the metropolitan power grid. "How widespread are these effects?" he called, leaning closer to the microphone while his team began cross-referencing the lab's energy spikes with real-time pressure drops in the city's subterranean transit tunnels. "Do they pose a risk to infrastructure?" Meisler's expression was grave. "They're localized but persistent. Minor misalignments in electrical grids and sensor networks are happening. Nothing catastrophic yet, but these micro-horizons can amplify if energy conditions fluctuate unexpectedly. Think of it like a small ripple in a pond. Normally harmless, but under certain resonance conditions it could grow." Back in the field lab, Meisler directed teams to conduct controlled tests. Small electromagnetic pulses were introduced near detected anomalies to observe propagation. The microhorizons responded, creating subtle interference patterns that were measured and charted meticulously. One analyst commented, "It almost seems like they're learning, adapting. Even when we change pulse parameters, the anomaly responds differently each time." Meisler nodded. "They're not sentient, but their feedback loops behave adaptively. The dense quantum information in each microhorizon reacts to external perturbation. That's why every intervention must be calculated and every observation logged." As the day wore on, minor disruptions in the city grew more apparent. Traffic sensors reported phantom vehicle movements. Utility monitoring stations detected brief voltage anomalies. Communication nodes experienced split-second delays. Each event was traced back to the residual microhorizons, which maintained a self-contained influence on their environment. A young technician hesitated before speaking. "Sir, should we evacuate areas where anomalies overlap heavily? Some readings are spiking more than usual." Meisler shook his head firmly. "Not yet. These are manageable. We need observation and control, not panic. Evacuation could generate unintended human interference, electrical devices, vehicles, even crowds interacting with these zones could amplify the effects. Focus on monitoring. Focus on mapping." By mid-afternoon, Meisler had established a tiered observation system. Inner zones with the highest anomaly density received continuous measurement. Secondary zones were mapped intermittently, with readings logged for comparison. "We're creating a real-time anomaly atlas," he explained. "Every fluctuation, every spike, every deviation is recorded. Over time, we'll see how these microhorizons stabilize or fail to stabilize, and what triggers amplification." He gathered his senior team around a central console. "We're not just charting anomalies. We're interpreting residual effects of past experiments. That means knowing the original thresholds, feedback structures, and interaction patterns. Any misstep now could skew the data, making long-term predictions unreliable." Claire, an analyst who had been meticulously cross-referencing the spatial coordinates on her screen, leaned away from her terminal and looked toward the center of the room. She tapped a pen against the edge of her desk, her eyes reflecting the complex geometric patterns of the shifting sensor data. The air in the lab felt heavy, charged with the static of the nearby equipment, as she voiced the concern that had been building since the latest data surge. Claire asked, "Do we know if these microhorizons could combine in unexpected ways? Could overlapping zones produce larger disturbances?" She gestured toward a section of the holographic map where two crimson pulses were beginning to bleed into one another, creating a jagged, unstable interference pattern that seemed to distort the digital grid itself. Meisler's voice was calm but firm. "Potentially. That's why mapping is essential, and why interventions must be minimal and precise. Every microhorizon has a signature. You can't treat them as generic disturbances. They're unique, persistent, and self-contained, but they interact when in proximity. Understanding those interactions is our priority." Field teams continued the sweep into evening, documenting all readings with meticulous precision. Energy anomalies, microfluctuations in magnetic fields, and small spatial distortions were plotted in 3 dimensions, creating an evolving holographic model of the city's residual quantum landscape. "Look here," Meisler said, pointing to an area where multiple microhorizons overlapped. "This cluster shows an unstable pattern. We're going to run controlled observation only. No pulses, no movement of equipment until we understand the interactions. Treat this like a laboratory within a city. The same principles apply. As night fell, Meisler reviewed the day's data. Each micro-horizon had been characterized, its influence mapped against infrastructure, environmental conditions, and prior experimental parameters. "We've contained observations without provoking escalation," he said. "Tomorrow, we refine controls, increase resolution, and continue documenting interactions. This is ongoing work. Remember, these aren't anomalies you can ignore. They're residual effects of high-density quantum information. Our past experiments still reach into the present." Through the rigorous application of a strict methodology, Meisler established a perimeter of control that held the escalating chaos at bay. He prioritized precise observation, utilizing high-frequency telemetry that mapped the subatomic fluctuations in real time. By facilitating constant communication with field teams stationed at every old testing node, he orchestrated a synchronized response that allowed the city to remain stable while the anomalies were meticulously studied. The surrounding urban infrastructure, though strained by the invisible pressures of the distorted grid, held firm under his guidance. Even after the passage of decades, the weight of his previous work in high-energy physics demonstrated an enduring power and persistence. The current crisis served as a vivid reinforcement of the delicate balance required between human oversight and the unpredictable environmental influence of a city's unique layout. Ultimately, his approach highlighted the complex, self-modifying nature of the quantum micro-horizons, which seemed to adapt and shift their geometric properties the more they were observed, necessitating a level of vigilance that was both clinical and absolute. Meisler leaned over the main console, scanning the real-time holographic projections of the city's affected zones. Small objects on nearby tables, tools, pens, and calibration weights flickered subtly, as if reacting to an unseen force. "Notice that," he said, pointing to a hovering data cube that warped briefly. "Probability distributions aren't holding. Even these micro-horizons respond to matter and energy in ways that should be impossible." Mara, one of the junior analysts, adjusted a nearby sensor and frowned. "It looks like some readings are doubling, splitting into two distinct patterns at once." "Exactly," Meisler said. "That's interference, but not classical interference. These anomalies interact, sometimes overlapping and reinforcing each other. A minor anomaly in one zone can ripple several blocks away. That's why every measurement matters." Ravi, sitting at a projection station, called out, "I'm overlaying the electromagnetic flux from Sector 3 with yesterday's readings. There's a subtle synchronization with Sector 5 anomalies." Meisler nodded, examining the results. Two anomalies that were thought isolated are briefly coupling, producing transient energy fluctuations. Minimal now, but these interactions reveal a potential for escalation if triggered by outside events, construction, seismic activity, or electrical surges. "We need continuous observation, nothing less." Mara hesitated. "Do we intervene? Adjust sensors or dampen the fields?" "No," Meisler said firmly. "Any physical interference could cascade. Observation only. We document, we analyze, we predict, but we do not touch. One misstep could trigger a chain reaction across the micro-horizons." Hours passed with the team working in focused silence. Instruments hummed, holographic projections shifted, and qubits fluctuated in ways that defied expectations. Meisler walked between stations, occasionally pausing to point out subtle fluctuations or realign sensors. "Sector 7, he said, tapping the projection. "Notice its oscillation syncing with Sector 4's energy pocket. Even a minor shift changes the probability landscape across multiple zones." Mara leaned closer. So, if something triggers that energy spike, like vibrations from nearby traffic, it could amplify. Yes, Meisler replied. Even routine activity can have cascading effects. Every vibration, every energy pulse, every electromagnetic variation contributes. That's why we log everything: city activity, weather, construction, even pedestrian traffic near the anomalies. Every interaction is data. Back at the console, Ravi tracked transient electromagnetic bursts appearing sporadically near overlapping microhorizons. They're interacting like they're aware of each other, he muttered. Not awareness, Meisler said quietly. Interaction. The microhorizons adjust and reinforce each other. Observing them influences their behavior. Our role is to quantify that effect and minimize unpredictability. Mara adjusted her own display. Sector 2 is showing fluctuations every time a bus passes. Should we factor urban movement into predictive modeling? Absolutely, Meisler replied. Environmental context matters. Energy interactions aren't isolated to physics alone. They respond to any input. Movement, weather, power grids, communications. Everything feeds back into the microhorizons. Our models must account for it all. The lab instruments reported intermittent failures. Magnetic field sensors oscillated, qubits decohered briefly, and computational projections misaligned momentarily. Each incident was logged meticulously. Check Sector 6, Meisler instructed. Watch the probability amplitude. No physical adjustments, just observe and record. Understood, Ravi replied, eyes locked on the display. Don't assume calm equals stability, Meisler added. The microhorizons evolve continuously. A momentary lull is temporary. Minor interactions today can become compound effects tomorrow. As evening approached, previously isolated anomalies displayed subtle correlations across wider areas. A microhorizon in an industrial district began interacting with one near a transit hub, creating small, localized electromagnetic bursts and shifting probability distributions in nearby matter. Instruments recorded every fluctuation with extreme precision. Mara scribbled notes frantically. It's almost like they're forming behavioral patterns. Yes, Meisler said, voice low. Structures emerge naturally. We don't impose order, they evolve independently. Our responsibility is to understand, not manipulate. Meisler walked over to another console, overlaying environmental factors. Sector 9's anomaly is slightly lagging behind Sector 7, but the amplitude pattern matches previous interactions. If a minor trigger occurs, we could see synchronized fluctuations. Ravi nodded. Could building vibrations, underground trains, or nearby construction exacerbate that? Exactly, Meisler said. Even what seems mundane can escalate interactions. Nothing occurs in isolation. The team rotated shifts to maintain vigilance. Redundant measurements, multi-angle projections, and continuous logging allowed them to study the anomalies without triggering amplification. Each microhorizon interaction, every energy spike, and probability fluctuation was accounted for and analyzed. Meisler finally stepped back, resting his hands on the console. The residual effects of prior experiments aren't fading. They're self-modifying, interconnected, and persistent. Through disciplined observation, continuous logging, and careful analysis, we can chart their behavior and prevent escalation. A new alert blinked on a peripheral monitor. Ravi tapped the screen, showing a microhorizon linking briefly to a small electrical transformer. Sector 12's anomaly just coupled with the transformer. Energy spikes minor but measurable. Meisler's eyes narrowed. That's exactly why we cannot interfere. Every connection, no matter how small, carries potential. Track it continuously, document every spike, and overlay environmental factors. We need predictive modeling before we even consider adjustments. Mara added, we should also log weather and human activity nearby. Even minor vibrations could amplify fluctuations. Yes, Meisler agreed. Every factor counts. Pedestrian movement, vehicle traffic, temperature changes, electromagnetic interference, nothing is irrelevant. Hours stretched on. Each projection revealed more complex interactions between previously isolated microhorizons. A brief overlap near a transit hub generated localized magnetic fluctuations and subtle quantum interference patterns. Analysts cross-referenced the readings with environmental logs, noting the cumulative effect of minor urban activity. Ravi leaned back, rubbing his eyes. It's like a living network. The anomalies adjust in response to each other and to everything around them. Not living, Meisler corrected. Adaptive. Patterned. Predictable if we observe carefully and consistently. Unpredictable only when we assume simplicity. Mara noted something on her display. Sector 8 shows minor stress along structural supports in nearby buildings. Could be related to the overlapping energy pockets. Document it, Meisler said. Measure, cross-reference, simulate. Each fluctuation has a footprint. That footprint tells us what triggers amplification. That's how we predict escalation without physically interfering. Meisler motioned toward a city map overlay. Sector 14 and Sector 3 have overlapping microhorizons. There's a subtle but measurable interference pattern. Note it in the logs and include environmental triggers. Understood, Mara replied. Logging vibrations, temperature, traffic, and grid fluctuations for cross-analysis. The team worked late into the night, logging data, recalibrating sensors, and adjusting overlays. Even fatigue did not compromise precision. Meisler monitored each projection, checking the alignment of energy vectors, probability patterns, and magnetic fluctuations. He reminded everyone, observe, record, verify. Never assume stability. Every anomaly has a signature, and every interaction matters. By the end of the shift, predictive models were updated with the latest observations. Overlapping microhorizons had revealed emergent behaviors, patterns previously unseen, and interaction signatures that could guide future monitoring. The lab had become a controlled ecosystem of observation and analysis, each team member acutely aware that even minor errors could cascade unpredictably across the city. Every sensor, every measurement, and every interaction was cataloged for post-analysis. The microhorizons moved, fluctuated, and occasionally linked with each other, but nothing escaped the careful vigilance of Meisler's team. The city above remained oblivious, yet beneath it, an invisible network of self-modifying anomalies thrived, requiring constant, precise management. The team paused briefly to review the latest logs, comparing them with historical data. Sector 16's microhorizon shows an emergent oscillation, Ravi said, pointing to the display. It seems tied to a combination of Sector 12 and Sector 9. Meisler leaned in. Document every variable. The combined effect could be amplified if urban activity aligns with these anomalies. Our goal is to anticipate and prevent unexpected chain reactions. Mara added, should we simulate potential escalations? Simulation only, Meisler said firmly. No physical interaction. Any active mitigation could destabilize the system further. Observation, logging, and modeling are our only tools. The team settled back into their work, recalibrating instruments, cross-referencing anomalies with environmental triggers, and maintaining vigilance across the network. Each micro-horizon, each fluctuation, each interaction contributed to a growing understanding of the city's invisible quantum web, a system of self-modifying anomalies demanding constant attention. The lab was quiet except for the hum of stabilizing fields and the soft beeping of monitoring instruments. Meisler moved deliberately between consoles, scanning real-time projections of the city above and the energy anomalies below. Each micro-horizon shifted in subtle patterns, oscillating with occasional bursts of electromagnetic activity that distorted sensors and lights. Shadows of the anomalies stretched across the lab walls, flickering in irregular sequences that made the room feel alive in a strange, mechanical pulse. The low hum of the air circulation and the occasional clatter of a dropped tool echoed oddly through the space, amplified by the strange energy signatures radiating from the monitoring equipment. Even the lab furniture seemed to react subtly, the metal legs of workstations resonating faintly in sync with the oscillating micro-horizons. Predictive models displayed on holographic arrays, showing probability curves of potential flare-ups. Meisler adjusted parameters for the shielding systems, reinforcing sectors where overlapping distortions were most active. Energy readings fluctuated across the instruments, some spiking briefly before returning to baseline, others lingering in slow, oscillating waves. Each graph, line, and waveform carried a story of its own, hidden interactions, emergent behaviors, and subtle resonances that only careful observation could reveal. He instructed the team to note every minor variance. Even small deviations, he said, tell us how these systems interact. Nothing is insignificant. Around the room, lights reflected across glass panels and polished surfaces, creating fragmented images of the projections that seemed to echo the distortions of the micro-horizons themselves. Mara worked near a projection unit, eyes narrowing at a display. Sector 5's micro-horizon just expanded slightly. I'm seeing local gravitational anomalies ripple outward. She paused, cross-referencing environmental logs. It's subtle, but the effect on nearby sensors is measurable. Small metallic components on her workstation vibrated imperceptibly, shifting in alignment under the influence of the quantum distortions. The faint smell of ozone from fluctuating magnetic fields drifted in the air, lending a sterile tang to the room. Instruments emitted occasional high-pitched whines, a reminder of the stress being imposed on sensitive detection equipment. Meisler leaned over the display. Document everything. The anomalies react to containment differently depending on location. Shielding dampers help here, but other areas may spike. The key is continuous observation, not intervention. He gestured at a holographic overlay highlighting the subtle interplay of overlapping micro-horizons, noting how isolated distortions could ripple through adjacent fields. Even without interference from outside sources, the environment itself is an input, he said. Structural vibrations, thermal gradients, even the energy expended by our own footsteps create measurable feedback. The lab instruments occasionally misaligned. Computational models indicated that localized spacetime distortions were creating minor temporal shifts in signal propagation. Light paths bent in unexpected ways, and holographic projections sometimes flickered or duplicated briefly, reflecting the self-modifying nature of the anomalies. Meisler walked slowly, tapping a holographic grid. Notice these patterns, he said. Even isolated distortions affect neighboring fields. They form a semi-autonomous network. Dust motes floated in streaks of projected light, their movement subtly perturbed by unseen energy flows. Every floating particle became a visual indicator of the unseen forces shaping the lab. Ravi adjusted a sensor array. The energy bursts are coupling in ways I didn't anticipate. There's feedback across 3 separate sectors. Electrical conduits along the ceiling faintly vibrated, tiny currents fluctuating as the micro-horizons exerted their influence over the infrastructure. Meisler nodded. We expected coupling, but not this rapid. That's why we map interactions continuously. Each spike, each fluctuation, teaches us how the micro-horizons communicate indirectly. Observation first, adjustment second. The room's atmosphere was heavy with concentration, soft clicks of keyboards, the hum of servers, and the occasional beep from a failing sensor filled the silence. The team moved with careful precision, each gesture measured to avoid introducing additional variables into the quantum environment. Across the room, holographic displays showed citywide overlays of minor anomalies, traffic sensors flickering with ghost readings, power lines experiencing transient spikes, and communication arrays logging inconsistent timing signals. Some neighborhoods displayed clusters of micro-horizons interacting with each other, producing transient magnetic distortion that Meisler's instruments captured in exquisite detail. The three-dimensional mapping revealed subtle differences in field intensity that were invisible to conventional detection methods. Concrete structures and steel frameworks above ground, normally considered inert, subtly warped under the quantum pressures, measurable only with the most sensitive arrays. Myra spoke softly, almost to herself. The structures seem adaptive. They respond to each other and to the environment. Shadows of the anomalies danced across her face as she moved, mirrored in the lab panels. Yes, Meisler replied, voice low. Not sentient but patterned. These are quantum systems, reacting to the totality of stimuli. Human presence, environmental changes, even heat and vibration, everything feeds back into the network. Our job is to chart it without triggering chain reactions. He gestured to a visualization of overlapping distortions near a transit hub. See here. Minor interference from structural vibrations is amplifying energy fluctuations. That's why we log every factor, weather, pedestrian movement, vehicle traffic, electrical load. The data allows us to predict escalation points. Outside the lab, distant traffic noises, the rumble of trains, and occasional pedestrian chatter all represented potential perturbations. Every micro-interaction had consequences that traveled unseen through the micro-horizons. The team rotated shifts to maintain vigilance. Instruments recorded continuous streams of data. Holographic projections shifted and recalculated in real time, and predictive algorithms ran simultaneous simulations. Meisler monitored the overlay of experimental readings with citywide environmental factors, noting subtle correlations. Every anomaly has a signature, he reminded the team. Every interaction matters. We can't afford assumptions. He paused to observe a projected micro-horizon cluster in the downtown sector, the virtual representation showing its dynamic coupling with nearby electrical substations, and made a note to compare it with weather patterns that might influence energy flux. By late afternoon, interactions between previously isolated micro-horizons had increased. Small electromagnetic bursts appeared near an industrial sector, and then propagated weakly into adjacent residential areas. Probability distributions of objects in the environment fluctuated, making tools and devices seem to jitter imperceptibly. Sensors picked up slight changes in local gravity fields and energy concentrations along power grids. Shadows from overpasses and building edges shifted oddly as the anomalies subtly influenced photons traveling near them, a visual echo of the invisible quantum distortions. Myra tapped her console. Sector 12 just linked briefly with a transformer node. Minimal spike but measurable. The faint smell of ionized air wafted up from the circuits, giving the lab an electric tang. Meisler's gaze narrowed. Exactly. Even the smallest coupling can ripple outward. Document it, overlay environmental variables, run simulations. We learn from interactions without physically touching the system. The floor beneath their feet occasionally registered tiny oscillations in energy density, detectable through sensitive pads embedded in the lab flooring, a constant reminder of the quantum forces at play. Ravi, rubbing his eyes, added, "Predictive models show overlapping distortions could create compound effects if another trigger occurs, say construction or a storm front. Rain against the lab windows, distant thunder, and even the hum of cooling systems became inputs into the analysis, influencing models in ways that demanded attention to the smallest detail." Meisler's fingers hovered above the console. Correct. That's why containment measures are carefully targeted. Shielding systems dampen local anomalies, but feedback can appear elsewhere. The anomalies are semi-autonomous, not isolated. Every change we make must consider indirect consequences. The team worked methodically, logging energy fluctuations, spatial distortions, and emergent behaviors. Meisler oversaw the calibration of feedback dampers, ensuring that shielding reinforced areas without inadvertently coupling microhorizons. Each adjustment was carefully monitored for secondary effects. Even minor gravitational shifts misaligned instruments temporarily, while electromagnetic fluctuations introduced brief instability in computational arrays. Mara recorded every observation. The residual distortions interact with active equipment unpredictably. Minor misalignments now could cascade later. Meisler nodded. Exactly. That's why the work is continuous. Every measurement, every fluctuation is part of a larger map. This city, the instruments, the microhorizons, they're a complex system. Observation, logging, and analysis maintain stability. Any action without understanding the network could trigger escalation. Holographic grids displayed the cumulative effects across the lab and city. Magnetic oscillations, probability shifts, and transient energy spikes were visualized in 3 dimensions. Meisler paused, pointing to an area where 2 microhorizons briefly overlapped. Even small connections can propagate through the network. That's why predictive modeling is crucial. We anticipate interactions, we don't react blindly. Floor tiles vibrated subtly under amplified electromagnetic flux, a reminder that the anomaly's influence extended beyond mere visual projections. The team maintained vigilance through the night. Instruments hummed, projections rotated, and cubic coherence was tracked continually. Every minor spike, fluctuation, and emergent pattern was logged. Meisler reviewed the overlay with careful attention. Observe, record, verify. The microhorizons evolve, but our documentation allows us to maintain control. Stability is in our attention, precision, and restraint. By early morning, cumulative analysis revealed subtle, self-modifying behaviors within the anomalies. Patterns previously invisible emerged under consistent observation, showing correlations between city activity, environmental changes, and microhorizon interactions. Meisler instructed the team to continue logging all data, reinforce shielding in critical areas, and maintain predictive simulations for all active anomalies. The lab, though silent to outsiders, was alive with a dense, invisible network of forces demanding continuous attention. Even with human threats removed, he said quietly, the legacy of the city disaster persists. The environment itself has been altered. Our work is never finished. The lab phones buzzed intermittently, and Meisler's secure terminal lit up with encrypted messages from government offices and international research councils. Analysts paused in their work, glancing at the incoming requests. We've got another briefing request from the Department of Scientific Oversight, Mara said, her voice tight. They want preliminary data summaries by tomorrow morning. Meisler ran a hand over his face, scanning the projections again. Tell them we can provide general trends, not raw sequences. Nothing that risks contaminating the analysis or creating public panic. Ravi frowned. Sir, there's already chatter online. Journalists are posting screenshots of our older sequences, speculating on mission failures and, I don't even know, alien interference now. Meisler's eyes narrowed. Of course. That's exactly the kind of distortion we have to account for outside the lab. Every misreported detail can ripple, just like a microhorizon. A soft ping alerted the team to another message. Mara opened it, reading aloud. Press office wants a statement. They're asking if the Sol 9 signal can be verified and if the city is at risk. Meisler took a deep breath, leaning against the console. We can issue a factual update. Energy anomalies are being monitored and contained, but nothing speculative. Make it clear, no assumptions, no sensationalism. If we give the public uncertainty without context, it escalates faster than any physical effect. Ravi tapped at his terminal. Some outlets are already running wild, claiming Sol 9 is a threat decades ahead, with catastrophic consequences. Social media is a storm of misinterpretation. Meisler's jaw tightened. That's why we focus on what we can control. The analysis must remain insulated. Our job is to document, interpret, and predict, not feed hysteria. I'll handle communications personally. You focus on tracking anomaly and cross-referencing sequences. Any premature disclosure could compromise not only the data, but the city itself. Mara exhaled slowly. It's exhausting, managing both the science and the optics. Yes, Meisler said quietly, eyes returning to the floating projections of energy distortions. It's the reality of this work. Understanding the signal is only part of the challenge. The rest is keeping everyone else from misunderstanding it completely. Every report, every briefing, every statement must be deliberate. We can't let speculation dictate our actions, or let outside pressure compromise what we observe. The room settled back into focused silence, punctuated only by the low hum of instruments and the occasional chime of incoming messages, a reminder that even with the science advancing, the world outside continued to demand answers it wasn't ready to understand. The lab was dim, punctuated by the faint glow of holographic displays that stretched across multiple consoles. Meisler moved deliberately between projections, his eyes scanning the shifting sequences as new fragments of Sol 9 operations flickered into view. Crew members appeared performing procedures that had no precedent, and instruments reacted to inputs that had not yet been made. The team's attention was fixed, their notebooks and data logs accumulating at a pace that threatened to overwhelm the storage arrays. Every new cycle of observation seemed to introduce subtle shifts, forcing recalibration of every algorithm and sensor. Mara leaned over a projection, tracing the path of a calibration drone as it moved across the ship's interior. These readings, the drone performs a maintenance check before the reactor even comes online, she said, voice low. That's impossible. Meisler did not reply immediately. He studied the same sequence, noting the minor deviations each time it repeated. Nothing in linear time can explain this, he said finally. We are watching the crew anticipate their own actions. Every cycle has adaptive feedback. It's as if the system is learning from us as we observe it. Ravi adjusted a nearby sensor array, eyes flicking between multiple projections. The energy readings spike whenever we focus on a particular crew task. Localized distortions, magnetic interference, minor fluctuations in qubit coherence. It's reacting to our attention, not just the data. Meisler nodded, stepping back to allow the team room to work. That's why metadata is essential. Every observation, every adjustment has consequences. Record everything, no matter how insignificant it seems. If we miss a correlation, we risk misinterpreting the feedback loops. The lab's equipment hummed in response to subtle energy shifts. Holographic overlays displayed predictive models, but even these were imperfect. Each time a simulation attempted to account for a sequence, new variables emerged from the next observation cycle, forcing recalculation. Shadows stretched across the walls, warped slightly by the anomalies themselves, making the lab feel unsettled and almost alive. Mara tapped at her console, adding new notes to the record. Some sequences show repeated failures, almost like the system is testing contingencies. Each time it fails, the response differs slightly, adaptation maybe. Yes, Meisler replied. The patterns are intentional. They aren't random glitches. They contain information about potential hazards, operational limits, and system vulnerabilities. Our job is to decode them without forcing unintended consequences. Discussion among the team shifted toward ethics. If we intervene based on these predictions, Ravi said cautiously, we might prevent a disaster, but we also risk creating a new one. The data exists outside time as we know it. Acting on it could destabilize sequences we don't yet understand. Meisler paused, considering the statement. That's precisely the challenge. Knowledge itself has weight. Every decision, every adjustment carries the possibility of unintended influence. But ignoring it is equally dangerous. We have to balance understanding with restraint, prediction with observation. Beyond the lab, incoming requests from governmental and private agencies complicated their work. Notifications blinked on consoles, urgent inquiries, requests for technical briefings, and demands for summaries suitable for the public. Journalists were already speculating on the fragment's origin, interpreting incomplete sequences as evidence of alien technology, secret projects, or impending catastrophe. Social media buzzed with misinformation. Meisler's team had to maintain their focus despite the external noise. Mara frowned at a new projection. The system anticipates itself. Look at this. A reactor shutdown sequence is logged before any prior malfunction occurs. And when it happens, the crew responds as if they've already observed the failure. Exactly, Meisler said, leaning in. Causality is inverted here. We must avoid imposing our assumptions on these sequences. Our observations are themselves variables in a living system. He motioned to the overlays of nested loops across the holographic arrays. Each loop affects the next. Our calculations propagate changes. A single misread or misalignment could ripple throughout the signal. That's why documentation isn't optional, it's structural integrity. This system isn't static, it's emergent. And it responds dynamically to us. Ravi adjusted a holographic feed, overlaying historical anomalies from Meisler's earlier experiments with microhorizons. The parallels are unmistakable, he said. Localized spacetime distortions, energy feedback, unpredictable fluctuations. It's almost as if Sol 9 is a large-scale manifestation of what we created years ago. Which means we're implicated, Meisler muttered. Our past experiments are part of the causal chain. We can't ignore that. Every action we've taken may influence these sequences, even now. Observation isn't passive. The team continued methodically. Holographic arrays displayed overlays of crew activity, subsystem responses, and emergent phenomena within Sol 9. Each new sequence introduced variables that challenged the predictive algorithms, requiring constant adjustment. The lab air seemed thick with the tension of observation, as if the anomalies themselves were aware of being studied. Instruments flickered in tandem with energy bursts, and qubit coherence wavered under subtle interference. Mara pointed at one projection. These sequences repeat, but not identically. Minor deviations. Sometimes a crew member moves a tool a millimeter differently. Sometimes the reaction time varies slightly. Patterns emerge, but they're adaptive. Meisler nodded. That's why each repetition matters. Variations contain the predictive elements, the contingencies. This isn't random, it's encoded foresight. Our goal is to map it without altering it. Observe, measure, catalog. And always remember that our presence alone changes the system. Hours passed. The lab's soft hum and the intermittent beeps of equipment became a rhythm for the team. Even small details, the angle of light across a console, the timing of a fan cycle, the vibration from footsteps in the corridor, could influence energy readings. Each environmental factor was logged alongside the holographic data to correlate human and physical inputs with the anomaly's behavior. By late evening, the layers of the signal had grown more intricate. Sequences now displayed contingencies nested within contingencies, failures anticipated before they could occur, and corrective actions taken before any triggering event. The emergent complexity required a multi-tiered approach, observation at multiple scales, cross-referencing every environmental and temporal factor, and cataloging every intervention and calculation. Meisler paused at a console, reviewing a new sequence showing an unpredicted feedback loop within the ship's navigation array. Even with our best predictive models, surprises remain. The system adapts to itself and to us. Our interpretations are part of the phenomenon. Every calculation, every note, every adjustment influences outcomes. The team continued in silence, their work meticulous. Each micro-adjustment of the visualization arrays, every logged anomaly, every recalibrated sensor, contributed to a cumulative understanding of Sol 9 signal. By dawn, the lab was lined with stacks of recorded data, holographic projections layered in 3 dimensions, and a deep, growing comprehension that the system was both a reflection of their study and a challenge to it. Meisler leaned back, resting his hands on a console. "We are observers," he said quietly, "but not detached ones. Every action, every observation, every calculation shapes what we see. The signal is alive in its own way, and we are part of that life. Our responsibility is understanding, not interference. Control is in knowledge, not force." The lab remained quiet except for the measured hum of instruments, a city sleeping above them, and the signal from Sol 9, cascading through layers of impossible sequences, warnings, and adaptive loops, each demanding meticulous attention. The team gathered around the central holoarray, staring at the signal with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Patterns flickered across the screens, displaying crew movements, environmental shifts, and operational sequences that seemed impossibly aware of events decades in the future. The lab itself felt unusually still, the faint hum of cooling systems and the subtle vibration of the instruments creating an almost tactile sense of tension in the air. Meisler leaned forward, tracing lines of data with his finger. "Look here," he said, voice tight with concentration. "These anomalies correspond exactly to experiments I ran years ago. Every minor adjustment, every procedural test, I can see traces of them encoded in the feed." Ravi frowned, pointing at one of the floating projections. "You mean the crew behavior is reacting to your prior experiments?" "But that's observer-dependent causality," Meisler interrupted. "Or an explicit link." Either way, the signal isn't random. It references actions that only I could have taken. Mara crossed her arms, hesitating. So, it's like the signal knows what you did, what you might have done. How do we even interpret that without interfering? Meisler rubbed his temples, glancing around at the subtle flickers of light along the edges of the hollow array. Tiny shadows seemed to leap from the displays onto the surrounding walls, creating a constantly shifting mosaic of color and energy. That's exactly the dilemma. Every observation, every interaction, subtle or overt, generates variants of the signal. Hypothetical interventions, predicted outcomes, warnings. Even the smallest engagement produces cascading effects. He gestured to the array, highlighting multiple overlapping sequences. The floating projections swirled in 3 dimensions, each line of data refracting and overlapping, creating miniature storms of quantum information. See this. Partial engagement creates divergent possibilities. Each branch shows consequences of potential decisions. It operates as a quasi-quantum control system. It isn't just reflecting data, it's encoding contingency outcomes, feeding them back into itself. Ravi shook his head, his hair falling forward as he leaned closer to the display. So even if we just look, we're influencing it. Indirectly, Meisler admitted. Observation alone generates change. That's why we need precise tracking and careful logging. Every anomaly, every interaction, every decision must be cataloged, quantified, and cross-referenced with our experimental archives. That's how we trace correlations, and how we avoid making unintended impacts. Mara tapped at a nearby console, bringing up environmental overlays. A 3D holographic model of the lab, and its surroundings rotated slowly above her hand. The lab is picking up instabilities. Detectors fluctuate, instruments misreport. Probability fields in the surrounding environment show distortions that line up with the feed sequences. She pointed to a cluster of distorted readings near a cooling vent. Even small changes in temperature here correlate with the anomalies in unexpected ways. Meisler leaned in, eyes narrowing. Those instabilities aren't random either. Think of it like an information horizon. Dense quantum data creates localized effects. Every intervention we simulate or merely consider ripples into the environment. He traced an imaginary line along a projection of the city streets, showing subtle distortions radiating outward. See how minor disruptions here propagate along these nodes. It's subtle but measurable. He gestured toward the projection, where energy readings pulsed in tandem with segments of the signal. Thin lines of light stretched between nodes, forming a shifting lattice across the city grid. Track correlations meticulously. Every intervention, hypothetical or real, must be compared with environmental response. That's the only way we can understand the interplay between observation, information density, and physical reality. The room buzzed with quiet discussion. Analysts, engineers, and physicists debated the ethical weight of the signal. The faint glow of holographic panels reflected off their glasses, emphasizing the intensity in their eyes. Do we follow the warnings? One researcher asked, glancing nervously at the shifting projections. What happens if inaction causes a catastrophe? Meisler responded calmly but firmly. We're not here to decide outcomes. We're here to interpret, contain, and provide context. That context includes historical reference, my city-scale experiment, the parameters, the consequences. It's a guide, not a solution. Ravi added, but the loops, they simulate multiple branching futures. Each shows consequences of specific actions or failures. Can we trust these models? Mara frowned, leaning against the edge of the console as the holographic projections rotated in slow, complex spirals above them. They're predictive but not certain. We can't treat any branch as definitive. Exactly, Meisler said. The signal illustrates possibilities, not certainties. That's why our models are evolving decision matrices. We compare observed data with each simulated branch, cross-reference probabilities, and construct a framework to anticipate escalation points. It's a living system. The team rotated through simulations, comparing the sequences with experimental history. Energy flux, probability distortions, and crew behavior were annotated, each variant carefully cataloged. Every intervention, real or imagined, was logged, and metadata tracked observer interactions to prevent unintentional propagation of errors. The ambient light from the projections cast shifting patterns on the walls, adding a sense of motion to an otherwise static room. Mara sighed, scanning the overlay of the latest anomalies. It's almost overwhelming. The system adapts faster than we can model every contingency. Meisler nodded, glancing at the faintly vibrating sensors on the edges of the lab, small lines of interference moving along the ceiling panels. That's the nature of interacting with information outside conventional spacetime. Every observation, every calculation, every hypothesis contributes to evolution. Our responsibility is to document, model, and anticipate, not to interfere recklessly. Hours passed with the team balancing observation, computation, and debate. Ethical committees were consulted remotely. Engineers proposed containment strategies, and physicists calculated risk thresholds. All discussions emphasized caution. The loops represented living, adaptive sequences. Even a seemingly minor action, moving a sensor, adjusting a parameter, could echo across multiple branching futures. Ravi leaned back, eyes tired but focused, the shadows from the projections playing across his face. So each branch we see, it's like a potential future we can explore, but only as a map. Nothing is guaranteed. Correct, Meisler said. The signal can show outcomes of decisions, failures, or inaction, but it cannot predict with absolute certainty. That's why we maintain dynamic protocols. We evolve with the signal as it evolves, adjusting our analysis as new sequences emerge. Mara scribbled notes rapidly, the holographic overlays reflecting off the pages of her notebook. And these patterns, some indicate recurring consequences, even with minor changes. There's a quasi-stability in chaos, but the unpredictability remains. Exactly, Meisler affirmed. We use these recurring motifs to inform our models. Each branch we visualize is a lesson in risk management, ethics, and operational control. The loops don't dictate action, they illustrate the spectrum of possibility. Our role is to observe responsibly, predict where feasible, and ensure integrity of the data. The lab hummed with quiet intensity. Holographic projections rotated, energy readings flickered, and quantum sensors displayed intermittent fluctuations. Every team member, from analysts to engineers, understood the stakes. The signal was adaptive, unpredictable, and intimately tied to Meisler's own history. The work demanded precision, discipline, and vigilance, with no room for error. As the night deepened, the evolving decision matrices took shape. Each potential branch, each consequence, and every correlated environmental fluctuation was logged. Meisler watched the patterns emerge, guiding the team's attention towards subtle interactions and newly revealed sequences. The faint vibration from the lab floor and the low hum of machines created a pulse that seemed almost synchronized with the flickering signals. This is not merely analysis, he said. It's stewardship of information outside linear time. Every entry, every cross-reference, and every comparison ensures we can navigate the uncertainty responsibly. Even in exhaustion, the team maintained rigorous focus. The signal's loops continued to reveal potential interventions, warnings, and consequences. Ethical, operational, and technical considerations intertwined, forming a complex web of possibilities. Through meticulous observation and constant recalibration, Meisler and his team mapped the signal's influence, cataloged branching outcomes, and reinforced protocols for safe interaction with information that defied conventional spacetime constraints. Every glance, every calculated adjustment, every careful notation became a part of a living archive that tracked their role in shaping the future. The lab was alive with low hums, flickering displays, and the occasional metallic click of instruments cycling through calibration. Claire leaned against a support beam, arms crossed, watching the central holoarray as if it were a living creature. Energy readings pulsated across the room in irregular patterns, some faint and rhythmic, others abrupt and jagged. Each spike seemed to draw the shadows of the team into the space around them, stretching and warping the walls in ways that made the laboratory feel suspended somewhere between reality and projection. Meisler stood at the head of the array, scanning the streams of data that represented crew activity aboard Sol 9. "Focus on the temporal distortions," he said, gesturing to a cluster of flickering nodes. "Notice the sequences repeating with subtle variations. Objects that appear, then vanish, then reappear slightly shifted. Every observation changes the pattern." Ravi squinted at a hovering projection. "I'm seeing minor changes in the crew's movements each time we run the simulation. Even the way they manipulate instruments, they're slightly different, almost as if they anticipate our monitoring." Mara typed rapidly at a console. "And the speech patterns, they change too. Sentences get reordered, emphasis shifts. It's adaptive." "Exactly," Meisler said. "The signal isn't just transmitting data. It's learning from us. Every calculation, every interaction, every glance we cast at it alters the probabilities." Claire pushed off the beam, moving closer to a console displaying environmental overlays. "Are the satellites picking up the same anomalies?" she asked. "I'm seeing minor spatial disturbances near the monitoring stations themselves. Could be linked to the signal's density." Meisler nodded, eyes narrowing. "That's what we're dealing with. Any attempt to probe the system, anticipate a crew action, manipulate a variable, produces feedback loops. The signal integrates us into its structure. Observation and action are inseparable." The team fell silent for a moment, listening to the whirring of the instruments and the subtle pulse of energy that seemed to radiate from the holoarray. Shadows moved across the walls, thrown by the shifting light of the projections, and for a brief instant it almost felt like the lab itself was conscious, responding to their presence. Ravi leaned closer to one of the floating sequences. "Every time we try to adjust a simulation, there's a measurable shift in the feed. It's like we're tugging on a thread in a tapestry that's simultaneously weaving itself." Mara exhaled sharply. "We have to be meticulous. Every adjustment, every parameter, every note we take, it has to be logged. Otherwise, we risk amplifying instability in ways we can't predict." Claire glanced at Meisler, her eyes sharp. "And the ethical dimension?" she asked quietly. "Warnings embedded in the signal, hazards, contingencies. They're suggesting action, but any response could make things worse. How do we decide when to intervene?" Meisler's gaze swept across the room. "We don't decide in the conventional sense. Every intervention, every potential response, is itself part of the loop. Acting without understanding could accelerate dangerous outcomes. Our responsibility is containment, interpretation, and careful documentation. Nothing more." The holographic sequences flickered again, displaying crew movements that shifted subtly each time they were observed. Some objects materialized in one frame and vanished in the next. Other elements duplicated briefly, creating parallel threads of causality that seemed impossible to reconcile with conventional time. The room felt heavier as the team absorbed the implications. Every decision, every hypothesis, even every glance, was now entangled with the signal. Meisler gestured toward a cluster of anomalies near the projection's edge. These loops, each branch shows potential interventions and outcomes. Every minor observation generates cascading effects. Think of it as a quasi-quantum control system. It's not passive. It feeds on our attention and our assumptions. Ravi rubbed his temples, his fingers tapping nervously against the edge of the console. So even when we just watch, we influence it. Indirectly, Meisler said. And the influence is cumulative. That's why our logging is so exhaustive. Every anomaly, every shift, every data point must be recorded, quantified, and cross-referenced with archives from previous experiments. Only then can we begin to map the structure of the loop without destabilizing it further. Claire stepped closer, pointing at one of the environmental overlays. The lab itself is reacting. Detectors fluctuate. Probability fields in localized space distort. It's as though dense information is generating physical effects. The feed is self-modifying, and it's affecting us as much as Sol 9. Mara's fingers danced across the console, overlaying environmental logs with crew movements. "Look at this," she murmured. Every environmental change, the smallest vibration, minor temperature fluctuation, matches with subtle shifts in the signal. We can't separate observation from consequence. Meisler nodded grimly. It's an information horizon in action. Every interaction ripples outward. Dense quantum data produces localized effects. The loops encode not just contingencies aboard Sol 9, but the influence of our own experiments decades ago, the city disaster, the unstable information densities, the collapse that made my work infamous. Those seeds are still active. They're embedded here. The lab was quiet for a long stretch, the team absorbed in the intricate overlays and matrices. Outside, faint ambient hums of the facility's systems seemed almost like a heartbeat. Claire paced slowly between consoles, her eyes darting between the projections and the environmental overlays. She noticed faint anomalies along support beams, tiny distortions in light paths, and minute oscillations in the sensors near the roof. Even the infrastructure itself is being subtly influenced, she said. It's like the signal's reach extends into everything we use to observe it. Mara's voice was low, almost to herself. It's self-adaptive. And it's patient. It can outlast us, outlast the mission, outlast every intervention we try. Ravi tapped on a floating sequence. I've never seen anything like this. Even our most advanced simulations fail to capture the feedback loops fully. Every tweak produces new variants, each with its own branching futures. Meisler's expression darkened. That's why every action is a calculation of risk. We can't afford missteps. The loops aren't just predictive, they're recursive. They reflect our presence, our history, and the consequences of decisions made decades ago. And now they're telling us explicitly that I am implicated, that I am part of the loop itself. He gestured toward the projection. A final sequence shimmered, revealing a bulkhead aboard Sol 9, with the chilling words scrawled across it in a dark, unmistakable mark. You were always part of the loop. Claire stepped back, her hand flying to her mouth. That's confirming what you said about your past experiments. This loop includes you. Mara's hand shook slightly as she wrote notes furiously. Every theoretical model, every calculation we've done, it's already accounted for your actions decades ago. We're inside the consequences, not outside them. Ravi ran a hand through his hair, pacing. So the signal isn't just adaptive, it's fully self-sustaining. Our presence, our observation, every hypothesis, it all feeds the system. There is no neutral vantage. Meisler's voice was measured but heavy. Exactly. Every instability, every recursive anomaly, every temporal fluctuation, they all trace back to variables seeded in my experiments. This is why the collapse of the city wasn't just a disaster in isolation. It was the origin of a living, adaptive signal that now threatens everything we know about Sol 9, and potentially beyond. The team stared at the projections, the weight of the revelation pressing on them. Shadows moved along the walls as the holograms pulsed, reflecting a fractal of overlapping sequences, each branching possibility more intricate than the last. Instruments hummed and occasionally sparked faintly, as if acknowledging the presence of the dense quantum data flooding the lab. Claire exhaled slowly. So, there's nothing we can do to stop it. We can only observe, document, and try to anticipate outcomes, but it's already self-modifying. Meisler nodded. Yes. Humanity's position is precarious. Every action we take, every observation we make, is already integrated. The loops will continue to rewrite themselves, and the instability we saw in the city is magnified across Sol 9, through this signal, and potentially into broader systems. Our only role is stewardship, maintaining integrity of observation, containing what we can, and understanding the implications as fully as possible. The lab went quiet except for the low hums of machines and the flickering of holographic displays. Every team member was aware that they were witnessing an ongoing, self-referential system, a signal that integrated past, present, and observer into one recursive loop. The room was dense with tension, concentration, and awe. Hours passed as the team rotated shifts, constantly logging fluctuations, environmental distortions, and branching outcomes. Each new sequence revealed deeper entanglement with Meisler's past experiments, the city disaster, and the recursive nature of the loop. Observations were recorded with painstaking detail. Sensors tracked minor oscillations, energy readings, and temporal distortions. Overlays displayed crew behavior with increasing granularity, and metadata mapped observer influence on each iteration. Claire paused at the threshold of the lab. Her exhaustion sharpened into something colder as the implications finally aligned. "This isn't a loop that appeared on its own," she said, turning back toward the array. "It started with your first experiment. The city collapse wasn't a side effect, it was the proof of concept. You created a self-referential information structure back then, and it never stopped propagating." She gestured at the cascading projections. "Sol 9 isn't the beginning. It's just where the system becomes visible on a planetary scale." Meisler remained motionless, staring into the layered sequences as decades of data collapsed into a single, coherent chain. The original experiment, compressing information beyond classical limits, forcing observation and causality to coexist, had ruptured locality itself. The city disaster wasn't an accident or a failure of containment. It was the moment the system learned how to persist. "I didn't just destabilize spacetime," he said quietly. "I taught information how to survive consequences." The loop exists because that first experiment allowed outcomes to feed backward into their own causes. Everything since, the signal Sol 9, the adaptive warnings, follows directly from that break. His voice tightened. "This isn't recurrence. It's expansion." The lab fell silent as the final implication settled over the team. The loop was no longer confined to simulations, cities, or isolated anomalies. The same mechanics that destroyed the city were now operating at a global scale, threading through infrastructure, observation systems, and human decision-making itself. Every attempt to analyze or prevent collapse only strengthened the structure Meisler had created decades earlier. There was no reset, no external intervention point, because the planet itself was now embedded in the same self-sustaining causal network. And at its origin stood a single, irreversible act, Meisler's first experiment, whose failure had never ended. Only. Thanks for listening. Like, subscribe, comment or review, and tell your friends if you liked it. All my books are available from Amazon and other book retailers. Buy an ebook or audiobook and show your support.